Gentlemen, this is the end of season qualifiers for Mythgard. Yes, the game you love, the game that you're so passionate about. It's coming down to some real cheese here, friends. There's some money on the line. There's some qualifier points on the line as well. I am joined by the one Christo. Chris, what's up, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me here. I am excited. Flake, I think between the two of us, we've been through just about every card game there is, and there's something special about Mythgard. The elegance of how the game is set up, along with some of the complexity. I think some of those champion level players, the top 8 here for sure, they just are at a whole different level, and I absolutely love watching it. So I'm excited to see how this top 8 plays out.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever delved into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I think everything else under the sun we've sort of had our toe dipped into from Star Wars CCG all the way up to here to Mythgard, the digital format. And I like the way you talked about a very elegant game. This is a game that sort of operates within the same framework that you are all very familiar with, that life total kind of minion face damage battle. That kind of framework exists here. Obviously, in Mythgard, the same kind of rule set, the same win conditions. The difference is that they do it so well. The mana system is so well cultivated for the player. The minion combat is regulated by lanes, and there's so many layers to this game that I am very, very excited to see the top players in the world go ahead and combat each other for that money, that prize pool. Again, that's all culminating at the end of the road to the Mythgard World Championships. They're amassing points here either by ladder or through the tournament system. There's two ways to do it, friends, but this is one way to do it. And I mean, Chris, I don't need to tell you about that. I mean, ladder grinding versus tournament, I don't want to call it a grind necessarily. It's more of a sprint, but in this case, strategies that players bring to these tournaments, how do you feel that they differ when you're sort of preparing for a month or 2 months worth of ladder grind versus 1 or 2 days worth of tournament play?
Oh, absolutely. And I think we even kind of touched on it when we were reviewing the decks earlier today. You looked at a deck and said, this is sort of aggro, but it's kind of tournament aggro because you need a certain level of control. You need a certain level of versatility, but you also get to see certain matchups. On ladder, you don't know what you're going to queue into next. So you may need to have a little bit of flexibility, or in a certain scenario, you might just say, hey, enchantments are always going to be a bad matchup for me. So it is what it is. But when you're on ladder, you're also trying to crush as many games as you can. So those aggro games, the red rush types of decks, those are going to be more advantageous because you want to grind out as many games as you can. When you're in a tournament format, you're going to see your opponent in an open deck list situation. You're going to be able to ban a deck that you might think is problematic. So it's a whole different mentality when you build out the game and your decks and your strategies coming into it. The added layer of conquest within Mythgard is a whole other level, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more when we get into the decks themselves.
Yes, 100 players, like you mentioned, about 100 players were battled it out in 7 rounds of Swiss most recently to go ahead and come down to the top 8 bracket, friends. This is where it all comes down to, this is the final path to the top of the mountain as we take a look right now at that bracket. As we see over here, Tufaka is the number 1 seed, a 6-1 record in Swiss. But I mean, if you want to say that the 8th seed is the easiest path to victory, that is Garen, ladies and gentlemen. That is a previous victor of many tournaments, a stalwart of the competitive Mythgard scene, and obviously some other names that we can that we're very familiar with, as well as some new names on the tournament scene as well. Chris, are there any matchups here that you're very excited to take a look at? There's something that intrigues you, like that kind of Clash of Titans feel?
Well, I mean, I think you touched on it perfectly, right? Where you have Tufaka, who finished first, gets, like you said, the easiest path to victory, except that Garen is standing in the way of that path. We have seen him perform well, win tournament after tournament, so that is not going to be an easy matchup at all. I also think within that, and I know I'm jumping forward a little bit to the decks, but Tufaka also brought a 3-color deck, so we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But I also think that's interesting because within the Conquest format, you don't necessarily see a lot of that.
No, there are special rules, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to what you're bringing here. Now, imagine that, I mean, everybody's bringing 3 decks, but the way that the functionality of your tournament lists, the way that it goes is that you're essentially sharing one gigantic card pool, and the same rules of building one deck will apply to building all of them. So if you can have 4 copies of a common card, those 4 copies are only legal in across the 3 decks that you're bringing here. So you can have 2 in one deck or 2 in another deck, etc. But you are not allowed to go and exceed the standard deck building restrictions that you would for one deck across all three. So 3 color decks are really going to be a little bit rare here, as people are going to try to be very concise about the color combinations and the card usage that they utilize. Now you will be you will have that joy of seeing the creativity of the deck building within those building restrictions. But I mean, just we're going to see this as it unfolds, just as you are out there viewing the tournament right here. Again, welcome, friends. This is the end of season qualifier for Mythgard. $1,000 USD on the line, as well as those precious championship points, those qualifier points that will get you to the World Championship. I believe we're going to go take a look at our first matchup, which is Tufaka versus Garen. Tufaka, of course, being the #1 seed. Let's take a look at these lists, and here we go. Tufaka bringing up, some of these really interesting lists, and there's that 3-color list that you're talking about, Chris.
Exactly. And I think it's so interesting because, as you mentioned, right, with Conquest, you cannot overlap your cards. So a maximum of, 4 for your common cards. No path and power overlap either. You have to bring unique paths and powers. So when you go in and look at something like Tufaka's first 2 decks here, the Disc of Circadia going to be red-green, but then you have your Rebellion Safe House deck that goes yellow, green, and purple. So you have to look and decide, how am I going to split these cards? You only get one Treacherous Murmur. You can't put them in both decks. So how do you go about doing it? And I think if you're looking at the list here, for example, you've got your Disc of Circadia, often paired with Smite, so that makes a lot of sense. And then you're going to use your big green minions. You've got your big boys that you're going to drop with your Disc and bring them back with Hopeless Necromantic. So that's going to go get your Helicarriers, that's going to go get your Hydropolis, that's going to go get your Proto, and be able to generate additional presence on the board early in the game when Hopeless Necromantic is only 3 mana to drop. Also have some fun finishers in there. You've got Grand Finale that's going to be able to bring those Fortune Minions out of the deck and put them on the board. You've also got some interesting plays with Dashing Ringmaster to give rush. You've got Wings of Abaddon for some nice additional removal. Same thing with the Ruby Raider. So like we were saying before, some of the differences between ladder decks and between some of the tournament decks you're going to see, something like this has a very nice balance to it where you can put some pressure on early, but you also have the big boys in the back end.
No, worth noting as well, in that one deck list, or in the first deck list, Disc of Circadia, there's no 1-drop. So, but don't let that fool you, because eventually you'll get to a Hopeless Necromantic, and if the stars align, it's going to get out of control very quickly. Onto the second list over here. This is the 3-color list: yellow, green, purple. Rebellion Safe House with Mend. As soon as you see Mend, you can typically say that this is a deck that's going to go the distance, with cards like Misanthropia to really reset the board when necessary. Sapo and Traitorous Murmur can be big swing cards as well. There's a lot of big boy cards here, as well as cards designed to slow the pace, control the board a little bit, as well as some hand manipulation. 4 times Mind Freak. That is a pain in the ass card when you're on the receiving end, because it kind of throws a wrench in the entire system there in terms of how you want to get these cards out, and being able to freeze the card not only from being played on curve, but also from being burned for mana. That is a very, very effective way early on to slow the pace and really pick and choose what cards you do not want to see on curve. And let alone that, it's also information that your opponent is giving you by just taking a peek at the hand as well. But Detained, the auto cam for draw, as well as Bella Witch Queen, there's all kinds of interesting cards here that are designed to slow the pace, to control the board, and to find and sort of chip away at your opponent before you can finally get and swing to a big lethal. And finally, Alliance Command Center with Infuse. Here we see, a little bit more of that. There's the orange presence that we've seen so much in past metas, but with new sets coming out, there are new decks. Chris, what strikes you as interesting from this list?
Well, I mean, if you look at this list, you've got one thing that just always is on the top of what I'm looking out for is a way to finish the game. We talked about Grand Finale in his first list. We've got Allfather's Horn, which set up with the right board can absolutely demolish your opponent. So I think that's something you're going to be looking at here. You're also going to be looking at a good opportunity for card draw. We talked about how Mythgard at the highest level is really a high player agency type of game. So being able to control your resources and spend them frugally but to the maximum efficiency is important, and a lot of that has to do with having cards in hand and cards you're able to use to manipulate your burns and things like that. So having your rebels that are able to put additional cards into your hand that are generating resources you can in fact burn to go and get some blue mana, let's say, really allow you to ramp up very nicely without sacrificing any key pieces of your deck.
Yeah, and that Seal of Exile, man, that is a death sentence against the deck that's running those Necromantics. So that's Tufaka. That's what he's bringing us, 6-1. A beautiful record from the Swiss. Let's move on to Garen now. Garen is bringing a Fires of Creation, a man of class.
Your favorite.
Absolutely. Now this is something. Now no stretcher, so he's not at the top of the mountain of class and scholardom. I don't even know if that's a word, but we're making it a word. The scholardom of Garen, bringing Fires of Creation. Lots of this is the artifacts that are going to come through and allow those Fires of Creation to create those construct tokens that in themselves they kind of ramp up really, really nicely, and they can be burned for just blank mana, but they're really, I love Fires of Creation games and decks.
And if you look at the list that's here, right? Again, you talked about on Tufaka's side certain lists not having one drops. I mean, here you're going to have things to do early, like Clay Effigy. You're going to want your auto cam out early to start generating you that card draw. But you have the Fires of Creation that will allow you to have additional units to drop on the board to be able to get some of that control going. I was watching the qualifiers of the Swiss, and chat was all up in arms about how yellow green is just a pain to play against. So I think this deck here could be up as one of the options to get banned on Tufaka's side, deciding that I don't want to face Garen's deck, I don't want to face this yellow green deck. And we talked about the easiest path, 1 versus 8. But if you look at the records, they're not drastically different. One additional loss puts you in the 8 spot versus putting you in number 1. So it's going to be a hard fought battle regardless.
Yeah, that's definitely it. And I mean, Garen has the acumen, the pedigree over here of so many different, so many previous tournaments and competitions that he has come out on top of. Garen is not only a gentleman, but a damn good Mythgard player and a excellent pilot of the yellow-green control archetype. Also bringing Rainbow's End here with Infuse. Rainbow's End is, when you see Rainbow's End, it's just going to be an enchantment heavy. There's going to be a nice mosaic of different colors and arts on all those lanes, as you can see. Backed up by Infuse as the power, and with Frecky Sidecar offering the rush mechanic of just going straight to face with a 5 or less cost unit. Well, there's only one that costs more than that, and that's Armageddon Angel, the reset button, if you will, the panic button of Armageddon Angel. But noted here, there is no stairway to heaven, so to speak. There is no that kind of element which orange decks typically relied on for lots of extra value, extra mileage off of a lot of those cards. But Giant Stairway ×2, you have Magnus, and there it is, Allfather's Horn, which is going to give you an extra swing. So lots of there's some board clear, there's some card draw in here, there's some big boys as well. But a lot of it is just getting the fact that you're playing and investing your mana in these enchantments, which sit on the road, which improve your cards as they go along. So, a list like this, it might start off slow, but a tricky or a really clever enchantment on one lane or another will swing this deck, into the winning position.
And don't forget that within this, while you might start slow, those enchantments are you investing in your future? Those are the stocks and bonds of the Mythgard
Yes.
game, because you can drop enchantments to replace them and give you that mana back. So the ability to ramp up there is very interesting and not necessarily an easy play to grasp. But I think most of the top 8 did bring a Rainbow's End enchantment deck. And what you are seeing in a lot of other lists is you're seeing a lot of enchantment hate. So when, again, you're thinking about those bans, what am I going to do here? Am I going to assume my yellow-green gets banned? I'm going to want to push through with my enchantments. Maybe I look at banning on the other side, a list that has a lot of enchantment hate. What direction do I go? So I think that the Rainbow's End deck has the potential to be very powerful in a lot of these matchups. So it's going to be interesting to see the counterplay and how that plays out.
And finally, there's a Rebellion Safe House with the power of Erosion. Erode as the power of choice here. We have a red and purple list. 4 times Racer and Shadow. Axeman is there as well to essentially quell a lot of the early game aggression. But then we have the usual suspects of Magmator and Wings of Abaddon. The Oak of Dodana is there. And, 3 times Icor Feast to draw some cards. And, Perfect Grade to sort of wrap it up. Risen from the Deep is there as well. Merciless Kozinga. is there, and just kind of sprinkled here and there. Gigantomachia to save the day if necessary. Stairway to Hades, and finally Grand Finale and Seven Ring Ritual. Those can populate the board in powerful ways if necessary. And Garen is going to be relying on some big plays, some very swingy plays, whether it's a Magmator that finds a nice 3-pack to just raise off the board, or if it's a Seven Ring Ritual off of a situation where perhaps their opponent does not have a board clear. So those are all pressure tactics, great rebound plays if necessary, and I suspect that Garen will have a good time playing this list.
This is one of my favorite lists, to be honest. The purple red gives you the flexibility to compete early on. So you've got your things like your Trapezist for removal, you've got your Shopworn Bull to cycle, and it's a body that blocks nicely. And then once you get later in the game, you can go drop things like the Perfect Grade or drop your Grand Finale to really wrap things up. Flake, I believe the bans are in, so why don't we go take a look and see exactly what happened there.
Well, Garen is not going to have the ability to play that red and purple list that you and I were talking about just a second ago. The fact that Faka is essentially identifying that as either the biggest threat that stands in the way from him winning, whether it's his lists that don't line up well against it, or just the fact that he just fed up of Racer in the Shadow and Magmator. I mean, I know that going all the way from the beta and the alpha even, there are some cards that you just are tired of seeing, and in certain cases that might be it. But on the other end, the other ban of Tufaka being, I think
that was the tricolor list, I believe.
Right. Well,
which we talked about and we were excited to see, but I think that with things like the automatic artillery and stuff like that, it's just a very challenging deck to deal with. Not wanting to have to worry about Defy Death and all the control in that list, I'm not surprised. Like we mentioned before, yellow-green is just something that's a pain to deal with. So the action has started. Let's jump into the game.
Yeah, Tufaka versus Garen. You see Garen on the bottom of the screen there, and both of them have that nice little purple name tag because they're champions. So they're going to be playing hot and heavy here as we quickly get rid of a Magmator. 3 red gems is not easy to sort of get off if necessary. Those 3 gem color restrictions, they're a pain in the butt to actually pull off early. So that's your burn fodder. But at the same time, as we see, Tufaka has already gone ahead and loaded up that graveyard, holding on to 2 Hopeless Necromantics as well.
Now, let's not forget the fact that Chimera hits the graveyard. It is a 3 attack unit, and that the Dashing Ringmaster, if that is on the board, other friendly minions with 4 or less strength have rush. So if that Ringmaster is on the board when the Necromantic dies, that Chimera comes out and can do some damage.
And worth noting as well, friends, is that when the ability of the Necromantic, when that demise effect occurs, the unit that enters the battlefield will have the Awaken effect pop off. And that is something that a lot of other card games typically do not actually allow that to occur. Mythgard is a little bit unique in that regard, as we see Tufaka is going ahead and dropping all the Axolotl beauty over here, slapping that. What is that? That might be that. No, that is apparently Tufaka and the Axolotl are anti-vaxxers because he just smacked that syringe out of the hand.
Well, then we're going to see that Necromantic come down, challenging our friend Carl here. And that's going to be a problem because if that unit does die, the Chimera does come out and offers a little bit more board presence than you typically want to deal with on turn 4.
Would be nice now if Tufaka would just maybe just slightly lay off of the emote button just for a second here so we could see a little bit of the name, and maybe I could not have an epileptic seizure every 2 seconds here, but it's all good. Now, the interesting part about this is that on one side of the Disc of Circadia, you do get that Slayer effect. So not only are your Necromantics now swinging for 3 against other minions, but the fact remains is that they want to die. I mean, that as awful as that sounds, they do want to die. So giving your opponent Slayer gives them better chances for those Necromantics to actually bite the dust. And as you see it over here, they're so strategically placed so that the Sideshow Chimera that would pop off from the Necromantic would fill the rows quite nicely as we swing in for our first little tickle of pain from the Necromantic over there.
The Trickster coming down is actually interesting, right? Because it does I think there was no secret that Garen used the ability to target the Necromantic in lane 2, but giving it -2 attack and taking and giving it fragile doesn't really change a whole lot if Tufaka does in fact want to die to pull the Chimera out. So that's an interesting line there. I wonder what direction he's going to take to go ahead, and if he sacks it to bring the Chimera out, if he waits for a more opportune time to make a better trade, or what he decides to do in this situation.
Little graveyard hate now and then is not so bad, but I don't think that any of these lists are really running anything that's going to go ahead and get that Sideshow Chimera out of the way, as we see right now. A little Texas two-step from Faka there, just sliding over that Necromantic into lane 3 as the Wings of Abaddon are coming through. And this is what the beautiful part about it is that the Trickster had no idea that that was coming. But look at that, comes through, goes ahead, eats the Hopeless Necromantic, allowing it to become immune for that one turn as it swings through, kills the Trickster, and now the board is just incredibly dangerous on the right side. Lanes 3 through 7 occupied by a zoo, an absolute zoo
An
of
actual
polarity.
zoo. Correct. And that's why the Hopeless Necromantic, whenever I queue up against green, I'm just hoping it's not Necromantics because they can be so swingy. They have so much versatility. Like you mentioned before, the Disc of Circadia giving them Slayer makes it a lot easier to make that trade. And then you also have the Wings of Abaddon who can sacrifice it, get immune itself, make a nice clean trade, removing the Trickster, which is an absolute pain, and still spit out some minions. So it's very, very interesting line there. And then coming back, Garen's going to drop the Arquebus, which will turn into a cannon once it dies, and that cannon can lay waste to the minions that threaten it.
I mean, I'm not necessarily a religious person, but I will always subscribe to any religion where when I die, I become a canon. So that might be, that's definitely something I can look forward to. Worth noting, as we see right here, I was just about to get to it, is the fact that a Hopeless Necromantic dying to bring out a Hopeless Necromantic. That is a nice little chain effect, some stickiness to the board, if you will, of where one minion dies and another one just shows up to take its place. It's just one of those when your partner falls, pick up his rifle and you are next in line, friend. Yes, that is exactly what happens in this case. But I mean, it sounds like a bad joke. A zebra, a tiger, and a bear walk into a bar and a gigantic bug shows up. Like, what is going on here? This is just a
That is an
nightmare.
armored bear, Flake. That is not just a bear. That is an armored bear. Let's not forget.
My apologies.
The Necromantic play, as a side note, the next one that dies will still bring back another Necromantic. So that cycle is not complete, not just yet. But Tufaka having nothing else in the graveyard is going to need to set that up should Faka want the Necromantic to come out.
Yeah, sorry, the circle is not yet complete, Darth Vader.
That is correct.
The Hopeless Necromantic in the graveyard again. When they do show up, they do become ephemeral, meaning that when they die, they poof, vanish, goodbye, out of my life. But that circle, like you said, that cycle is not yet complete. One Necromantic has died, the other shows up. That one is now dead. It's back. It's like it's the work necessary to get this to actually pop off is quite frightening. It requires an immense amount of investment just to get that disgusting cycle off the board. As we see, the entire circus now has gone through and deposited all that rage onto Garen's face.
And that detained play was quite huge, being able to both prevent some damage from occurring over in the first lane on the Drang, but really at the end of the day you only want to bring that card out so you can deport something, and decides to take the Arquebus out of the equation. There's also an interesting line where, potentially if you wanted to sack a minion, you could dump a minion into the Arquebus, drop the cannon, could have used deported to remove the cannon. Because it's ephemeral, it would just instantly disintegrate. But this line of play instead pushes a lot more damage. And that damage here is something that is huge, with Garen sitting at 5 health.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. You're playing essentially to block as many lanes as possible over here. Worth noting as well, in the graveyard is another Hopeless Necromantic waiting to show up. There is the Ringmaster, which gives everybody rush. Everybody
and that should be lethal there. If I'm correct, the Necromantic is going to bounce another Necromantic out, and we should be good to go. It's going to depend, though. The Trickster obviously will have selected a minion to reduce attack by 2. So it's going to be a little bit challenging, having to figure out exactly what direction am I going to go here to make sure that I get full damage. But you know that the Baba Yaga's Den was not on the board, that would definitely not have its attack reduced, and now we can push face and see what happens.
So there it was. That was the trickster play over here. One off lethal. Now the question is, I was about to say, the question is he just going to go ahead and use the Wings of Abaddon to go ahead and sacrifice the other the you can that's the beauty play in terms of like slight little combo plays. Wings of Abaddon sacrificing your own hopeless necromantics to find that with the dashing ringmaster as your catalyst to just push damage to face. That was it. Tufaka had really no trouble over here. What I find is difficult about these lists, these hopeless necromantic lists, is that if you are if you have a very tough hand to start with, it's tough to get that kind of perfect storm of dropping depositing a big minion into the graveyard right out of the gate, so that your hopeless necromantic can find immense value and have that turn 3 or 4 big cheat play of dropping a 8 or 9 cost unit onto the board ahead of curve. If you don't have that going, then it's really tough to catch up. You need kind of a perfect storm, a good hand to make it happen. As we jump into game number 2 between Garen and Tufaka. Tufaka, taking that game 1 victory like nobody's business. We're in it, baby. Let's get to it, as we're already the bus is left. We're chasing after it as we're already on turn 2.
But that's an interesting point you bring up about the previous game, though, Flake, where you've got to, obviously in your opening hand, you want to draw a big minion that you can dump, but you also need the necromantic to bring it out. The fun part about the difference between, let's say, a red-green list that Faka has brought versus what, let's say, maybe a more classical yellow-green list, is that the red-green list can push damage and can be a bit more aggressive. And we saw how quickly that game ended. A yellow-green deck may play a little bit slower, may try and control the board a little bit more, and then finish with some of the big units at the end. But this was just kind of the perfect storm as well, with that Ringmaster in hand, that really helped finish this game off.
Garen burning 2 blue gems right out of the gate, meaning that Xerxian Insurrectionist is not going to be played on curve. Rather, you're looking at something quite like, right here, Arctic Pyre coming down. You also have the replacement of the previous enchantment there. The Rainbow's End allows you to do that. When you replace an enchantment, you get you get a little refund, a little kickback. So that mana was used to go ahead and block the Rebel Rough Rider that has now sort of sidestepped to lane 6. Focused, Carl has a focused ability, which means that it increases its damage when attacking directly across from it. So that little sidestep did save the day for the Rebel in lane 6 now.
And that's what we were talking about when we were looking at the Rainbow's End deck and path ability, is that you are really able to invest and tempo up. So dropping an Arctic Pyre allows you to replace the Pyre, drop another unit on that because it is generated from the Awaken effect, and play a second enchantment that'll go out there and contest the minion on the board, and able to do that and drop the Trickster, which is going to make the attack of the Sympathizer a little bit less interesting here. The Sympathizer obviously is going to get buffed by playing Rebels and the Zealots, so going to want to the board for a little bit of time. Probably don't want to rush into any type of attack, making it fragile or anything like that.
Playing the right Trickster and using the ability with 1 unit on the board is very akin to saying pick a card, any card, with like a one card deck. Like you're playing with a stacked deck here. So there's nobody's really fooled by this, but at the same time, you're still set up for success, as that one right Trickster move has in fact sort of saved Garen from the swing of that Xerxian Sympathizer. Now, the board system over here, or rather the mana, the gems that Garen has harvested in his 5 turns here, we're leaning very blue. He's got to go ahead and start cultivating that orange mana, as you need to eventually sort of open up options for Armageddon Angel, Insurrectionist. There is the parry at the gates, which the parry at the gates did get a little bit of a tweak over time. However, it's not so bad. It's still pretty good. It gets the job done. Going to block that row as we do sort of continue to go ahead and push for damage. Garen now getting the upper hand of this matchup.
Absolutely. And I think that, the ability to play things like parry at the gates to continue to draw your cards and refill your hand. We talked about how the game itself is very much around manipulating your resources, and Garen has taken control of the board and also still has a full hand to continue to contest. We saw the stairway pop in through the rainbows and ability, so that goes ahead and puts him in a very nice spot. The Trickster last turn when it hit the Sympathizer, it didn't only protect from 3 damage, but also the additional buffs that the Sympathizer got from the two rebels being played. So that in essence prevents 4 damage because every turn you use the Trickster, you are potentially taking a damage yourself once the demise effect takes place. So you've got to be a little bit choosy, but in this type of situation, you're really controlling how much damage is done to you. And if we look at the totals, Garen at 25 and Faka at 15, Garen's done a really nice job of mitigating the damage he's taken without having to necessarily expend additional units on the board.
Worth noting as well, friends, is that as you can see popping up occasionally at the bottom right part of your screen, this is right there. There it is. See, tournament match. There's a nice little updates for you guys as we are. This is the quarterfinals, as we're going to be taking up the semis right afterwards. But it keeps you up to date. The tournament client here for Mythgard is quite awesome, actually, and as you see there, as all your little informations pop up, keeps you up to date on everything going on otherwise. So if you're curious as to how the other matches are going, you can kind of take notes there at the bottom right of your screen as they pop up. But as we see now, things have slightly changed. There is a significant hand size difference. So Garen will be enjoying a little bit more resource ability or resources, your access to those resources. And there's the Eager Recruits, Christo. And the fun part about this card is that it's an unfun card, because if you have it early, it's a great card to go ahead and start flooding the board and mitigating some of that early game aggression and making trades if necessary. But if you get it late, you can burn it, but you can also flood the board and stop some of those cards. Just drop these little dudes in front of the bigger threats to buy you some time. Playing these cards, Garen, if I'm not mistaken, taking a look right now, Garen is running 4 times Eager Recruit. And as we see it drop over here, you're going to get the Parcel Recruit, the little brother, the little sister, that's going to go ahead and on the flank blocking the 4/4 from punching through for damage. And right now, as it stands, Garen has 19 points of health lead against him with a Rye Trickster setting up lethal on the right row.
And there we have a nice board wipe with Magnus coming down, clearing out those recruits and going head to head with the Trickster. I think it's interesting because the turn before, Faka's hand was a little bit awkward, having to drop the Scion of Pride. You don't always want to just drop it as a body on the board. A lot of times you want to save that to use the Pride to control a large opponent's unit. In this case, it's going to be dropped simply as a body, but they will be able to go out and Faka can block the Trickster as well. So that is going to put him in a little bit more of a position to control the board here, have bodies out. The sidecar coming down, though, and you mentioned it before, just about everything that comes down can go ahead and take advantage of that sidecar. The Agile 3 damage, the Agile doesn't matter. It'll clear the Magnus. And then to face, Garen takes game 2. We're all tied up 1-1.
Finding that lethal, I mean, the Magnus play seemed like a good play, but it was a little subtle. That subtle fact that it brought the Bright Trickster down to 3 health that really saved the day for Faka for a quick second, for a hot minute before the Frecky sidecar came through, which provided the lethal. Because with that Allfather's Horn in hand, if that Rye Trickster had 4 health, it would have been able to actually clear out the Magnus, Allfather's Horn, get another swing for lethal. So there was a little bit of reprieve for a quick second there, as there was a potential there for Faka perhaps to restabilize and sort of fight back, but Frecky sidecar into the parry at the gates, which allowed for the lethal to occur, clears out the Magnus. The Rye Trickster comes through, and it's all square, even Steven, 1 game apiece as we move on to game number 3.
And these games have been moving quite quickly as well. Sometimes those tournament matchups can be a little bit slower. We see Garen coming in now with the yellow-green list, which may draw out the game. Not a single unit in hand, I do not believe. Going to be looking at the Fires of Creation to create some Forgelings to put bodies on the board. But for the most part, he's going to be looking to kind of slow down this game and control it. Whereas Faka with his blue-orange list is going to be dropping some big bodies on the board that are going to need to be dealt with.
There's our good friend, the short stag, at the first card all the way on the left there. 3 green gems, 7 manas of investment to get this SOB onto the board. We'd love to see it. This is probably one of the most hated cards all the way coming back from Alpha and Beta. This is a nasty, nasty card, but we're still a ways away from that as we see uh, Faka is just populating the board. Standard, aggression procedure here. 147 when it comes down to lane placements, trying to go ahead and spread out the forces as equally as possible, making it as difficult as possible to mitigate this damage. But Garen is relying on damage mitigation, on a little bit of board control, and then it should swing in Garen's favor. I know that you and I, we've casted events before, and when it comes down to yellow green, typically the sort of the turning point is usually around turn 5 and 6. That's when you can typically detect whether the aggressor will be able to continue the push, or whether it's just going to go ahead and swing back and it's going to be all control from here on out. As we see, it's just hot and heavy. Tufaka knows that he needs to continue to be the aggressor and push through as much as possible.
Absolutely. And Faka went ahead and dropped a significant amount of bodies on the board. And Garen, with the hand he had with Led Astray, was able to do some removing and some tweaking. The Clay Effigy did sit in front of the Rebel Rough Rider and get overrun. So he took a little bit of damage there. But Fires of Creation goes ahead and gives you a couple extra life points to start off the game versus the Alliance Command Center. So you kind of know that you're in a situation where you might get beat up on a little bit, but are able to come back. So being able to set up the media auto cam as well on turn 1 is huge. This card allows you to draw cards when you cast essentially 4 spells to fill up your energy on it. So being able to play that, get a Forgeling in hand to block a row, play something like a Clay Effigy to put another body on the board, using things like Led Astray as he has already played, having Detained in hand, having Corrode Equipment in hand, another Clay Effigy. These are all very good ways of blocking the board, and we obviously have the advantage of seeing Faka's hand, and see there's no real removal there. So not going to be able to do much when these bodies start to hit the board.
Corrode Equipment, give a minion Blight 1 or Blight 3 if it has armor. A nice little pair up with the Protect power, which is give something armor. So
Cheeky little play there. Giving
now,
armor and then blighting said armor.
now I wonder if that was better than, let's say, playing a Clay Effigy to block damage, playing a Tempered Forgeling, burning a gem, and then working your way up to Misanthropia. Because right now you have 1 minion off the board, whereas Misanthropia is essentially going to go ahead and hit the reset button. There it is. The big panic.
The play anyway.
It is still the play. So now we're at a situation where the board essentially gets dealt with. Tufaka is looking for cards, but we have got 1 minion in there. We've got an Allfather's Horn and a Seal of Exile. Seal of Exile here, do you hit a Forgeling with it? Is a Tempered Forgeling the same as a Rotary Forgeling? I don't think so. So, something like Seal of Exile could be problematic against a deck that with Fires of Creation is, again, 147 is the setup here of choice. This is the game plan. This is the John Madden wet dream of offensive formation.
But that's the beauty of these Rebel decks as well, where you're going to come down with the Recruiter. The Recruiter takes a look at the top card of your deck. It pulls out the Insurrectionist. The Insurrectionist on Awaken goes ahead and adds a unit to your hand. In this case, it's going to be the Rough Riders. So able to continue to generate bodies on the board, and the Alliance Command Center continues to tick away for Faka as well. If you have fewer cards in hand, it continues to generate energy and then draw you cards. So in this matchup, I can never imagine Faka ending up with a larger hand than Garen. Garen will likely continue to have additional resources through the Forgelings and things of that nature. So Faka, while not in the perfect situation right now, is not necessarily out of it, even with a smaller hand size.
Now, that is the Rebel Rough Rider, not to be confused with the Saskatchewan Rough Riders or the Ottawa Rough Riders. So I believe the Saskatchewan Rough Riders are still standing atop the Rough Rider totem, as all other Rough Riders have been eliminated.
Yes.
Nope, never mind. They're back. Surprised they're not back, as the this thing should probably be called the Rebel Renegades by now. I believe that is the That was the rebranding of the Ottawa football franchise.
For anybody who does not understand Canadian football, I will apologize I won't say in advance. I will just apologize for Flake's comments. Nobody watches it, hence why there are no more Rough Riders. Looking at Garen's hand.
I'm like, is Anthony Calvillo watching this? There's no way.
No,
There's
there's no
just no
way.
way.
Corrode equipment again with the power. We'll go ahead and deal with that Rough Rider. The overrun ability on the Rough Rider is a bit of a challenge if you do want to chump block it. So just taking care of that is going to be pretty nice. Garen having no shortage of spells to deal with Faka's threats. So Faka's going to continue to try and grind it out, continue to draw additional cards, but it doesn't look like he's going to be moving through Garen's defenses anytime soon. This might be that epic game, that epic third game we were hoping for in this best of three.
Yeah, this one looks like it's going to go the distance. Traitorous Murmur is essentially a nice little answer to whatever gigantic threat that Faka is going to go ahead and drop on the board. But as it stands now, everybody's just kind of, quick and, flinging spells back and forth, emptying their hands as much as possible. Faka still holding on to Allfather's Horn. That is one of the win conditions. You kind of bust that out to go ahead and swing for lethal if possible. Seal of Exile still sitting in hand. Not really anything that you really want to touch with that. But it has been burned already, so you can't even recycle that for mana. Traitorous Murmur, like we said, sitting there. It's a nice little safety net against a big threat that might hit the board. I have been on the receiving end of dropping a massive Sabo only to have a Traitorous Murmured and I get laughed at. So
Yoink.
yeah, essentially that's what it is. It is the yoink in the nastiest way possible. Still a green gem away from that, but the board state now is so with the amount of fireworks that we've seen, the amount of back and forth, the removal, the board clears, whatever. A lot of people, there's been a lot of actual bodies on the board, and they have all gone the way of the dodo, and they're all dust now. As this is the final, the lasting bastion of the gigantic war that we've seen up to this point.
And Faka, on 7 mana right now is looking at his hand and he's a little bit sad about it. He's got his Rebel Rough Rider that can come down. Not much else you can do really. So figuring out where I want to drop that to get the maximum efficiency out of it. Gonna go ahead and put Infuse on there. Continuing to chip away though. Garen down at 13 health.
A little style points there, swinging with the 0. That's all that says is that I see you. That's all it is. It's just a little I see you.
Absolutely, and smart placement by Garen of that foraging last turn that goes ahead with the blast to remove the insurrectionist. Having a raid the tombs in hand is going to be huge as well. Unfortunately, it's not something he's going to be able to do this turn because he spends his gems on the detained instead.
Chris,
but
lane 1 or 2?
Oh,
I guess it's lane 1. No, I guess sorry. Yeah, I mean.
It's definitely going to be the first time the enemy attacks this lane. It gets a temple snake. So I don't even did he actually activate? He did activate it.
Yes, I was just gonna say because if that forge lane didn't go there, it would have been a 50-50. And my luck with 50-50s, but you just pick the lane and a nice little sneaky snake appears. But I mean, right now you do have a tempered forge lane, which does have the ability of armor 1, meaning that any damage it takes is reduced by 1. There's the Seal of Exile.
That's that Saboteur hate. The Saboteur comes down, destroys all enemy artifacts. So, deals 6 damage to all enemy artifacts, which pretty much removes them all. But Raid the Tombs comes back to save the day a little bit on Garen's side. That Harvester will be a big boy to have to contest as well, gaining that life. So putting 4 life up there and having the Demise replaced with a Maze. I know you love to get that corn out of here. But this is going to be difficult for Faka to remove based on the current situation.
And the Valkyrie Enforcer bouncing a card back to hand, I don't know if that's necessarily the best thing, because basically you're using your Valkyrie Enforcer to bounce the Harvester. You're swinging for 3. The Harvester just comes right back and gains 4 life. So it's actually a negative value play, like a negative net in terms of life that you're doing there. But bouncing a Forgeling is a different story because ephemeral units don't go back to hand. They go out into space. And that's how that's going to happen. And, the Xerxes Saboteur, just a quick second there, if you can pull up that card there, Mark. The Xerxes Saboteur in lane 3 is quite the interesting card because it is basically the epitome of what a tech card is. The Xerxes Saboteur Awaken deals 6 damage to all enemy artifacts. I mean, it's a 1/2 for 1, and you're not playing this for tempo. You're not playing it for anything other than the fact that you hate artifacts and you want to make sure that your opponent knows it.
And that Allfather's Horn in hand is a little bit scary. If you're Tufaka, you have the entire side of the board completely empty to go through. So Garen's going to have to go get a Forgeling out there to block that. Now, obviously, he doesn't see the hand, but you can imagine that whenever you're playing against a list that includes a couple horns, you have got to be wary of what may happen there at any given point. There are two Allfather's Horns. That is unfortunate. You're gonna have to burn one, which gets you the gems, but you can't play them both, and you can't play either of them. Well, you can play them this turn if you so choose, but one banishes the other, so that is the only chance you're going to get to play that horn.
So the question here is do you burn the premium version or do you burn the standard version? So the standard version bites it. So it's all style and points for Tufaka here.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. The art in this game is just so pretty. You cannot get away with not playing the premiums.
So a big time forgeling there with blast too, meaning that I mean at this point it's like okay, if I don't swing these three dudes into that forgeling, it's gonna go up the gut and kill my entire board. So that blast effect, what blast does is that it deals blast damage equal to the blast number, so blast two in this case 2 damage to adjacent lanes from the lane it's actually attacking. So should this forgeling in lane 6 just attack straight forward right ahead on that enforcer, it'll do 2 damage to the Triforge Trooper on the left, as well as 2 damage to the Rough Rider on the right hand side as well. So you get a little extra value there. It's like it's like bringing a coupon to Wendy's. You're just getting extra value right up the gut. So that Forgeling as a five cost unit, or sorry, 5 strength unit in lane 6 is providing incredible amounts of headache for Faka because Faka knows that he has to trade in all 3 of his units. He's got to cash them in here, otherwise he loses them for nothing.
Absolutely, and you can't even do half the job because, like you said before, the Rough Rider technically does survive the blast, but the Rough Rider also just ends up kind of sitting there all by itself, 2-1, and here you go. You're going to see the clear of the unit. You're going to have the focused trooper come through, deal 1 additional damage. So from an efficiency perspective, that's about the best you can get. Unfortunately, you've still got a harvester on the on lane 2 that's going to sit there, remove your agitator, and you're going to have to deal with it next turn.
And that's it, just clearing space. As we can see here, Molten Forgeling likely just going to go ahead there. Lane 6, again, very defensive positioning over here in terms of, you're not hunting for lethal because Garen knows that finding lanes to do damage now is not as important as blocking the damage that he's receiving because in the long game, Garen is going to come out on top. That's how this deck works. Yellow-green wants to go the distance. Yellow-green has a bedtime, past midnight. They don't care how late they stay up to go ahead and collect these W's. But in this case, protecting these lanes, just mitigating damage, removing threats, and poking through when you have a chance here. 16 health that Garen's sort of clinging to is not that big of a deal, considering the fact that his top end is a lot more threatening than Faka's.
That's correct. And even with the Allfather's Horn in hand, even if you were not to block anything, you're not absorbing that much damage. But you know that as you continue to throw down threats, eventually Faka is going to run out of answers. You're not going to be able to continuously, with typically smaller types of minions, with the trooper and having even the Lookie come down, you've got a lot of smaller bodies that are not going to be able to remove Garen's bigger threats. So same principle here, that Forgeling just does some work. The autocam comes down to continue to draw cards, drops another big old Forgeling right in front of the parry. So the parry can work around the Forgeling with Agile, but at the end of the day, it's, first of all, not even going to get to do that because it will take it out to pasture and quiet it down. But even if it were to deal 3 damage, that's it. It then sits there and gets punched in the face by the armor-clad Forgeling.
Yeah, a little bit of a quiet now, little settle down now by the orbital satellite, giving suppression to parry at the gates. Interesting fact about suppression is that it operates as like a silence effect, removing any buffs or game text from the card. But it's not just that it's suppressed now; it's that you cannot actually add on any additional effects or bonuses to that card while it's suppressed. So it's suppressed now until it is not suppressed, so to speak. So anything that you add onto it, any buffs, any increases in strength or abilities or whatnot, those are all negated by the fact that it is suppressed. It doesn't want to hear it. It's a talk to the hand kind of situation. Doesn't want to hear anything that you got to say. as Garen now representing 6 points of damage, lane 2, with that Harvester dropping the Maze of Yatiku, one of the greatest cards ever to come out of yellow. And I mean, it's just such a threatening board. We mentioned this, right? Like the turning point is like turn 5, 6, and here we are at turn 8, and it's just a nightmare for Faka, who is taking every last second to figure out what they want to do. But I think the writing's on the wall here, unless there's some type of miracle top deck.
And you exactly, you mentioned it before. Turn 5 tends to be that stabilization turn with something like Misanthropia resetting the board, and that's exactly what we saw happen, right? Misanthropia came out, cleared up the board, and then you end up in a situation where you can flip the script, and Garen comes down with the big old bodies, having all kinds of resources in hand. Raid the Tombs just drew a couple cards. Clay Effigy draws another card. We see Murmur in hand again. So even if Faka drops some sort of threat, can easily be murmured away.
Armageddon Angel. Armageddon Angel is the prayer. It's the Hail Mary here that Faka needs to find. It is swimming out there in the deck. It can hit the reset. That's not it.
That is not it.
That is not gonna save the day here, because this is an interesting sort of setup, because the way that Garen has placed these minions means that no matter where this goes, it's game over. You bounce the 7/5 Forgeling, you've got 7 damage in lanes 1 and 2, and then in lanes 6, you got the remaining 6 to get the job done. Literally, you are one health too short here to survive to another card.
Exactly. And we talked about it before. We talked about how during the Swiss chat, who was watching the cast of the Swiss, was saying that yellow green deck, or these yellow green decks, are very difficult to play against, because if they do stabilize, if you don't win that game in probably the first 5 turns, they stabilize and turn things around on you. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Faka had the draws he was hoping for, drawing horn after horn, drawing the Seal of Exile, and then the same seal he had already burnt, not getting a lot of value when he finally had to play it. He did not quite have the hand he was hoping for to be able to combat this. And I think that Garen, with the amount of resources he had and how he played it, just an absolute masterclass in how you set up a board with big threats. And Faka, having no answer here, will let time tick down on his turn, knowing that this one is over. The easiest path is the easiest path, not always, as 1 versus 8 gets flipped here. We're going to have Garen moving forward in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I'll hold my tongue on terms of certain elements of etiquette and such, but I don't know why you just, if it's over, sometimes it's better to just go ahead and pull the plug and say, good game. In this case, we're gonna let the time go and sort of keep as much of the spotlight as we can here. In this case, Garen comes through as your winner in the quarterfinals. A hell of a match. Unfortunately for Faka, they just didn't find what you need to find. And there was a miracle in there swimming around in the form of an Armageddon Angel that would have sort of hit the reset button in a beautiful way. The problem is when you're facing against Fires of Creation, it is a list, especially with yellow and green, that is so it is so top heavy. And it's not just because of the cards that you're seeing from the deck lists, because this deck list can only give you so much. But when you're playing against Fires of Creation, you are generating threats after threats after threats, and you're just slamming in more and more artifacts, which in themselves have their own utility and they're helpful, but they're supporting the overall strategy, which is control, dropping big boy threats. And when you're basically creating these forgelings out of thin air, cards like Seal of Exile only have so much reach into your deck and into your win condition, because you're generating these big boys, these 6-point, these 7-point, these 8-point forgelings that eventually can just slam down, absorb damage, regen your artifacts, and create more artifacts down the road. Find the artifacts. I love Fires of Creation so much, and I love the fact that we are no longer in a red-blue enchantment aggro meta with Overrun that just destroys them too early. I am so happy Fires of Creation is in a situation where it's in right now.
But you said it perfectly, right? It gives you so much flexibility. Do you want to take those forgelings, burn them so you're not burning key cards and ramp up that way? Do you want to go ahead and drop those forgelings on the board? And I think what we saw with Garen's list was exactly that. I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to include a bunch of low cost minions. I'm going to really use artifacts to generate bodies on the board. And I'm going to ramp up to my back end, which is just going to overpower my opponent. You know, having things like the Harvester come down, which also gains you life. Some of that life you may have taken a few hits on at the beginning of the game to put you down into a little bit of a dangerous zone. We saw Faka have, you know, the Allfather's Horn in hand. If he was able to continue to maintain a board presence, if Garen doesn't recover that health, he could potentially open himself up to something like a Seal of Exile, removing a key blocker and having the Allfather's Horn push through for lethal. So I think that the balance there comes down to having the resources and being able to set them up properly.
Yeah, and it's also an interesting turning point play was that point where there were 3 units on rows 5, 6, 7 for Faka. Garen comes back, drops a 5-point forge link to block all 3. You have this weighty All Father's Horn in your hand that you want to use to get for lethal, and it's just it must have been such a crushing reality to absorb and to digest the fact that your All Father's Horn is just a weighty brick in your pocket at that point, just laughing at you because you need to expend all 3 of those units to go ahead and just clear out a freaking token, something that was generated off of a 1 or 2 cost artifact that had no immense bearing on the outcome of the game. You're feeding the Fires of Creation artifact to create these massive forgelings, and it's nice to see Fires of Creation win, and nobody does control better, in my opinion, than Garen. Garen is an icon of the genre and of the archetype. As I think we're going to go ahead and check out the quarterfinals are not done, but we are going to go ahead and peek in at one of the matches that are still going on. It is between Logic, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Is
Correct. Logic and Winged Weasel. So they are the second game, the second quarterfinal game of the top bracket. So the winner of this game will go on to face Garen in the semis.
As we see here, this is a green and purple matchup. I'm just kind of, we didn't really do our due diligence in terms of looking at these lists prior to this matchup. We looked at all the lists prior to the broadcast, but we didn't get to dive into these lists like we did prior to the Garen and Faka match. So it's going to be nice to see how these come through. But Chris, I always give my heart and soul to anybody who plays the Den of Serpents. There, it's the Serpent Den is one of my all-time favorite cards. It was it did so much work in core set versions of stretcher lists that I used to run. I used to love that freaking card. Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily find a home in many of the lists that I play. But when you're playing Goliath's Web next to a Serpent's Den, it is a good day.
You love your sneaky snakes, and I do think that they, are starting to find a place in more of these enchantment decks. We talked about just about every player bringing at least one or bringing a Rainbow's list. And, you're seeing some of these enchantments pop back up, such as the sneaky snakes that you love ever so dearly. Taking a quick look at Logic's deck, though, he's running the purple green, similar in what we talked about before with the Hopeless Necromantics, pulling some big boys out of the graveyard, and you've got out of the boneyard. Sorry, you've got the Helicarrier that was pulled out, I imagine, because it has been banished since. But Logic only being at 7 mana, having played the Helicarrier at 8 mana, pulling those Pack Troopers into hand and really just creating a mess on the board of bodies that Weasel has to deal with.
Now, Tail of the Tape here shows that Logic has an advantage on life, albeit small, with 1. He's an advantage on the board with units to a degree. The hand size is enormous. But Winged Weasel has that, pull the shoot kind of option, the panic button, the Misanthropia to go ahead and reset. Now, Logic can just kind of play it safe here and go ahead and just, not commit too many cards to the board, just enough that might threaten Winged Weasel to pull the trigger on that Misanthropia. Obviously, he doesn't know he has it in hand, but it sort of begs the question that perhaps this is a situation where I don't want to commit too much, even though my opponent has a small hand. You don't want to kind of sell the farm for a shot to swing for not lethal. You want to make sure that you're setting up the board so that you're just chipping away, because overcommitting to a board is something I learned many years ago in something like in games like Hearthstone, etc. You know, you don't want to walk into a Flame Strike and you don't want to walk into a Misanthropia to just reset everything and then you feel real bad about it.
And that's, at the end of the day, like you said, you don't want to walk into something with the open deck list the way they are. We can take a look at Winged Weasel, and we know that he's got a Misanthro still in his deck. He has a at least one Thunderclap still in his deck, a Magnus as well. So you have to be very careful with how you play into this, knowing that yellow and blue do not have any shortage of board wipes. The thing that I want to point out that was interesting as well is the Coxinga, because I mentioned previously just about everybody has brought a Rainbow's End enchantment deck. When you have a Coxinga on the board, you can move those enchantments around to unenchanted lanes, and that's just a utility cost. So we saw the play earlier, moving the Stairway off of lane 7, moving it to lane 3, which allowed the trade with, I believe it was the Quetzal at the time, to go ahead and happen.
It's literally just pulling the rug out from underneath that Quetzal. Like that's basically what happened. The Kazinga comes in and just just trips up the Quetzal for the more optimal trade with the Mimir Reborn. So lots of action there in on the right side of the board. Lanes 4 through 7 are all occupied for Logic. As Wing and Weasel now, like we said, a beautiful mosaic of colors in terms of enchantments painting his lanes. But if he's not getting utilization out of them, he's not actually getting any kind of benefit from them, it's going to be a situation where you're going to have to eventually pull the trigger on Misanthropia and maybe bring the fight to the side of the board where you have the benefits of these different enchantments, with the snake moving up and sliding over to the Goliath's web, and then perhaps sliding over again to get the onto the stairway, etc. But right now, Winged Weasel has to go ahead and address the threat that is posed on the right hemisphere of this board over here. As this might be the indication here, as Logic still has a lot of units to play with, and now he's filling up the board. So we can probably expect that Misanthropia to finally go ahead and plague and blight this board.
And you have to look at doing it now because you have Mimir Reborn sitting on a full pile of six energy. So you're gonna have to go ahead and remove that. Otherwise, the Mimir's Echo that reveals the top card of your opponent's deck and adds a copy of it to your hand with the gems removed and banishes the original. So literally looks at your hand, or looks at the top of your deck, takes the top card, takes it from you, and doesn't really give you an opportunity to answer that. So having to remove it here before he is branded with the Echo is key. So I think that Misanthro was a no-brainer, removes quite a few units. The Coxinga will continue to do damage and could still use its utility, potentially grabbing a Born in Cruelty, but the short stag coming down, the amount of threats in Logic's hand feel endless. Grabbing the perfect grade this turn as well. Goes and gets a Necromantic. The Necromantic will cycle another unit out of his Boneyard. So that's just a huge amount of back and forth here that can be very, very challenging given what Winged Weasel has in their hand.
Yeah, the value that short stag represents with the Necromantic is immense. Now, unfortunately, the graveyard is not necessarily lined up for a home run, let alone a triple or a stand up double. But basically, the Hopeless Necromantic picking up the Axeman off of off of the demise effect can get you some decent value if the Axeman with the Awaken 1 damage factors into it. But I mean, a Hopeless Necromantic into anybody is at the very least an easy single, up the middle. So getting any value from that is good. And Short Stag is such a great recycler of cards, brings something back into your hand before they become ephemeral. And having a Hopeless Necromantic going through that whole cycle of sadness once again, Wing and Weasel is going to be looking. He's basically staring down the pipe here of some pretty nasty things. And unfortunately for him, with that Short Stag having overrun, he's going to eat damage, but placing that Goliath's Web there with the deadly effect is a very, very good answer to the short stag.
Absolutely. And I was just going to say, the challenge with that is the overrun. So here, the trade with the spider will still do some face damage. I mean, not once the perfect grade comes down to deal with it, but it would have dealt face damage, but remove the threat at the very least. And right now, what you're doing is you are not going to see that threat. You're going to see life tap also come down on the short stag. And that might be what changes this game, because I don't see much in the way of an answer on Winged Weasel's side. He can flood the board, he can drop bodies. They can block all they'd like, but the overrun is going to be a real challenge, as well as that perfect grade, who can very easily remove bodies off of the board as well once that energy goes and recharges.
It's Chris. It's not a good grade. It's not a pretty decent grade. It's a perfect grade. Okay. It's basically it's an A plus plus and an S for effort on the perfect grade, which it's a nasty ass card. Not just the fact that it's a 6/7 body, which is nothing to write home about. The armor 2 is a nice little plus, but the fact that it can just go ahead and make room for other minions to punch through is what really sells you on this card. It's expensive. It's 3 purple gems, 8 total cost. But as you can see there, it made way. It got rid of the nastiness that was in front of it in order for the short stag to punch through for damage. Now, this is a different story because Braggy is warded. So the perfect grade is going to likely have to trade into it in order to get the job done. And looking at the cards in hand for Logic,
Let's let's
the
let's not
terminal
forget
calculus.
that is the play. That is the play. The extra body here
Oh,
is
and another
required.
5-point body too.
That is just an insane amount of value. Gonna come down with Born in Cruelty and Terminal Calculus. And just doing it again, we talked about, the player agency in this game. Sometimes the creativity is half of the fun. So doing it that way is just doing it for style points. Just
Yeah.
doing it for style points.
I mean, they don't factor into anything in terms of qualification points or getting your way to the world championship, but damn it, sometimes you just want to earn fans. And that was a cool way. More clicks, baby, and work on that APM in order to find lethal. In that case, Born in Cruelty wasn't necessary, but I mean, are sprinkles on a Sunday necessary, Chris? Is whipped cream on your hot chocolate necessary, Chris? Damn right, you want to do it because it just feels better.
Absolutely. And sometimes too, it's just showing your opponent, you know what? I got you 3 ways from Sunday. It didn't matter what you did. It didn't matter how you went and played that game. I was going to be able to handle whatever you threw at me. And so Logic goes through 2-1, defeating Winged Weasel. So we have, Garen and Logic set up in our first semi-final with Kitsune and Skint Sprout set up in the other quarterfinal game, waiting on that one to face off against Unscathed, who 2-0'd Petamax.
Yes, there's still one more matchup in the quarterfinals that are being wrapped up as we speak. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we do come back, we are going to be diving into the semifinals. It's going to be great. 2 semifinal matches up left, as well as the grand finals. Again, this is the end of season qualifier for Mythgard. $1,000 on the line. Don't go too far. We will be right back. All right, we are back. It is the end of season qualifier for Mythgard's esports scene, ladies and gentlemen. One of the few stops that we're going to be making on the way to the World Championships at the end of the year. Friends, this has been a great start to the tournament. Chris, I know that you and I have played a lot of Mythgard in our days. We have our likes, our dislikes in terms of decks, but your first impressions seeing the entire series between Faka and Garen, as well as peeking in on that Logic match.
I stand by the fact, and I said it the first time I saw it, I hate queuing into anything with those necromantics. They just do so much damage and put so many dudes on the board that you have to deal with. And a lot of times they do it early. We saw, how that came down even in Logic's game. It was just a whole disaster having the helicarrier come out early, dropping the troopers off of it. It was just, one thing after another you constantly have to deal with, and you very quickly run out of resources trying to interact with that. So that was a huge play. And then just seeing the level of control on a game that a strong control player and a strong control deck can have in that Garen versus Faka matchup. But 3 of the 4 series went down to the 3rd deciding game. These guys are all very, very close in the way of their level of or their competitive nature and their skills within the game. So I'm really excited to see as this bracket, this top 8 continues to progress.
Yeah, I would suspect that there's going to be close games right down the pipe, all the way to the finals there until that one is sort of decided. But we're going to be looking shortly as we get the remaining of the games set up. We're going to take a look quickly at the brackets. This is the path as has been fought by these warriors to get to that golden mountaintop, where there is a cash prize as well as 1,000 qualifier points. Now, you can earn qualifier points on the ladder and ladder placements as well, but one of the ways to do it, the flash in the pan kind of sprint forward way, is to go ahead and play in one of these tournaments, these end of season qualifiers. Nearly 100 players played in the qualifier. 7 rounds of Swiss, the top 8, as you see them here. Garen has defeated Faka 2-1. Logic moves forward against Winged Weasel in a 2-1 fashion as well. The Skinspout has gone and disposed of Kitsune, and unscathed went 2-0 against Petamax. So those are the final 4.
I believe there's a typo there. I think that should be skint spout, not skin spout. Just to correct that and make it as accurate as possible.
Skin spout is definitely, I believe,
is
that
a
is
dirty word, and skin spout is a player's name. So
yes,
going forward.
Sounds like a 70s porn star, like Spunky Skin Spout or something like that. Could possibly be up there. But that's the bracket, friends.
These are the top 4, and the qualifying points we were talking about before. The top 4 are going to be all taking home a minimum of 500 points. 3rd and 4th place get 500 qualifying points. 2nd place gets 750. Top place gets 1,000. Now, you also earn 1,000 for finishing 1st on the ladder. So think about it this way: you could be spending 8 weeks trying to grind to the top spot on the ladder, or you can play in a tournament over a couple of days and also get those 1,000 qualification points. Big prizes on the line here.
Yeah, there's no, I guess, easy way to do it, because if you think that just playing in a tournament and winning a tournament is easy, well, not quite. I mean, I remember, Chris, like, you and I played a lot of poker in our day, and a lot of it is, I remember talking about how, it's all just luck, it's luck. If it's luck, I believe that it's from, the movie Rounders, where they say, if it's luck, then why is it the same 8 people at the final table every single time? In this case, there's a lot of names that we've seen in the pro scene for Mythgard, names like Garen, names like Logic, etc. So seeing those faces, really excelling, not only on the ladder here, but as well at the tournament scene, it's very, very nice to see that there are these, these storylines, these players, these heroes are developing. These are their origin stories. When it comes down to the World Championships, we're going to see these players again. So it's nice to have them on standby, just continuously going ahead and crushing through.
And just to talk about that quickly, and for anybody out there who did not participate in this end of season qualifier, there are 5 more. Actually, I let me correct myself. There are 4 more, and then there's a last chance qualifier. So one of these will happen at the end of every 8-week season. The last one giving you a guaranteed spot in the World Championships. So if you're going to win one, that would be the one. But the qualification points were 1 season into this year of competitive Mythgard. Don't miss the opportunity to get involved. We're having these things pretty much every 2 months, so keep your eyes out for the next opportunity for you to get your own qualification points. Top 32 in these tournaments all get points.
It's kind of like that last chance qualifier is kind of like that Money in the Bank, having that briefcase ready to go. You win that, you get a guaranteed title shot, right? So
Absolutely.
it's not like the 24/7 title, which has been won and lost by R-Truth about 42,000 times, but it's still hilarious when you do see it.
Absolutely.
If
Absolutely.
I think we're ready to go and take a look at these deck lists. Again, these deck lists are courtesy of Mythgard Hub. Go check out mythgardhub.com. They do good work there. I remember when this site just popped up, and from the get-go, they have been just doing God's work in terms of setting up your deck building needs. That is mythgardhub.com. And there's Garen's list. We don't need to go through these too much, Chris, because we have already seen them. But again, walk us through real quick for those who are just tuning in.
Absolutely. So, taking it down quickly, we've got the Fires of Creation list with just those big control threats. At the end of the day, you've got your Misanthros to clear the board. You've got your Sapos to deal with large threats. You've got things like Plague Maidens. We didn't talk about those, but the Plague Maidens were a huge part of the Swiss, being able to clear and control the board. Now, in this case, Garen doesn't use Mend as his power, but Plague Maidens with Mend can be an absolute huge threat removal tool, being able to buff their health back up and potentially use their ability 4 or 5 times, dealing 1 damage to everything on the board. When we look at Rainbow's End, again, we've got that enchantment style list. A lot of those were brought. Things like Danger Zone and Guardian Plateau can continue to push additional damage or put additional units on the board. So we've had a lot of enchantment hate as well, with cards coming in, like we saw the Coxinga do some work, which is included here in Garen's third list, the Rebellion Safe House, running a little bit more, I said aggro, but I mean really more tournament aggro. You've got some of those front end units that can hit the board, but you've still got the tools to back it up with things like Perfect Grade and Grand Finale, as the name states, the grand finale to potentially finish off a game there. So I think these 3 lists are pretty much covered. We've talked about them before. We saw the red purple get banned, if I remember correctly.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and red purple is one of my favorite lists, so I'd be very curious to see if it gets banned again, or if we're going to see this one make it to the semifinal matchup.
Yeah, so that is Garen. We saw him in action already. He didn't have the access to that red-purple list. However, there is he is an opponent waiting in the wings by the name of Logic, as we see again here. A Swiss record of 6-1, another very powerful, very great record there. Very sparkling. 6-1. Logic bringing a red and orange list, little shades of the past over there. As we see, he's got Rebellion Safe House with Erode. Some pieces of note here for Logic's list that he's bringing to the table. I mean, 7-Ring Ritual is a great kind of bounce back card in terms of just occupy the board. It just fills up every lane with a 3-1. It's great as a defensive tactic if necessary against an intimidating board, or it's great to just go ahead and overwhelm your opponent when everything is sort of even Steven. Gigantomachia, we've seen that before. Just go ahead and banish everything with a big butt, as it were. Magmator, Wings of Abaton, all of the usual suspects are there to extract lives. Will keep you in the game and remove some disgusting threats. But then we're looking at, as well as at once again, Armageddon Angel, the panic button, to Heaven and Back, Sign of Pride. I mean, what can you say, Chris, about this list in terms of the fact that it's your standard but tried and true red-orange list?
Yeah, I think you're very much talking about some of the lists of old here with, the Stairway to Hades, the To Heaven and Back enchantments that will continue to give you value on your units. The Bastard making an appearance here, a little bit of that enchantment hate we were talking about before.
I have a name, Chris. I have a name.
I mean, that's going to be your nickname going forward, apparently. We have decided.
Bastard.
It is here.
Yes.
You are the Bastard. But the actual Bastard steals an enchantment. So it is a huge play to be able to control some of those Rainbow End lists. So you've got some opportunity to do some damage there. I think Cave is a really nice addition. Again, giving you a little bit of manipulation control over your enchantments, as well as your opponent's enchantments, and continued card draw. Because Ichor Feast obviously it gets you some cards. The Stray gets you cards, but you're also going to have things like Cave drawing you Rebels, the Insurance Broker getting you additional resources. Sometimes the quicker, a little bit more front heavy decks will run out of resources, and this is all here, as well as his path, as well as Logic's path, to be able to go and give you additional resources to draw that game out and continue to keep you competitive the whole way.
All right, well, Chris, it's your favorite thing. Disc of Circadia, Foresight. We've got Hopeless Necromantic. Again, tale as old as time in this case.
I look at
Discard the perfect grade. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I look at this list and I see the perfect grade, and I see that being discarded turn 1 with the disc, and then, as early as turn 3, it pops back out with the necromantic and just absolutely starts wiping the board. So that
Well,
just
I
gives
mean,
me the necromantic gives me nightmares, I guess, as it should. But
we've got a Necromantic, we've got a Vedma Helicarrier, you got an Eco Terso. If necessary, there's a Short Stag. Choose your poison, Chris. I mean, these are all cards that could potentially get cheated out on turn 3 or 4 if necessary. I mean, it's a nasty, nasty thing that you have to sort of look, stare down when you are the opponent against a list that's running Necromantics, and they do have that wonderful sort of 1-2-3 play of, burn a gem, play something, go ahead, get that discard going, get the Necromantic on turn 3, and then you just laugh because they know that they don't want to sort of engage with the Necromantic because of what it represents potentially should it die. But at the same time, do you just want to let that thing kind of run the show? It's a situation that you definitely need to prepare for, and with a little bit of luck, drawing a big boy, a Necromantic in your opening hand, Logic can really sort of just make a statement real early in this game and get a foothold on the board, on the tempo, etc., just by having those 2 cards in his hand.
correct. You can't let them just run the board. Otherwise, especially with 4 in the deck, you have the potential to have multiple on the board. And if they are blocking you, eventually you'll have to remove them and they'll have to deal with whatever they spawn out. Now let's take a look at the third list, Rainbow's End. Here is the token enchantment list that just about everybody is bringing. You got some fun stuff in this one. You got Cradle of Life, which is nice to help grow your minions and also continue to, heal up your life total, because sometimes Rainbow's End can be a little bit slower. If you can't take advantage of some of those ramp tools, you can take a little bit of damage in the early game, but you've got that Misanthropia reset button at turn 5, like you mentioned previously, Flake. So you've got the ability to clear the board, you've got the ability to gain some life, and you've got the ability to do some early clearing with your Mutant as well as your Forked Lightning, doing some damage to the bodies on the board to prevent your opponent from overrunning you while you're getting your enchantment set up.
Who cares? You got Serpent Den, man. You got 3 times Serpent Den. That is just infinite freaking value. If this game lasted until the end of time, those serpents would still be being spit out and representing a threat. That's all I'm going to say. Best card in the game by far, other than Stretcher. Okay, don't hate me. But those are the deck lists as they are appearing in front of us as our players will be bringing here to the semifinals. It is the end of season qualifier here at Mythgard. I am Flake. I'm joined by Christo, the one and only. And we are ready to rock and roll, friends.
The bands are in.
Yes, that is it. So, Chris, you get to see your red and purple matchup by Garen, but Garen is not going to have any access to that devastating yellow-green control list.
Like I was mentioning before, we saw chat talk about it. We're talking about it right now. Those Necromantics can just ramp out of control early game. Both players have banned the opponent's deck that contains that green component. So we're not going to see Necromantics. We're not going to see Short Stags or Tursus or Murmurs. We are going to go, back and we're going to see enchantments on both sides. We're going to see some of those more aggro styled decks with Logic's red orange as well as with Garen's red purple. So there's going to be a lot more unit combat and a lot more interaction there with the actual bodies on the board, plus Rainbow's End. So lots of enchantment play to be happening as well.
So as the players sort of just do their final stretches over here and get their mindsets in the right place, we're getting set for the semifinals between Logic and Garen. The first matchup there is also now I'm going to take the opportunity while we just kind of wait for this to ramp up. An early happy birthday to my dad. My dad is turning 65 tomorrow, which I believe makes him eligible for the vaccine and for 10% off at Walgreens. So congratulations, Papa. Happy birthday. I love you.
Does he watch a lot of Mythgard?
He doesn't watch Mythgard, but he does on occasion tune in and watch me do this. That is the retired life that he envisioned when he was
Lovely.
Working for so long, hard to give me a wonderful life. He wanted to retire and watch me talk about card games and I quote, "I have no idea what's going on." And I was like, all right, that's all good. It's all good. And Mom, if you're listening, I ate my vegetables, so we're happy.
Don't lie to your mom like that.
I ate my vegetables. It's true.
Let's jump into the game. We see both of those pseudo, I like to call them tournament aggro decks because they do have the aggro component, but they're not rush in any way, shape, or form. So we're going to see the red purple versus the red orange matchup here. Um, you know, looking at the hands, I know I mentioned these being potentially a little bit more aggressive list, but it doesn't look like either player has a lot to be aggressive with right now. Though Garen can drop the Believer and put a body on the board, which is exactly what Garen will go and do right now, given a little buff with the Flag of Resistance. Now, we want this little guy to last a couple turns because that will turn them into a Trident God and just really start to threaten the board.
So the issue over here is the fact that that thing, when left to its own devices, is an absolute just nasty, nasty SOB. It just kind of gets more and more threatening as it goes. But count your lucky stars that the fragile, the erode ability, along with an ignition, is the right medicine to get rid of that card. Because when left to its own devices, that card will just continuously evolve and grow into a nastier, uglier threat. Um, and I have dated girls that have become that, and dear God, you want to get rid of that and get out of that ASAP.
That's a lot of tentacles for, oh boy, Flake.
Oh boy! But here comes the bastard who
uh,
kind of looks a little bit like a hipster Legolas to a degree, I suppose. If Mark, you just want to bring up the bastard of Autolycus, Autolycus. I don't know. We're just gonna hipster Legolas is what we have named him, and we're gonna go ahead and meet up there as this card, which has seen several changes. The Shadowvar Beast is going to give the minions in the threatening lanes rather -1, -0, and fragile 2. That fragile 2 is no joke. That is a pain in the ass to deal with.
And let's not forget that speaking of hipster Legolas, he can absolutely take that stairway to Hades straight off of Garen's side of the board, right? And put it on their own side. So that's a big play. This matchup, obviously not having logic facing the Rainbow's End, makes the bastard a little bit less useful here, but definitely still has the opportunity to come out and do some damage given the right situation. The fact that logic's already burnt it and now it just sits in hand may turn into more of a body if need be. Does have Swift, can do some blocking, so it's going to be interesting to see how Logic decides to use the bastard in this situation.
Flag of Resistance coming through, allowing the Stray to just get a little more greasy. As we're also going to go ahead and use that Dark Passenger, because right now card draw is at a premium. You want to make sure that those you're cycling through your deck, getting to those threats as the game is kind of at a slow pace, and we don't necessarily need to just sort of drop in as many threats on the board. And that's why we saw the Trapezis get burnt there, because we want to sort of get the mana ramped up so we can get to those bigger threats. So we can get to that 7-ring ritual. So we can get to the bastard should he need to be to drop in and make make an appearance and steal an enchantment.
Absolutely. And you know what? That slow tempo play so far that we've had allowed Dark Passenger, which is normally something you use to deal with a big threat. You just have it come down just to gain you that additional card. So I think that's a really interesting play on Logic's side to just try and again ramp up those cards. Ended up playing a parry right afterwards to go ahead and get the additional card and continue to manipulate the top of their deck with the divination. But here comes down 7-ring ritual, which will fill the board. Now let's keep in mind that Garen, being purple and red, does not have access to really full board clear. We won't see a thunderclap come down or Magnus or terminal calculus,
Oh,
anything
there's a
like that.
Magmator.
There is a Magmator.
There's a delicious Magmator.
That will clear up some space, and we'll do so on the on row 6 or lane 6 and take care of that right side of the board. But on the left side, that Risen from the Deep is still going to eat some damage.
Yeah,
And also don't forget the demise effect, right? Deals 3 damage to the opponent and minion in the opposing lane. So, I mean, in this case, that parry is just going to get taken care of. But otherwise, you could have potentially removed that with the Risen from the Deep demise effect.
Now, I wonder if that was the optimal use of the attack from Risen to the Deep. You could have just maybe taken out one of the Hellions in rows 1 or 3, knowing that any trade would likely kill the parry at the gates given the demise effect. I mean, it's a different story obviously, because you don't necessarily want the parry at the gates with the agile ability to go ahead and swing around. But I don't think that three damage is that big of a deal. But we're gonna go ahead and Icor Feast here. 3 mana, 3 cards, 3 damage. It's a story of threes as we see the hand fill up over here. There's the Armageddon Angel, Chris. That's a nice button to push when things are getting a little bit greasy. But at the moment, it's kind of calm on the battlefield.
It absolutely is, and you know what? You're talking about the Risen from the Deep trade. The agility on the parry, maybe you just want to remove that to be sure. If the Risen does, take a turn for the worst in a way that does not activate the demise, maybe you want to make sure that unit is gone because it is pretty dangerous. But the extra clear keeps a Hellion on the board. On the other side, the nice Arquebus block is always great because it does pull out the cannon if that trade is made. So you continue to keep board presence while your opponent does not. I very much like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like all styles of Mythgard, but the unit to unit combat here is just really my cup of tea. I really enjoy the aspect of trying to make the most optimal trades. Don't get me wrong, Garen has got some tools in hand like Spirit Away that'll just go and completely wipe something off the board, but otherwise using things like Trapezus and your Magmators to make those exchanges is really, really important. Talking about dropping some heavy hitters, we saw Seven Ring Ritual come down on 7. We're seeing Grand Finale come down on 7. Dropping 2 more bodies on the board. So there's threats going both ways. Neither of these players gun shy with dropping their big cards to try and really gain control.
Yeah, we've already seen a 7 ring ritual. We've seen the grand finale. But this is a Gigantomachia if I've ever seen it. Now you are sacrificing the cannon that you had in lane 6. So you're taking a little bit of a hit there, but I think it's well worth it to just in the sense of cleaning up the board. You still have some cards that you're waiting for. I think that once that bastard gets a hit on Garen's list, and just looking at what Garen is bringing in terms of cards that bastard's looking to actually snipe, it's going to be Stairway to Hades. Having 2 Stairway to Hades on your side of the board is, I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Absolutely, but we're actually going to see Stairway hit the grave here through Scylla's ability. So that's going to,
unique.
yeah, and it makes you wonder, right? You see 3 cards through that, and there's the Armageddon Angel. I have to imagine that Garen did not see the Armageddon Angel in hand, otherwise would have absolutely taken care of that, because the Zilla with the regen and not being able to take more than 4 damage is a real problem to deal with, and that might just be the cleanest solution on Logic side.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes, I mean, you only get access to a certain amount of cards in the deck as the Spirit Away takes out that Armageddon Angel, meaning that, she ain't going to drop on another, or she ain't going to show up again because she has been transported and turned away and turned into something pretty gross. As, oh boy, discard a card at random, hits the bastard. So no Stairway to Hades for Logic, as unfortunately his Stairway to Hades has already bit the dust, and the one that he was looking to snipe off of his opponent has also been completely iced. So there's the bastard is just sitting there. Unfortunately, he's sipping his craft beer now as hipster Legolas is on the sidelines enjoying what's going on. But to heaven and back is that's a good option as well.
And that, as that hits the board, you have to look at what the play the Logic just did. Playing Scylla, discarding a card, he managed to remove the second Spirit Away from Garen's hand, but also then forced Garen to come back with Gigantomachia, which is 2 huge removal tools that came out of the hand already. So again, resource battle here, trying to slowly dwindle down your opponent's ability to remove your threats. And playing something like Heaven and Back proactively is a little unfortunate because you have to imagine that Garen is going to be looking to avoid that side of the board now, but that doesn't mean other units can't hit that, and using thing like Wings, or there you see Wings right here, just going to continue to smack in the face of Garen, who's down to 4. And
boy,
sneaky snake party here. I didn't even see Garen's health total dwindling as much as it did.
It's just crazy how these kind of things happen because there was so much fireworks back and forth, so many big plays, Gigantomachias being flinged back and forth, cards being discarded left, right, center, and hipster Legolas taking Exeun stage left in this case. But as you see, it's just little chip away points that matter because at the certain point, you just go ahead, you drop that, you drop the Heaven, you drop the Wings of Amadon, and you just ignition your own dude. But it's all for a good cause, and there we go. So that is the first game in the book. Logic taking down Garen, despite the fact that there were some pretty significant swing plays there in terms of either discards or it was just tough because the discarding element really took a lot away from Logic's arsenal. But he did pull away, found a sneaky lethal there with the Wings of Abaddon, and Logic is now up 1-0.
That was so interesting. Them dropping bombs back and forth the whole time, just that chip damage, and then the Heaven. Again, playing it proactively is not what you want unless you have a Wings plus Ignition combo in your hand that lets you drop it twice, doing that 8 burst damage to finish Garen off. So quite a fun finish to the end of that game, and I'm super excited to see how this one plays out now. If Logic, and I know we've talked big about Garen's gameplay, I wonder if Logic can move through with the 2-0 here, playing his Rainbow's End list, or if Garen comes back. He decided to play this same red purple deck once again, not switching things up, knowing exactly what he's going to face. That is the advantage of a best of 3 series, where you're banning one. When your opponent wins the game, you know which deck you're going to face and which deck you're going to have to beat twice.
That Brine-bound Believer is looking pretty ominous now, as Logic is going to go ahead and threaten it with the Glory Seeker in lane 7. The problem is that it's you still need an extra turn to go ahead and make it work, as Racer and Shadow is going to go ahead and trade, leaving the Brine-bound Believer to its own devices. Now, there is a Forked Lightning that can take care of it, no problem. Sure, no problem. The issue is, it kind of feels bad sometimes, but it's you're thinking down the line here, because a Brine-bound Believer left to its own devices is it's kind of a problem that you just don't have the time or the patience to deal with. Letting that two mana, that 1 red gem, run the table for the first 5 or 6 turns is enough to give you a headache and really just allow you to fall behind, because it's that 2 points of mana that you're investing that you don't really have to do. You just let it, you set it and forget it, as Ron Popeil used to say regarding his Pastamatic. But that is the same kind of thing. The Brine-bound Believer is the Pastamatic. You just drop it, you set it, you forget it, and then you go and let your opponent worry about it.
Absolutely. And dropping it on turn 2, the challenge did end up working out for Logic, because you can spend 3 mana to empower with 2/2. Now, if that Believer became a 4/4, I don't know that there would have been an easy way for Logic to remove it, minus maybe bouncing it with the Enforcers. So, like you said, you invest that Fork Lightning. Might not be optimal in the sense that you're not clearing out a few different bodies. You're only removing the one, but that Believer turns into a god at the end of the day. Can really snowball and get out of hand. So I think we've established from the first 2 games, neither of these players are afraid of dropping their big threats early to make sure that they keep in control of the board.
The Brine-bound Believer in its second phase of evolution becomes a Thrall of the Trident God. Now, that card cannot be returned to hand, so even the Valkyrie Enforcer just is useless against that thing. That's why it's so crucial, ladies and gentlemen, to go ahead and deal with that card as it kind of appears. Sometimes it takes a little bit of creativity and guile to get it done, but Logic did deal with it, so that's important. As we see here, there is the Merciless Kozinga, which does have the ability to go ahead, the utility action, which is to add a Born in Cruelty spell to your hand. And Born in Cruelty is a card, it's a spell, an outlaw spell, ephemeral, 3 mana, but it does deal damage to a unit equal to its health -1. So that paired up with the Erode is basically an insta-kill on anything that doesn't have warded.
Correct. And what's interesting as well, Garen coming down with the Koxinga, which the Born in Cruelty spell is an absolute great flex card to for some removal. It also is typically the unit you want to use to be able to answer your opponent's enchantments, because you can move them around. But Logic early game actually burnt a couple of enchantments as opposed to playing them. So we saw an Arctic Pyre get burnt, Knoll of Conquest get burnt, as opposed to hitting the board. So decided to take the reactive approach, having to answer that Believer, and maybe tweak their game plan to be able to come back and in this case end up with more bodies on the board than enchantments, really.
When you're playing Rainbow's End. A lot of the times, those enchantments early game are what you want to be burning because it just sort of increases your odds of drawing them back at the end of the turn. By cycling more of these enchantments into your deck, you have a better option of one appearing at the top of your deck that you can draw at the end of the turn. So it's not so much, um, you have to sort of pick and choose which enchantments that are crucial to your early game plans or to disrupting your opponent's plans, as well as which ones are worth burning because they will eventually come back and help you out here. As that Axeman just kind of awaken effect, deal 1 damage to the unit in the opposing row. Braggy looks at that, laughs, and continues his epic guitar solo, and drawing a vibrant Quetzal, as well as the Cradle of Life off of his ability. Now he's got 4 energy in the bank, meaning that if he wants to, he can, on the next turn, choose and draw up to 3 enchantments from the deck. But there is an Axeman standing in his way at the moment.
And like you said, Flake, that's a great opportunity for him to shuffle some of those back, burn the, burn some of those lower cost enchantments. And the interesting part about Logic's deck we didn't really mention before is he does run lower cost units like the Glory Seeker, like the Mutant, like the Quetzal. So Logic isn't in a situation where they absolutely need to drop enchantments to generate board presence. They have other tools such as the Glory Seeker, such as the Quetzal, or the Glory Seeker, at least that we saw this game, come down and create that board presence, allowing them to go back and shuffle those enchantments into the deck and pull potentially with Braggy up next turn.
So there it is, right off the top. The Knoll of the Conquest. The Knoll of Conquest comes up as the Rainbows End path allows you to go ahead and make that a thing. As Warded doesn't protect you from the cold, friends, just from damage. As the Wings of Abaddon comes in and gets the job done before Braggy Runesinger can go ahead and click the ultimate button, as it were. And that was a good, very good Magnus Thorson, which pretty much did what it needs to do, which is wipe out those low health units.
And dropping down the Axeman in front of Braggy was a really interesting play because knowing that the Forked Lightning on Logic's side had already seen 1 turn. Oh, I'm sorry. This is actually a new one. He does not know that he has Forked Lightning in hand. So my apology. I thought that that might have been a way to bait out that second Lightning, but that's already been used. And we have a brand new one fresh for 2 more Lightning Zaps to come down when the time is right. That Harpy also hitting the board. Harpy is a great tool to be able to either boost another minion or transform one that's on the board back to its original status. Now, we're not going to see a lot of that come out of Garen's hand. Not a lot of bodies to hit the board and be buffed, changed, or otherwise evolved. So good chance that this just allows Magnus to continue to do some work over in the 7th lane.
Looking at the health totals here, 13 for Garen, 23 for Logic. Logic having taken the first game of these semifinals here at the end of season qualifiers for Mythgard, and having the board looking pretty barren on the other side there. Garen, nothing represented in any of those 7 lanes, as Logic has some beef on the board, but Perfect Grade is coming down to go ahead and just exact a little bit of revenge on when it was dealt with earlier. That thing is an absolute beast. Perfect Grade comes through with some energy in the bank already, using it efficiently to go ahead and clear up the threat across that was threatening it. And Valkyrie Enforcer is the draw for Logic, swinging away with Magnus, bringing Garen down to 10 again. Though you do not necessarily have the biggest dog in the yard, you do have the ability here to sort of just chip away and gnaw away at that health total, as Garen is clinging to 10. And we've seen it before, Chris. Sometimes you can find those sneaky lethals. Unfortunately, right now for Logic, there isn't exactly a whole lot to go ahead and offer that kind of burst potential, as he's just going to have to populate the board, be a little bit evasive in terms of where he's playing this, stay away from the big threats, stay away from the Perfect Grade, because right now the Perfect Grade is essentially out of gas. It used up all its energy in the previous turn.
Absolutely. And so the Perfect Grade can still do damage to units that threaten it, but by moving those bodies away, you take advantage of Garen's limited life total. I'll speak for myself. I didn't even notice last game how easily Logic was able to chip that total down. And now we're seeing Garen at 10 health. So, Logic can say to himself, I'm at 23. I've got Mend as my power. I can sit back and let that Perfect Grade hit me in the face. It's not the end of the world, because I know that with the focused the Focus Carls, I can go back and pretty much do almost lethal just with what's on the board. So forcing a response from Garen, and there we get our response with 7 Ring Ritual.
All right, so this is actually you may think a knee-jerk reaction, misanthropia, but a forked lightning and a Valkyrie Enforcer will get rid of a lot of this. But hey, why not? What a day for a ball game. Let's play two because 7 Ring Ritual, friends. Sorry, the Forked Lightning there has the mirror effect, which bounces it back another copy into your card as an ephemeral copy. So 2 Forked Lightnings will get the job done. No need to panic. Misanthropia is a cool card, but why sacrifice your own dudes when we could just bust Garen down to 1 health and just stand real tall here? This is a difficult situation. This is a puzzle now for Garen. Can he survive? He's down 1-0, back against the wall. He's clinging to 1 health, and he's got a gigantic transformer that is going to have to do some work here if he wants to get through this.
I mean, he ends up drawing the additional card at the perfect time. The Rebellion Safe House comes out to buy him a little bit more time, another tool. So Serapis comes down, hits the life tap to steal 1 life back. And let's not forget, Logic has eaten some damage off of that perfect grade twice in a row. So this is not a game over by any means. It is definitely going to be challenging for him to find the answer here, though. Serapis has life tap, so you want to avoid going through that. He's going to be able to block the board. So Garen putting threats back out there. And now what Logic had kind of ignored before, not had to worry about, all of a sudden is becoming a problem here. There's an absolute threat that you need to answer, and you may not quite have what you need in hand to do so.
Well, there's nothing in hand necessarily that's going to go ahead and make space for either of those 2 units at the at the both ends of the lane spectrum here to actually punch through for that damage. You have the damage on board, but you've got this, you have the tools in front of you that or Garen has the tools rather to go ahead and not only block these minions, but actually come back and swing for lethal next turn. So the tables are completely turned around here, whereas Garen was clinging to 1 life, and suddenly that's not the case anymore. And even that Misanthropia is, it will save you. And where Logic was pushing for lethal, suddenly he is on the back foot here, and there's really not much that he can do. You could go ahead and drop the Vibrant Quetzal, and the benefit here is the fact that it's not only the gain 3 life, but it's a 2 points of agility that will be able to circumvent and dance around any kind of units that are put in its way.
Absolutely. And so you're going to see the Carl move over because the perfect grade will not die to this first turn of Misanthropia. The energy on the grade will not allow it to completely destroy the Carl either, so can't run through it. We do see the Magmator in hand, though. Obviously, Logic does not know. He's going to take that life steal anyway. So that Magmator can clear out the Carl if he wants to go face with the perfect grade. He also needs to be able to deal with the Quetzal. So there's a few things here you're going to need to worry about. Perfect grade will go through with the deal 2 damage plus the erode ability. You can potentially look at using the Magmator if you wanted to on the Quetzal. There's a few different ways of going about this, but Garen's going to come out with a solid board presence here with Logic, depending on draws to be able to get themselves out of this situation. You don't necessarily want to drop a Valkyrie Enforcer in front of that Magmator, bounce it back into hand, but you may have to. Now, this Cold-Blooded Killer coming down is going to be another threat that's going to need to be answered.
That's right. I mean, it's a funny existence when the Valkyrie Enforcer bounces a Magmator, only to have the Magmator come back and knock on Valkyrie Enforcer's door saying, "I'm still here, mofo." So, but I mean, sight for sore eyes. If you're Logic Harvester, gain 4 life, a big body, drops, leaves a little corn behind. So this is certainly a great card for him to pick up.
And using that ability to go ahead and grab the power as well, use Mend to get that life total back up. Interesting here, you've got Born in Cruelty that's going to finish it off, but the Harvester leaves the body behind, leaves that corn in the way to prevent the Magmator from hitting face. You are going to end up having the Cold-Blooded Killer come down, though, deal 4 damage, putting Logic on 7 life. The perfect grade will end up dying to Misanthro finally, but we got a 6-5 on board. We have a 4-3 on board.
Oh,
we have another Harvester. What are the chances? Now, the Ellie is forged, it does have Swift, so it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, that's going to be tough because It will be able to trade or dance around. Honestly, if you're Garen here, you have two options. Number one is, well, I mean, I feel like you have to trade with that harvester. Any kind of removal of that horse. Of the Gorgon Ellie is basically lights out for you. So you're gonna have to make the trade here because honestly, a field of corn is not
You've
as intimidating as a gigantic freaking farm monster. So
Let's
there it
not
is.
forget the Coxinga, the work it did earlier, getting two Born and Cruelties in hand makes a huge difference here because that is what allows Garen to clear the board without sacrificing the actual unit on the board. So now a full litany of threats on Garen's side, and Logic at best can produce two units, and that is the end. Logic will surrender to Garen with three measly little life points left. We had such a great back and forth there. Both players, on the brink of lethal multiple times, only for top decks and bodies to really just save them. That was a huge climax at the end of that game to really finish it off and tie the series up 1-1.
Yes, the huge climax finisher is basically what we all strive for when it comes to card gaming. You did say it though, even though Garen did win that game with merely 3 life points left, that he managed to triple his life total from where he was at one point when it was looking so dire for Garen, when he was just staring down the face of down the barrel of a gun there with a board and 1 health left. Garen did pull it out and managed to sort of even gain life, and that was a lot of resilience from Garen there to tie this one up at 1. We're about ready to go into the third and deciding game here at the EOSQ, the end of season qualifier for for lots of cash prizes, but it's those sweet, delicious. What are they called? The champion points that you're going to go ahead and cash
The
in to get
QPs, like the
QPs.
qualification points.
The QPs that take you to the final showdown, which is the World Championship at the end of the year. So lots on the line here. It's not just about them greenbacks. It's not just about the cold hard cash, baby. It's about that DAP, that sweet street cred that you get to go ahead and just waltz right through into punch a ticket to that final.
Absolutely. And, we are in the first of these end of season qualifiers. So you want to be able to go ahead and get yourself up into the best lead possible to make sure that you do punch your ticket to the World Championships, because every end of season qualifier, every latter season will give out more and more points. You want to make sure that you've got your points in the bank ready to go so that you can make it to that World Championships for the big old trophy that they're going to be giving away to the top player of Mythgard Esports 2021.
They gotta start doing like rings. Like rings are cool, trophies are awesome. I want to see more like wrestling belt style, prizes. I want somebody to sort of just, hold it up like they just pin the Undertaker. That's what I want to see.
I was just going to say the same thing. Trophies are great, but there's nothing like holding a world championship belt over your head.
Damn right. And I mean, if there was a sort of a heavyweight that we could talk about, it would be Sapo the Devourer, which is sitting dead center in Logic's hand right now. Sapo the Devourer, out of the core set, a vicious meanie who apparently has some sort of sinus infection because there are flames shooting out of his nose. But if we can take a look at Sapo real close, I want to let you know how many mouths Sapo has. He's got mouths on his knees, mouths on his elbows, on his wrists, so many mouths, and obviously a sinus infection.
With that many mouths, is it really that surprising that he has some sort of indigestion that is leading him to just spew fire? Is that really that surprising?
Possibly. I mean, you could have a lot of Taco Bell with that many mouths. But as we see there, Kara Morningwise has hit the table. And one of the nastiest little taxes that you're going to have to pay for playing Snakes is when Kara Morningwives hits the board, gaining +1/+1 whenever an enemy minion is created. And every turn, that Snake is going to sort of shoot out of that Serpent Den, and it's just going to make Kara Morningwives a lot more nasty to deal with. Now, she is sitting on top of the giant stairway. She does look like Carrot Top. So there's a lot to sort of digest here.
I don't know if you've seen Carrot Top lately, but Carrot Top is absolutely jacked, much like Kara is after the opponent plays a few bodies on the board, just gets her buffed up. You talking about how big and bad Sapo is. Kara is very, very similar in the way when she gets to flex. Now, the difference between the two of these is you probably don't want to bounce Sapo back to hand, but the Enforcer bouncing Kara back is going to reset that tax you talked about and those additional +1s that Kara goes and gets every time your opponent drops a minion.
Yeah, no, you're dead straight serious correct about that. I was trying to think about like five different sort of sayings, and they all kind of melded into one. Regardless, bouncing Kakara morning wise is perfectly fine and dandy, given the fact that it does come down back to the original stat line, which is a 5-4. Now, if it does sit on that stairway, it will be an 8-7, which would be harder to deal with. But there is some sort of creative accounting you can do here. But Magnus is going to come in and sort of shut down a lot of the ideas that you had prior to this. So that snake den, though, it is getting you some value by generating units. Every snake that has shown up and poked his head out of that den has been immediately eviscerated by one way or another.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to see here as well. You have got the Knoll of Conquest facing off against, and the Conquest is just gone. We don't want that Knoll there. I was going to say it's interesting because it does have that Sunrise effect, where if the lane across is unoccupied, while it is occupied, it deals 2 damage. But there's probably very few opportunities to leave that staircase empty. You always want a body on there, so the snake will do a much better job of protecting from the big thick bodies that hit the stairway. Let's also keep in mind that, in a lot of situations, you're going to want to avoid dropping, let's say, a snake there in case overrun does come down on the other side of the board. But looking through Garen's list, I don't see much in the way of an overrun threat that you're going to have to worry about.
Chris, I still got PTSD of playing these snakes, and then your opponent just drops like a speedway right across from it and just drops these big boys. And every snake that shows up is just, it's like the saddest gatekeeper ever. It's like that one goblin in front of the gates of Mordor with like staring down like an Aragorn Gandalf combo, and it's just eats it every single time. But not in this case, no overrun here. But that snake generating it every single turn is a nice way to at least mitigate some of the damage being represented by those two units on the other side. And dropping a stairway next to those snake pits is a great way to really, really stretch out the mileage that these snakes can offer. And for once, a snake has appeared and it's able to actually slither out beyond just the initial steps from that den.
Well, Flake, you talk about your sneaky snakes. They may be sneaky. They're not necessarily the quickest. So throwing them down onto a speedway is just dangerous business. So no surprise there that they don't last. What's nice here is that you've got your serpent den next to your stairway. So you want to clear off that serpent den. You want the serpent to generate every turn, and putting the serpent or the snake on the stairway does make it a 4/4. So now it's a bit of a threat. Now Magnus isn't sitting there facing just one snake. He's got a 4/4 to worry about next to it as well. So definitely some bodies there that are going to continue to challenge Garen's side of the board, regardless of the fact that you have, Magnus, essentially a god standing on the top of a giant stairway.
Cradle of Life comes through, it replaces the Serpent's Den as the Enforcer once again tells the Kara Morningwise that there's no room at this table. So get the hell out of here. And the Magnus is likely going to go ahead and make a trade that makes sense rather than let one of those crappy little snakes do what it's got to do. And I say crappy because, well, I mean, at the moment, they haven't been a main threat, but they have definitely posed a little bit of a problem to Garen. And the board that Garen's staring down now is a little bit intimidating, given the fact that really you're going to be losing that Magnus one way or another, most likely. And you are looking at a den next to a stairway, which is a tough sort of pill to swallow. But you do have just a plethora of cards in your hand that you can go ahead and rely on, such as the Armageddon Angel. Now, the fun part about the Armageddon Angel is that it could just be a delicious Sapo food. However, it's only representing a 3/4, so it's not necessarily the biggest deal that you have to, sort of circumvent. But a Sapo taking out the minion that was just sitting atop those
The
steroids.
Rough Rider.
The
Yeah.
Rough Rider.
And, we mentioned before that there's not a lot on Garen's side that does have overrun. That Rough Rider is one of them. That is a unit that would love to see a sneaky snake end up in front of it. But that will not be the case here, as Cradle of Life was replaced in before. Now, Cradle of Life is something you have to really be very careful about, because something like Sapo that comes down as an 8/8, once Sapo hits a 9, will get +3 and overrun. Of course, Sapo just got transformed into a lion, which will be seriously problematic for Logic to deal with. The hand does not look great. You do not want that Glory Seeker while you have snakes on the board, because it gets a benefit from being the only minion. It will likely very rarely be the only minion once you're spawning snakes every single turn.
Well, you'd think that Iguana into Lion is an upgrade. However, Iguana, several mouths. A Lion, only one mouth. So that was actually a downgrade for our poor Sapo, who was then taken out by the Armageddon Angel. And in this case, we're just going to go ahead and try to reestablish a little bit of threat on one side of the board. You do have a little bit of a cushion in terms of 33 health on your side if you're Logic, but you have basically, two gigantic threats in lanes 6 and 7 that you have to address. And Garen just relentless here, blocking all the damage with big minions, with these big impact cards like Braggy Runesinger, like Scion of Pride, and the Armageddon Angel. And for Logic, I mean, you can sort of continuously sort of delve into the snake pit and continuously produce some dudes. But the problem now is the fact that without a impel power, you cannot produce a snake and then impel it over every turn. It's going to be an extra turn that you have to wait in order to get that snake onto those stairs, which by then you're going to be in a deeper hole.
Absolutely. And I know that was one of your favorite plays, impelling snakes over, but since they made the change to impel now costing 3, it makes it a lot less efficient. We know that you're going to produce a 1/1. It's not going to get a chance to move over. The Trickster placement is also interesting because the Quetzal, while it has agility and can go face, it probably also needs to answer that Trickster, because I mean, if it hasn't been targeted by the Trickster to start, you've also got the Glory Seeker. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, because Garen just has endless amounts of threats on the board. We talked about it before. We talked about Garen's comfort in playing a control style game. So even when his health totals are being chipped away at, he saw his hand full of resources. He saw Logic's hand dwindling, and this is going to become a very difficult challenge for Logic to surmount here, as the amount of damage that he can possibly eat this turn is going to be quite huge, with
Oh,
Garen
boy.
continuing to produce threats.
Now, what's fun about Kara Morningwise in this case is that if she spends every single turn killing a snake, she will maintain the same health level, because the new snake will just join the board every at the beginning of the turn, but her power level will go up. So but she does have agile now, so she doesn't really care anymore about those snakes, because she'll just dance around them.
What is Logic going to draw that's going to get him out of this situation? I'm trying to take a quick look through what's left in his deck. Obviously, Misanthropia is a potential option here, because you do have the Angel and you do have the Scion that are both at 3 health. So that would clear the board fairly nicely. But the Harvester, while it's going to be some health, I don't know about the math here, but having the Kara that's got agility is going to be a serious problem here.
Well, I was going to say, if you drop that Harvester on the Circle of Life, it does get a little bit more power. But I mean, agility is what gets the job done here. It doesn't even matter. You just kind of want to,
Just dance around.
and
Dance around it.
In certain situations, Chris, I mean, when it's looking dire like this, and I know that we've all been there where we missed the most obvious people. Obviously, these are pros. These are the top of the top, the cream of the crop. These are the players that know and have these lists basically etched into their mind's eye so profoundly. They know how to operate these lists, and they know how to hunt for lethal. But, sometimes when you're just drawing dead and you're dead, sometimes the best option, the best course of action is just to sort of make the most obvious play, and just hope that your opponent misses it. In this case, Logic put up a great fight. Garen comes through, wins this one 2-1 against Logic, moving on to the EOSQ, the end of season qualifiers for Mythgard. And I mean, Chris, this one came down to just clinging to 1 point of life. And I know that we've talked about this before about when you're playing and you miss 1 point of damage here or there, it's like, oh, does it matter? It matters.
Absolutely. That's potentially the difference between 2-0ing somebody and losing the series in a best of 3, 2-1. We saw again, Garen is just so comfortable playing that control style. He had the resources in hand. He knew exactly what his opponents out were. He played around them, able to control the board. You see cards like the agility come down onto Kara. You see things like the Trickster. I think that is a little bit of an unsung hero play here, where you had the Trickster come down when it targets an opponent's unit, and Logic is in such a dire strait to have very few units on the board. He doesn't want to risk sacrificing a minion for nothing. So he pretty much took a dead turn there, where he did not attack with his two bodies, couldn't remove anything from Garen's side of the board, and ends up being in a position where he just is at the mercy of cards that give agility, cards that allow you to dance around your opponent and really continue to push damage into the face.
And cards like Misanthropia that would have saved Logic in that previous game, sometimes they just are, they wear cement shoes, man, and they just sink to the bottom of your deck. There's nothing you can do about it, and it would have been a saving grace. It would have been an amazing top deck, but sometimes some fairy tales end on chapter 9, not chapter 10. So it's just the way it goes. And in this case, we do have our pro Garen, a veteran of the pro Mythgard scene, moving on to the finals. Logic has going to be relegated to the bronze medal game, as it were. So there's still some chance for some glory for Logic if he can sort of cruise through there. There is still one semifinal match that we're waiting on. If I'm getting some, we're going to be, they're setting it up. So we're almost ready to go there, Chris. We're going to go ahead and refill our coffee mugs because we are jazzed about these upcoming matches. We do have one
Absolutely.
more semi-final coming up. So we'll be back after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go far. It is the end of season qualifier for Mythgard. It's the end of season qualifier here at Mythgard. My name is Flake. I'm joined by the one Christo. Christo, there's a lot of action that we've already sort of been trogging through, but there's also a big pot of gold at the end of this rainbow, 1,000 USD on the line. But tell us a little bit about that other little extra sprinkles, that extra sauce, if you
Talking
will.
about the qualification points, Flake. Is that what we're talking about? Those sprinkles on top, the extra deliciousness that comes along with the big old dollar bill prize.
Damn right, because it's one thing, Chris, to have the championship belt, but you gotta make it spin. If it doesn't spin, it's useless.
Yeah, exactly. You need all the bells and whistles, and that is what the players are competing for today in the top four. Now, these top four, we've seen the first semifinal, we've got the second one coming up momentarily, but these guys are all going to walk away with a cash prize. They're also going to walk away with qualification points. Now, these are earned through finishing in Champions Rank on ladder or finishing in the top 32 in the end of season qualifier tournament. So we had Swiss last week, top 32 all got points. The top 8 come back today to try and take it all home for the grand prize of 1,000 QPs. Now, that is the same that you would make from finishing top of ladder. So different players have different playstyles. Some are more ladder competitors, some are more tournament players, some do it all. And being able to go and get those points where you are best suited to do so is definitely going to give you an advantage. This being the first of 5 end of season qualifiers and the last chance qualifier means that putting these points in the bank early is going to really make a difference down the line, because you can be more strategic with how you go about continuing to ramp up those points. You can play your heart out in season 1, the first qualifier as well, get those points, and then maybe you look at easing off ladder. Maybe you focus more on tournaments. It gives you the flexibility to do what you need later in the game to get one of those 16 spots in the World Championships at the end of the year.
I mean, that's exactly it. If you're going to go down to this, if you want to win these early tournaments, right? You want to finish early on the ladder. I mean, it's a difference of just saying, like, why not lead the game off with a leadoff home run, right? Like, let's just get that lead up there, and it's no harm done. Takes a little bit of pressure off your starting pitcher. You can go ahead and just kind of cruise a little bit better. You play differently. You're a little bit more at ease when you have that lead, right? You know, going into the third period with a 3-goal lead is a lot better than just going in tied when there's chips down and money's on the line. And we're ready to go for the second semifinal as we take a look at the bracket here of how we got to where we are. As we see, Garen has advanced past Logic, a great matchup between Garen and Logic, as we are looking now at the second semifinal between Unscathed and Skintspout. So these two here are bringing their own arsenal of lists, as we're going to go take a look real quick. And they did the same thing. They went through this list. And here they are. They're just so close yet so far at the same time. Skintsprout with that Swiss record of 5-2, Chris, and bringing that is a 3-color list as we see it again: yellow, green, and orange, Disc of Circadia, and Mend.
You know, we were taking a look at this deck earlier before the tournament started, and this was one I was excited to see in action as well. We mentioned that given the Conquest format, a lot of times individuals will bring 2-color decks, rarely jumping into 3, because sometimes you have to give up something in another list. In this case, Skint is running yellow in this list and also running it in the Rebellion Safe House list, so you have to figure out where things are best placed. The interesting part of this is the inclusion of the Gem Cutter Spider. Now, that spider gets additional buffs and benefits based on the different gems that have been burnt throughout the game. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that changes the game with that splash of yellow. Also included in Skin's list is the 3 dual gem cards. So you're gonna get your Plague Mains, which are great control tools. You're gonna get your Prototype and your Herald of Pestilence. So a lot of flexibility in this list. And at the end of the day, it also comes back to the ability to use that Necromantic to get things like the Helicarrier out early game to really continue to challenge your opponent and push them on tempo.
Adding, like you mentioned, including yellow in this as a splash is going to be difficult because if we take a look at the actual requirements, first of all, there's only 4 unique cards that burn for yellow, and a lot of them require 2 yellow gems to actually hit the board. Gem Cutter Spider can potentially be a 6/6, but you're going to have all 3 colors in your color palette there to make sure that you can get the benefit of that card. As we move on to the next list, Rebellion Safe House with Protect as your power. It's a this looks like a red and yellow list coming together in perfect harmony. However, no stretcher. What is going on? If you're playing yellow red, you should be running stretcher, right?
Like, this isn't the kind of yellow red deck that you're going to like. There is no stretcher. There are no sneaky snakes in this one either. There is no serpent den. But you're gonna. That's actually not true. You've got a tangle skin in there, so that can spit you out some fun spider related action in the way of enchantments, but not quite the same type of list. The interesting part of this is, again, that flexibility it gives you. Yellow oftentimes being a little bit more of a control color. So things like Wonder Drug can bring you back from the brink. You've got Cradle of Life to continue to grow your units and give them overrun while you heal yourself. So there's a good amount of flexibility in this deck because red gives you a little bit of that early game reach where you can drop Believers, you can use Trapezius and Prodigies to fill the board and clear the board, and then finish things up with 7-ring rituals, Sappos, Harvesters, things like that.
Yeah, and there's Zolea the Unclean. She is no joke either. There's a lot of big high-end danger zones, if you would, in this case. Move on to the third list by Skinsprout. This is a a purple and blue list. Rainbow's End and Erode. Lots of enchantments again. This is going to be, again, another situation of just painting a beautiful picture. Bob Ross would be proud at the end of this game.
Absolutely. And you've got, again, Rainbow's End was always fairly synonymous with blue, with the stairways and things like that. But this list forgoes that higher end staircase. You're going to be looking at getting Arctic Pyres out, Knolls out, to be able to generate some early bodies, some early enchantments on the board. And then when you flip over to purple, you've got things like your White Moon Arena that's going to allow you to duel other units and really do some damage that way. The top end, again, drops things like Perfect Grade. Moon in the Water can be a pretty big explosive finisher towards the end of the game as well. So a little bit more of an interesting type of list here where you're foregoing a bit on the front end to really build out a more interesting, varied back end to give you, again, that flexibility to finish off the game.
All right, we're going to take our first look at Unscathed with a wonderful Swiss record of 6-1, only 1 loss in this case. I don't think anyone went perfect in the 7 rounds of Swiss, but this is as close as you'll get. 6-1. Unscathed bringing a blue and yellow combination. Rainbow's End, again, more enchantments, friends, with Mend as your power. We're looking at things like, this is the first time I see Earth Slide. I love this card. This is a great catch-up card. It's kind of like your 7-ring ritual, but it's a lot cheaper, but it does take some setup, but it does potentially have a lot more utility.
With the amount of Rainbow's End decks that I have seen today, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Earth Slides, because this absolutely will give you that ability to set up your board the way you like it. You've got the Serpent Dens, you've got your Odin Throne, you've got your early starters with the Arctic Pyres and things like that as well. And then once that's established, that Earth Slide fills up your board and can very easily cause a lot of trouble on your opponent's side if they don't have a delete button per se to be able to go and deal with all of those threats. And then you're getting your usual top end of yellow with your Harvesters to kind of prolong that game, give you some health. Harpy one, great flexibility to delete some units on the other side. And then we get a nice Cradle of Life plus Mend power, which just goes so nicely hand in hand to continue to give yourself more health while buffing your minions on board. So that's just a duo that you see together very, very often.
Moving on to the next list, Fires of Creation, my boy. There we go, Unscathed, representing the only classy path that I would consider, Fires of Creation with Foresight as the side dish here. And like we're mentioning, there's another appearance of blue, and based on the rules of deck building for this tournament, you basically are operating within the same deck restrictions for all 3 lists. So you can't necessarily have 3 copies of something in one deck and 3 copies in the other list. So you have to be very strategic in terms of actually spreading out a particular color across 2 lists. And in this case, another appearance of blue in this Fires of Creation blue-green list.
Absolutely. And again, we saw it earlier with Tufaka's list and the way he split his cards. You're going to see Unscathed do something similar here, where a lot of that enchantment and enchantment support falls into the first list, where here you're going to have some of that artifact support, and mainly a lot more of that slower control style. So Braggy's Ballad draws you cards, Brainstorm draws you cards, Fork Lightning is removal, Thunderclap, Magnus, all removal, and then All Father's Horn to hopefully use that tool to finish the game. So again, you've just got 2 different styles of decks here, and the blue color is able to split very nicely without having to sacrifice too much. Don't get me wrong, in your blue yellow, you always would love to have maybe an extra Thunderclap or a Magnus in there, but at the end of the day, what you do have is the yellow kicking in and giving you that Misanthro to clear the board, Sapo to deal with individual threats, so they do balance out quite nicely here. When you took a look at the green side of things, that media autocam is the first thing that you see, because that is able to go and continuously draw you cards as you play spells, and continues down the line with much of the same.
We're going to see Sable Wing Zero potentially just get out of control here, so keep an eye out for that card when it appears. Moving on, third and final list for Unscathed, purple and red. Chris, you like this combination? Rebellion, Saphos, and Erode. How does this deck look to operate?
Absolutely, and I like this, and it's very similar to the deck we saw in the previous semifinals, where you have things like Grand Finale, Seven Ring Ritual. We saw both of those cards used even back to back on opposite sides of the board to really drop threats and force your opponent to have to deal with things. Having to drop Cold-Blooded Killer, pulling cards like Ellie for Grand Finale is really huge threats. Risen from the Deep that comes out as an immortal is absolutely a challenge for your to deal with. They need to pull things like Gigantomachia out to be able to really banish and clear up the board. You've always got the perfect grade at the top end. I don't think there is any more efficient 8-drop that can go out there and really just wipe a dangerous situation out while leaving a threat on the board. So this is the purple and red list I love to see, and I hope to get to see it in action. But let's take a look at the bans and see if we do in fact see it in action.
Oh, Chris, I'm so sorry. It's Tale of... Yeah, you do not get to see Unscathed go ahead and rock sauce with that red-purple list, but we are going to see a nice, hefty helping of blue, apparently, and that's the way that she's going to go. Again, those deck lists are courtesy of MythGuardHub.com. Ladies and gentlemen, go and check out MythGuardHub.com for all of your Mythgard deck building needs, information, deck lists, everything you got. It's done by some really good people. MythGuardHub.com, MythGuardHub.com. If I say it 3 times, so remember it. Mythgard Hub. Chris?
.com.
That's right. Okay, let's. I think we're ready to rock and roll, friends. It's the second semifinal here at the EOSQ, the end of season qualifier. The players are getting set up. We're about ready to rock and roll, and I have received many inquiries about the television in my background and how old is it. I believe that television is probably over 20 years old. It is not necessarily a television. It is a museum piece. It plays all my old consoles without any input lag. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot, if it functions, I can't throw it out, okay? It's going to stay there forever. It is as much a part of me. It is the longest committed relationship I have ever had with this TV. So I am now common law with that TV. So
you also cannot remove it because that thing is so old and so heavy that you will have to just roll it right out your window. There's no other way. It's not going down the stairs. Forget it.
Well, that's it. It's either going to be going off my balcony or it stays in here. Like that. There's no other options, frankly.
Absolutely. So, Skint, Sprout, and Unscathed jumping in, exchanging pleasantries. And you know what? I'm excited for this list because Skint is going to be running those gem cutter spiders, going to be running the 3-color list. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. Will there be, any backlash from running those 3 colors, potentially not being able to burn what you want and potentially jamming up? But no issue with Skint starting out with that recruit, being able to find that additional, orange gem to burn to get that out on turn 1.
Now you got to start thinking about what you want to go ahead and discard. If you want to get that necromantic on curve at 3, you're forced to go ahead and burn that white tower warden right now and hope to draw a green gem so they can curve it out. But it doesn't look like that we're going to do that right away. We're going to go ahead and hit the mend to gain the life. Go ahead and discard a card to go ahead and set up your graveyard. The white tower warden is what gets tossed away. But the problem now is that you're still minimum 2 turns away from a hopeless necromantic on the board. But you
And
are setting up your graveyard quite handsomely.
I was going to say that is exactly the challenge, right? You want to burn that green mana to be able to drop the necromantic, but the problem is on turn 2, you absolutely want to use your power to set up your graveyard, and that warden is what you want in the grave. Being able to draw you cards as you burn them is going to be important, especially early on in the game. But thankfully, Skint pulls out the Helicarrier and is able to burn that to start loading up some of those green gems.
And here's the benefit of having 2 colored cards like the yellow and orange Golem Hunter prototype. Piercing Slayer 1 does not take retaliatory damage when attacking, and it gives a construct minion Blight 2 when dealing damage to it. So you want to talk about the perfect remedy to these these elemental constructs that get that are created from playing these artifacts. That would be it. The difference is that there's only one on the board, and those eventually those forgelings, those constructs are just going to eventually just not care because you're creating so many of them, and they're going to be bigger, badder, nastier as the game progresses. So when it comes to strategy against these Fires of Creations, my biggest fear when I play these Fires of Creation lists is the fact that I'm just going to get overrun, that I'm going to lose by turn 5. And you want to be able to play these early forgelings as just blockers. They're not there to pose threats. They're there merely to extend the game, to keep your face and your artifacts safe from these threats. And as we see now, there's a 1/1 blocking the Golem Hunter prototype, which takes no damage when it attacks against anything, frankly. So that is a nasty card that you have to deal with, and that again is the benefit of paying two different gem colors for a unit like this. You just get a sort of buffed up stats and abilities.
Absolutely. And you mentioned before, when you're looking at, we talked a lot about the bans. We talked about which decks you want to select and which ones, you worry a little bit more about, but we didn't talk about the matchup as to that mind game of which list am I going to select. And obviously the prototype does work against the constructs. It puts in that little bit of extra damage, adds the blight to it. So while it's not a be all end all, because to your point, we already see 3 forgelings in hand for unscathed, they are still additional bodies that are going to hit the board and going to, get manhandled by the prototype.
And we're back to that situation of board presence versus hand size. And there's early enough in the game where you don't necessarily need to worry about it. Forked Lightning doesn't necessarily have the cleanest, most pristine target right now. There's no lane that really does the job as well as you might want it to. You'd think that maybe putting it between the eager recruit and the necromantic might be the best option here. But again, you're only killing 2 points of damage off the board. There is a situation I feel where perhaps it's best suited for Unscathed to perhaps trade into that necromantic or kill the necromantic on the same turn that you can Traitorous Murmur the big boy that it gets in return. That might have to be what happens here to mitigate and deal with that threat. As again, Unscathed is merely just blocking damage, cycling through the deck for looking for more artifacts to perhaps just not just find stuff that'll help him deal with the problem that he's facing right now, but also just to create more forgelings to just jam in the way of these disgusting this board that doesn't look like it's not huge, but it's getting the job done.
Absolutely. And you know what? You mentioned it a little bit earlier on where you were always concerned about losing this game, let's say by turn 5 when you're playing Fires of Creation, because you don't necessarily have the bodies to protect the board. But a little bit of the difference is in this list, you have so many inexpensive artifacts. You drop your auto cam turn 1, that continues to draw you cards. You drop your Living Sword for 2, that's going to continue to protect your life total a little bit because your opponent isn't necessarily going to want to trade the bodies in. So it gives you the ability to get out inexpensive forgelings, have them hit the board. We just saw the Constructor hit where that gives you additional maximum mana. So that is another huge play that's going to help that ramp and help that tempo kind of catch up as time goes on. We see Skint knowing that, hey, that sword is going to damage my dudes. I'm going to plow the necromantic into it, knowing that I want that thing gone and I want my warden.
Pretty much. Now, if they do take that route, the Saddlesec has two more charges left. Now, the safe route would be you just attack with your lane 1 and 2 minions because they'll survive. But if your objective here is to get that necromantic flipped and upgraded to the card in the graveyard, if Mark, if we could just check out Skin Spout's graveyard, I just want to take a look at what's lurking in there. We see the eager recruit on top, but that is just the top layer, friend. The tip of the iceberg is below that. The first card that we're going to see is the White Tower Warden, a mythic card that is comes in lurker warded. When you burn a card, draw a card. So that's a card that they're looking to pick up with the necromantic. That was the setup early on with the discard, which allows the necromantic to really get some top end sauce, if you will, when it gets traded there. But Traitorous Murmur could be the medicine that we need, as we see Unscathed not really abundant on gems, still lacking that green gem, but a green gem off the top can really save the day if you are unscathed.
And that's a great point. Like, using the constructor to up your maximum mana is huge. Not having the gems, though, creates a challenge. Dropping the recursionist, though, last turn, typically your recursionist when you're playing a spell heavy deck is something you want to last. You want it to survive a couple turns, but in this case, it got a nice block in, and it allowed you to get an extra copy of Forked Lightning, which is a way for you to clear the board without having to put too many threats down. But this is a problem. We mentioned Murmur potentially answering the Warden. Unfortunately, that's not going to be possible here, as Unscathed does not have a green gem or a green card to burn for the gem. So may need to fish for more cards with Brainstorm. A pretty efficient use, at least, of your gems, since you don't want to play anything with too many doubles. The Fork Lightning is going to come down and do some damage, but not really clear anything. It does allow an auto cam to come up, though.
Well, you can go ahead and double up on that Forked Lightning if you want to go ahead and clean up the Scion of Pride in row 1, but you're still staring down a nightmare of a situation here because, frankly, that Forked Lightning didn't do anything. I mean, yeah, it did some damage, but that damage will then be just wiped away by one click of the mend button, and everyone's back up. So you have to complete the package here. And another Forked Lightning kills the Scion, but look what you're looking down the barrel of 13 more points of damage. That's devastating. You have to start blocking some of this as another Forgeling hits the board to go ahead and at least eat up a little bit of this damage. And we've talked about this before when we played Stretcher and whatnot. These Forgelings are there in the early game merely to just stand in the way and play gatekeeper to these units that want to go ahead and deposit that damage to face. And those Forked Lightnings just never found the proper home, especially since White Tower Warden is warded. You'd think that a Forked Lightning in between those two units would have been really, really good to just double up on, but unfortunately it's not the case because warded protects you from that non-combat damage.
Absolutely. And you know what? In the situation that Unscathed was in, using that first Fork Lightning was really just the used to proc the auto cam to get an additional card. Unfortunately, that card, I believe, was a Brainstorm and wasn't all that helpful either. So you're going to have the Forgeling come down, block a bit of damage, but the trade actually comes through the Warden. If the trade had happened through the Arquebus, you would have ended up with a cannon. I was going to say Pride comes down to transform that 1/1. So playing a more offensive version, since your Scion is already in the grave, going and doing 4 damage. So that's going to be a big, hefty hit to Unscathed life total. And I don't know if this coming back from this. This is the one downside to playing, let's say, a blue-green list. You're not going to have your Misanthropia, let's say, to go ahead and clear the board.
I mean, looking at what could really help and save the day here, that is a green gem that you can go ahead and burn. But what are you stealing that makes sense? This one is unfortunately just got away from Unscathed. I don't know if it was a matter of just not having access to the gems necessary, but being overrun. Skinspout did have every card he needed. Was managed to dodge a lot of these removal cards like Forked Lightning, some very clever places of playing these of where these units were placed on the board throughout the lanes. Now it's a different story. Obviously, you're just jamming in as many bodies as you can in those 7 lanes just to sort of go ahead and push damage, knowing that your opponent doesn't have Misanthropia, like you said. And not only that, a Thunderclap is not gonna bust you down either. So double Thunderclap could get the job done. Actually, not even. Double Thunderclap does the sorry, the
The
White Tower Ward, but there's not even 2 Thunderclaps in this list. So you're
no,
pretty much you're safe no matter which way you slice it.
the only card you really have to worry about is Terminal Calculus. It could remove 9, 12 damage from the board. It still doesn't prevent lethal, though. So Calculus would be one thing, but you would have to follow it up. Fork Lightning, nice answer here in the way that it removes one unit from the board, but it's not really going to answer because that the Arquebus ends up turning into a cannon, and that will be it for game one. Skinspout taking it over unscathed.
That's correct. That is how she wrote it. And then unfortunately, it was just a matter of just too many threats on the board that you either could not do damage to based on warded, or that actually had, demise effects that continuously let threats reappear, such as the necromantic, and it's everybody's dream that when they die they turn into a cannon. So that's essentially what happened in this case. And Skinspout does take that game. It kind of got away from the unscathed, but that's why we play 3 games, and there's still one left to go for Skinspout to move on to the finals. We're not quite there yet, friends. There is more Mythgard to come, as Unscathed and Skinspout are ready for their next matchup.
Flake, I'm a little sad. We did not see any gem cutters in that game. Hopefully we'll have an opportunity to see them down the line, because I think that would be a fun card that we do not regularly see in tournament play kind of come out and hopefully do some work, because they have the potential to snowball as well.
That's your favorite thing, Chris, is 2 Allfather's horns in your hand. It's like the best thing that you could possibly hope for.
Well, early game, look, you want to go ahead and you want to burn them so you have the opportunity to get some blue gems rolling. Having 2 auto cams in hand, I must say, is a great opportunity for you on turn 1, drop 1, get your Forgeling. Turn 2, playing a second auto cam and a Forgeling on board is a pretty solid setup here. So the lack of spells makes it a little bit more awkward, because you're not playing Forked Lightning at this point. You're probably not necessarily committing your recruitment either, though you may want to drop it on the board just to continue to ramp up. That will give both of your auto cams 3 energy. You'll be 1 away from actually drawing cards with them, and it'll put more bodies on the board, more threats.
A lot of Skinspout's early game cards here, like the Axeman, the Racer in Shadow. These are all responsive cards. Are you really going to give up a Racer in Shadow to take out a 1/1 Forgeling? Like, does that really matter? Is the Axeman going to come down to threaten that Forgeling as well? I mean, eventually you're gonna have to put something on the board. You're gonna have to actually produce some threats. But a lot of that early game unit presence or they're there as a responsive tactic to early game aggression. And there's the Axeman comes through. That 1 damage is negated by the armor held by that Forgeling, but it's still a fair trade. Should Unscathed want to go ahead and just push face, but there's no reason for Unscathed to actually go ahead and attack that Axeman. You probably want to wait till your artifacts are perfectly healthy, but a Forked Lightning here is perfectly fine. Again, the deck lists are open, so Unscathed knows that a lot of these small bodies are there as a response tactic. So using that Forked Lightning there to make room is perfectly fine, because you're not using that Forked Lightning to remove smaller threats from your opponent necessarily. You're using them more so, to maybe just make, it's a card of opportunity versus, a removal tool against a wider board.
And let's not forget the 2 auto cams on board on Unscathed side is just such an efficient use of any of your spells. That Forked Lightning gets you 1 step closer to drawing 2 cards. That also removes the threat, also allows you to push through without having to make an unfavorable trade. So that was win-win-win across the board. And, having the 2 auto cams, you could look at even going ahead and doing something like Raid the Tombs to draw you 2 cards, use both your auto cams to draw you 2 more. I'm incorrect. You cannot Raid the Tombs because you only have 1 card to banish, but Overkill will draw you a card and allow you to draw 2 from your auto cam. So refilling the hand on Unscathed side is going to allow them to produce some threats, allow them to get deeper into their deck. We see Brainstorm and Braggy's Ballad, more opportunity to continue to fish deeper into the deck.
Nothing like giving overrun to a 1 attack minion. That is a style move if I've ever seen one ever. And now here we have a Rotary Forgeling going into row 4. It has the blast effect, so a strategic placement in row 4, allowing it to reach into the opponent's row 5 and deal damage to that stealth minion. Now that stealth minion, the Koga Imposter, I don't think there's any secrets here because of the fact that the deck lists are open. And That's a unit that it does do damage, and the key element to the Koga Imposter is that if it's killed, the demise effect allows it to drop a 3/1 with rush. So again, stickiness on the board is key in many times because it allows you to maintain board presence against decks that like to remove and have tools to get rid of those early game creatures.
I know, Flake, you were talking earlier about overkill, giving overrun to a 1/1 minion, but I would every single time pay 1 green gem and 1 mana to draw 3 cards. That is an excellent trade when it comes to those autocams on the board. The Fork Lightning here is actually going to put in a little bit of work as well to clear out that side of the board, and all you've got is a 2/1 that you're really not that worried about. We talked about it before. Do you really care that much? You're going to get pinged for 2 damage. You just lost a Forgeling. It went and healed up your artifacts, so their durability is pretty much full. You're not terribly concerned about taking 2 damage.
A 2/1 on the board. I mean, exactly. The 2 damage here is nothing that you need to worry about necessarily. That is something that you probably need to worry about. In which case, this might be an opportunity for you to go ahead and just Traitorous Murmur that card. That could be the target that you want to find here, given the board state. Is that the best use of this mana here, Chris?
Well, if you look at it this way, the Coxinga has to be answered because dealing 8 damage to an enemy artifact as a utility action every turn is simply going to get out of hand. You're going to end up having your board completely wiped, and I don't really see another efficient answer here or another way of dealing with it. So Murmur might just be the best way to get that off the board, protect it, and don't forget, on your side, even though your opponent's not playing any artifacts, you still get to generate a Born in Cruelty spell every turn, which can be a very, very dangerous tool. So there we see it, burning the 3rd green gem to grab the Coxinga off the side of the board, and will immediately generate a Born in Cruelty.
And he's upside down too to show that he's confused. It's like, what the hell happened? I was just here. And now I'm here. So there's the Traitorous Murmur is gonna go ahead and recruit that Merciless Kazinga to the other side of the fence. And now you're generating your own Born in Cruelties, and now it's basically a situation that's completely reversed. The Skin Spout now has to go ahead and deal with that problem.
There's so much you get so much value by stealing the Coxinga, because also there's the enchantment play that you have access to, and with Skin Sprout having the Rainbow's End path, you know that he's going to be running different enchantments. You've got White Moon Arena in hand right now, so that will be a great way to move that around and prevent the dueling from happening. Unfortunately, not going to have a really easy way to deal with the Gamma Senin, so that might become a little bit of a problem unless you want to. I was going to say use the Born in Cruelty to answer it, but
But
the
you don't
Gamma
have a
Senin
purple gem.
exactly, and having it pop back every turn. I completely forgot about that. The fact you can steal it, but Born in Cruelty does have a purple gem that you will not be able to generate.
That's right. So I mean, literally the steal of the Traitorous Murmur, or the use of the Traitorous Murmur on the Kazinka, was more of a I don't want you using its abilities against me.
Correct.
So you're not necessarily sort of doubling up on the fact that now I get that ability, but Born in Cruelty, unfortunately for Unscathed, has a 1 purple cost in order to use. And there's no purple in this list for Unscathed, other than the font or the color of his game tag, meaning that he's hit Champions rank. So good for you on that. But you can't burn your name to generate a purple gem, unfortunately. And in this case, that Kozinga really is its only use. It's only is going to be against those enchantments, because I don't think there's any artifacts either for Skin Sprout.
Nope, exactly. That would be an enchantment mover. But at the end of the day, that Murmur prevented Skin Sprout from attacking with doing 5 damage, and prevented him from continuing to just pick apart his artifact. So it's pretty much a no-brainer to grab it, even though the Born in Cruelty is not something you can necessarily use. But it's still going to prevent, like you said, your opponent from continuing to manipulate your side of the board. So not much you can do here against it with the Coxinga. You're going to see the arena come down. So we do know that that's going to have to answer the Coxinga. Otherwise, that's just going to get moved. And there we go. Ends up dueling. It gets the buff off the duel. So it's more advantageous than making the trade, because the trade would have not given it the additional buff and left it with just 1 health.
This is a good Magnus though the Senin does get bounced back to hand. Magnus does at least clear up a little bit of what that problematic board state right now. It's not, you know, in all honesty, like Magnus here feels like it's a surefire thing given the board state and the just the low health totals of all the minions. However, the Senin gets bounced back to hand, and both of the imposters drop even scarier units. So as you see here, you're going to have to take the trade. You're probably going to drop the Magnus, which is going to mitigate at least a little bit of that stickiness that these minions are representing. The problem is that that doesn't necessarily do a whole lot for you in terms of getting any closer to how you want to win. I mean, there's Magnus. Magnus is going to get a little bit of this problem solved, and we're going to go ahead and start digging for more options as a brainstorm leads to another brainstorm.
So interesting play here. Obviously, you want to be able to answer because you do not want to continue to allow the duels to go on. So you need to answer that. Going ahead though and playing Magnus, I've always been taught card game wise, draw the cards first. If you're going to go and you're going to play that brainstorm, play it first. See if it gives you other options before you go and let's say just drop the Magnus to wipe the board. Because as you said, it's a less than ideal clear because the clan
Ooh.
elder does pop back out. So it doesn't entirely deal with the problem. Not that there was a better option really in hand. The funny part about this Born in Cruelty is the ephemeral tag on it prevents it even from being shuffled back into the deck with Braggy's Ballad. So it's pretty much stuck in your hand at this point and doing a whole lot of nothing.
Sitting on the White Moon Arena is the Gamma Senin, again, allowing it to duel other units on the board. And any duel that has been won on that actual enchantment in the arena will just improve the units that's there. So that's a scary snowbally kind of card that you got to deal with as Braggy's Ballad just goes ahead and grabs some more cards. Raid the Tomb is a more card draw. Should you need it, there's also Brainstorm ×2 in the hand. You have a lot of card draw, but not a lot of cards that you're going to necessarily use to really go ahead and push the tempo, though Academy Recruits does give you a little bit of presence on the board.
Anytime you draw something like Academy recruitment though, and you're playing it against blue, it just always feels bad. You know, you don't ever want to drop a 7-ring ritual against blue because Thunderclap just kind of answers it real quick. So does Magnus. So it feels a little bit bad. It'll give you bodies on the board. It'll continue to boost those auto cams as well. So it does give you a little bit of reach. But if your opponent just comes back and hits Thunderclap, it's just really a sad state of affairs. The thing as well here is if you're looking at it, you know, obviously Unscathed doesn't know this, but that's pretty much all Skint can do next turn. He can drop the Knoll of Conquest. The 2 Thunderclaps, not really the most efficient use, especially based on the board right now. So we may see some duel come down and a Thunderclap just for the extra points of damage, but Magnus lines up face to face with the Gamma Senin, can duel him, can overrun him. Well, not overrun per se, can just hit him and clear him out. So there's lots of options. Lots of ways for Skint to deal with this, and the Jinsuk Dollmaster is going to be a nice opportunity to drop something and do something a little bit more efficient than just hitting a Thunderclap this turn.
Yeah, when you're fighting in the arena, having Jinsuk in your corner is a great way to just ensure that you're going to win some of these matches. That Jinsuk Dollmaster is a pain in the ass. It's a lurker, an 05, so it's not really going to put in the work on its own, but it's got some nasty effects there. If we could just bring up the Jinsuk Dollmaster, I mean, it's a tough card to get out. Three purple gems. It does cost 5, but the effects of this card, you know, give another minion -2/-2. You know, shift a player's minion as far as it can go to one side or the other, so it can make space. It can weaken units, as we see over here, and just ensuring that some of these trades are just, you know, really, really efficient and favorable. So, you know, having a Jinsuk nestled so closely next to that Gamma Senin is a tough thing to sort of stare down without a card like Misanthropia, without a card that can just go ahead and get rid of it. Now, Led Astray, however, is a great card to get rid of that, but it doesn't guarantee that it's gone. It just means that it's off the board at the moment. You might see it again later, but I feel like there's no other option right now for Unscathed, right? He has to get rid of that card.
Well, Led Astray is a fun tool to use because it does look at strength of unit, not cost, not health, but it targets the strength, which is something that obviously the Jinsuk Dollmaster, the legendary artiste, does not necessarily have a whole lot of. but the Dollmaster is just going to give that Gamma Sending the opportunity to win just about every duel. It's going to allow for favorable trades. It's going to allow the rest of this board to really get wiped out. And if you look at Unscathed side, the Led Astray is rough to use because you're technically taking off 0 damage. Now that is going to be an interesting change because you're going to drop the Recursionist, you're going to use Led Astray and get another copy. So that's going to give you the flexibility to do it more than once. Unfortunately, with the dueling, it doesn't look like the Recursionist is going to stay on board for very long. The arena just really makes Skin Spout's reach just absolutely enormous, being able to target minions in any lane across the board to duel.
It's a card that, White Moon Arena with the right setup is a card that just essentially runs the table when no matter what you play down there. Jinsuk there as a support card to this effect, to this strategy. Skin Sprout is not necessarily desperate to go ahead and push damage against Unscathed. What they want to do in this case is just to ensure that this combination stays pretty well intact, given the fact that the cards in Skin Sprout's hand, Thunderclap ×2. Okay, cool, no problem. You already have the dueling unit there. You also have Knoll of Conquest, which creates a 2/3 Carl, but is that necessarily gonna, swing the game? So right now you're really banking on the fact that 1-2 punch you've got in lanes 1 and 2 are gonna do a lot of work, are essentially gonna represent an enormous thorn in Unscathed side, and it's going to be a little punch for 7 here, bringing Unscathed down to 16. And though the card size, the hand size rather, here are completely different. Unscathed has access to a lot of tools necessary, but Raid of Tools is card draw, Brainstorm is card draw, Thunderclap doesn't solve any problems. Led Astray is really your only bastion of hope to maybe help you out over here. You've got one sort of sitting there. And again, Chris, I can't stress this enough. How many times have we seen Allfather's Horn just, sit there like a bowling ball?
Absolutely. Allfather's Horn, given the right board setup, absolutely wins you the game. Unfortunately, in the situation that Unscathed is currently in, there's not a lot to do, and that unburnable card is now going to sit in hand for the time being. I think you brought it up perfectly. That combo in lane 1 and lane 2 is just going to be really problematic. Playing Led Astray on the Dollmaster does give you a little bit of hope because you feel like your units can actually survive. However, White Moon Arena gets the value on the enchantment, so it doesn't really have anything to do with the unit on it. So when the Gamma Senin eventually dies, gets bounced back to hand, what happens is it comes back down and gets that boost from the arena. So, the arena is really putting in value and long-term value, not necessarily just for right now. Using the auto cam, you have to assume at this point it's less about drawing cards and it's really just more about getting out your forgelings. And I think that was part of the problem. And Unscathed was a little bit crippled with the fact that they didn't have a lot of artifacts or ability to really generate forgelings, which is what they needed on the board to be able to mitigate some of these threats.
That forgeling now, even though Jinsuk is going to make it a 5/4, it will trade with the duel. So that's not the worst thing at the moment. However, I'm a little bit perplexed at the use of the Led Astray on the Carl versus using it on the Jinsuk. Jinsuk is 2 turns away from having the max mana necessary in order to go ahead and have the emblem effect, the branded effect of return a minion to its owner's hand. And once you have that going, once that's in your back pocket, that doesn't go away. That branded effect is not tied to the card. It is a overarching, it is basically it's a power that you yourself will then be able to wield. It has nothing to do with Jinsuk. But instead, going in this case to go ahead and just make some moves here, said adios. We're going to just go ahead and push you to the side. A great use of that ability to move that unit to the far left or far right. In this case, going all the way to the edge of the earth and making space for the Gamma Senin to go ahead and push a little bit more damage, as Skin Spout is looking real nice in terms of where they're going to be when it comes to winning the game here. And I think, Chris, what they're looking to do here is, I think he's just trying to populate every single lane here so that Jinsuk can't move anything. Or maybe not. I'm still a little intrigued as to what's going on here.
Well, it's interesting because at the end of the day, you have to look at it and, oh, what
Oh
do we have
Lord.
here? We were talking about how Allfather's Horn can really just answer the game, and we didn't even see that coming.
No, that is a beautiful use of that. And it's, in my opinion, I was thinking more defensively. I got to get out of that mindset of being afraid to play the game. But check this out. You are just going to go ahead and swing for lethal. These three little drones that showed up, and kaboom, bam, and you have damage to spare. And that 1-2 punch sitting in lanes 1 and 2, that Gamma Senin and that Jinsu Dollmaster that looked like they were just sitting pretty atop, in
Wow.
their skybox, watching as the fight went on, and suddenly it was just a matter of, all right, you want to push me to the side? We're gonna make this happen. And finally, Allfather's Horn does what it does best, which is just sneak in for that lethal, give you a whole set of mana to work with again, and just like that, Skidspout was a victim of unscathed, sneaky little lethal there.
And think about it this way: we were talking about how Skid Sprout took advantage of the ability of the Dollmaster. Let's just move this forging out of the way and push damage on face. And I think at a certain point, you have to look at it and decide, when do I go from being the controlling the board to really pushing damage? And Skid Sprout said at that point, okay, it's now. I need to move this aside. I have the health total. I'll be okay, and push face. But what that ended up doing was freeing up that Forgeling to go hit face twice. And the mix of that, plus Cauldron, plus inexpensive spells in the hand, and Allfather's Horn was just the combo that did it all, put the work in for Unscathed to tie this series up 1-1.
Moving in now, ladies and gentlemen, Eiffel 65 mode engaged. It's blue on both sides, friends, as we go ahead, dropping the Quetzal in row 2. A little Awaken for some life. A 2-2 agile unit is not necessarily a threat, but it's a threat early on. It could trade well. Unfortunately, that is an uglier threat, as we see another wonderful card, newer card, Knoll of Conquest, comes in. Great little 3-mana play to drop a fairly interesting effect here, where if the lane is occupied and the opposing lane is unoccupied, deal 2 damage to your opponent. So you do have this chip away damage should that lane not be addressed.
Correct. So you're going to want to remove that. Now, Unscathed has the possibility of dropping a Serpent Den into that area, exactly like is coming down right now. So, those Serpents can start making the moves over, continuously block the lane across from the Carl to prevent that damage from happening. Should Unscathed so choose to do so, and keeping the Quetzal there forces your opponent to make that trade while you still continue to push face damage. And, we've seen throughout this tournament how key it has been to just do that chip damage, do that damage when you are capable of doing so. Don't force a trade. Don't think too hard. Just that continued pressure is what can lead to some of those big combo lethals at the end of the game. Or, really those combo lethals, seeing the Father's Horn come down and do it, or when we saw Wings drop on to Heaven and back, things like that. The chip damage down the line really does play a big factor, especially when you're looking at somebody who's playing like Skin Sprout, the blue-purple list that's not going to have a ton of life gain in it, if life gain at all. So you know that this damage is going to be long-term.
There's a Rune of Denial sitting there in Unscathed Hand, a card that not many players are playing when they're representing blue, but it does have good effect. It does have the mirror ability too, meaning you get double duty on it. And there's Zolea. Zolea has showed up on curve, ahead of curve, apparently ahead of schedule. She's on the board, and the lurker effect with the snakes continuously popping out will be helpful. In this case, that is a difficult nut to crack if you do not have the right answer, because she can be a thorn in your side. She will constantly be giving blight. She will give units +3/+0 where necessary. But her final form of 6 energy used is to you are branded with, at the end of your opponent's turn, they lose 5 life, and basically at that point, it's all she wrote. So this is a high priority target for Skin Sprout to address.
And I think, as you mentioned, ahead of schedule, she comes down thanks to the use of the Leprechaun coin, part of that pursuit of Rainbow's End. So that comes down, and it just causes her to be more difficult to deal with. The earlier you drop her, the more limited your opponent's resources are to answer. And that's going to your point, really be a challenge, because on Unscathed side, he's got Mend. So that's going to continue to heal up Zolea, going to continue to make it more difficult to remove. And if Zolea does hit that final form, which is quite rare, to be honest, because of how devastating it is, normally you have to commit everything possible to try and answer that.
This might be a situation where Knoll of Conquest hits row 5 to again isolate, or sorry, insulate rather, the Zalea sitting on row 4. You're putting two minions sandwiched between her, or rather, she's sandwiched between these two minions that allow that lurker effect to be very effective, and you're also leaving yourself 2 mana to go ahead and mend yourself. So I suspect Knoll of Conquest in roll 5 here. I'll see. There are smarter players than me, obviously, in this game. That's a fun little poke there. But again, with the Blight on that Axeman and the Mend effect, that Axeman will be gone. The question is, do you use mana here to, again, continue to insulate Zolea, or do you feel like she's fine here? But again, that Racer in Shadow is not going to do any work against that Zolea. There's a snake to her left, and should the Racer in Shadow drop in on row, let's say 5, it's going to have to deal with the Carl, which cannot be dealt with right now. So if Skin Sprout wants to get to that Zolea, they have to get rid of that Carl efficiently so that the Racer can come down and finish the job on Zolea.
Absolutely, and you said it perfectly, right? Where putting that Carl out on, let's say 5, or in this case 6, which is nicer. It gives you a little bit more ability to spread out to answer. It still does insulate her. Unfortunately, the removal of that Carl leaves her wide open to getting taken out by the Racer. So that is one threat answered. Braggy still hanging on. The Palace underneath is just propping him up for the next little while, going to allow him to continue to cycle. But if he survives this turn, he's going to be able to go and draw 3 enchantments because he only has Blight 1. He's going to be okay for the next little while. So we're going to have to see how Unscathed, or if Unscathed decides that they want to deal with this Braggy in row 7.
It's a really awkward move here because Valkyrie Enforcer will reset the count on Braggy, but then the Blight is gone. So Braggy will eventually die to his own devices here. The problem is that the clock is just not quite in your favor. Time is your enemy in this case because the Blight will not catch up to the amount of energy that it has. Because next turn, that Braggy, like you said, is going to draw 3 enchantments and everything's all honky dory. It did its job. It got the value it needed, and you'll have all the enchantments you need. So the Skin Spot's going to have the opportunity to draw those enchantments. What's the other option here? Do you Rune of Denial it, and get rid of the Blight and just leave it as a 3/3 on the board? I mean, is that what you want to do here, or do you just say screw it? I'll give you the 3 enchantments. It's gonna die anyways, but still, that's like 3 turns away from being worthwhile.
And just given the enchantments, you're also going to end up eating damage turn after turn, right? This 3/3 is still going to hit you for 2 next turn and hit you 1 for the turn after. So that chip damage we talked about is still going to be a thing. So instead, yeah, the enchantment, or it looks like that Braggy's going to be able to grab the enchantments. That's going to be some nice fodder for Skins to go ahead and burn. To be able to shuffle back cards that he can then draw with Rainbow's End. So give some flexibility there. Yara coming down, though, instead of Unscathed answering Braggy, comes down and looks more like, hey, you know what? Here's a threat of my own. Figure this out, because otherwise I'm going to breach and I'm going to start grabbing copies of your cards.
And Agile will allow it to do that. It's just sort of go ahead and circumvent a lot of the defenses that Skin Sprout's going to place and to challenge that Yara. And Braggy doing what Braggy wants to do. Again, Blight is giving it, maybe 1 more turn of life for next turn, so he'll be able to go ahead and cycle another card. But the fact that Braggy has been hanging on for several encores by this point, the crowd is tired, and but there it is. We heard it. Living on a Prayer has been played. So Braggy can probably, descend into the night. The job is done as it drew the 3 enchantments that it would look to draw.
Absolutely. And now we're going to see the Junkyard Valhalla come down, just going to continue to drop minions on that, getting the dredges out. You're going to have that vis-a-vis the Serpent Den, which is also going to produce units regularly. So it's going to be a bit challenging here because you're going to have all kinds of units all over the board as the axolotls come out and do a little dance.
It's nice to show those off. I mean, they're a nice little extra flavor of emoting, if possible. Never in the BM type. I mean, come on, let's be honest. It's never about BM. It's always about style. As we see here, Yara now gets a free swing in up tight. Again, her ability, Yara sitting in row 4, her ability is she's got Agile, but her breach ability, breach being when you do actually land damage to face, Look at the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck. Choose one to copy without gems in it, in its cost, and add it to your hand and shuffle everything back. So you're basically looking at the top cards of your opponent's deck and you're grabbing one. And those gems are all vanilla gems so that you can use whatever you want. You know, Canadian dollars, lira, zloty, freaking pounds, doesn't matter. You pay whatever you pay. You can use buttons, you could use paper clips, and it's all good. But Yara's going to go punch through here. The difference is how do you protect against that imposter? Because the imposter has a nice 2-for-1 action here by trading with the Quetzal and then going ahead and finishing off the Yara.
Absolutely. And you know what? Interesting play by Unscathed. Went ahead, drew up to 7 cards, gained some life. Nice play by Gulveg's Grace. And the interesting part about this, right, is that both sides are playing blue enchantments. So grabbing the Arctic Pyre is going to be huge because of the Earth Slide that was picked up not too long before that. Keep in mind that the more enchantments on the board, that Earth Slide is going to get bigger and bigger.
Earthslide, again, a card that we mentioned earlier, that it was a very big part of these enchantment lists early on in Mythgard, in core set, etc. Kind of got pushed a little out of the wayside for better cards sometimes, but Earthslide still has a great effect. Earthslide, of course, is a spell. Create an Earthslide elemental in each unoccupied enchanted lane. With the strength and health equal to the cost of that card. So you're making a 4/4 in in Junkyard Valhalla. You're making a 5/5 on the Giant Stairway, which then gets a 3/3 buff. So there's a lot of value off of that 3-mana card. As we see, the Yara and the Quetzal both bite the dust from the Imposter and the Clan Elder that was dropped by that Imposter. So that's a very efficient use of that card. As we see here, the Axeman comes in and just steps on that snake, and I won't say steps on the snake. It released it happily into the wild, into another life.
I mean, it carries an axe. I have to assume it would not be stepping on the snake either way, but that is just an assumption on my end. Who is to know? All we know is Sneaky Snake is now gone, but let's not undercut the value of Junkyard Valhalla based on the way that Unscathed Boneyard is set up. We see Zolea come out for a second time. Where on turn 7, we've seen her come out for a second time now, continuing to poison away, blight away the opponent's units. But we also see Yara coming up next. So some big threats still to come on Unscathed side through that Junkyard Valhalla, while Skint's Junkyard is a little bit less threatening with an Imposter coming out next after that Axeman bites it or steps off the enchantment.
Can we just take a quick look at this health total of 42? You gotta feel good about it. You have a massive hand. You've got Earth Slide and a whole bunch of enchantments ready to rock and roll, and you've got a 42-point life cushion here that you can kind of fall back on should things get a little hairy. That's Zolea. Curious that it went ahead and attack and got rid of the Koga Imposter. You could probably suspect that Unscathed is going to go ahead and insulate that Zolea next turn. I don't know how, but I feel like, okay, apparently there's no big deal. Apparently that Zolea is meant to die, but that Imposter does drop the Clan Elder, which does have Rush. So there is the damage necessary to deal with the Zolea, as we see right here. No problem. Little Getty lead, a little Neil Peart, a little Rush action to get rid of that Zolea, and that Zolea was ephemeral, so she is now gone.
But don't forget, what that essentially did is cleared up the lanes around Valhalla very temporarily as the Gamma Ascendant comes down, because you look at the next card coming back and it's going to be Yara, right? And Yara, with that agility, continues to steal, not steal, copy cards, let's say, from your opponent's side. But Yara is going to be made quick work with that Carl with focus, can easily remove that. Unscathed not having much else on the side of the board, however, does have a full hand of tools to use here. Quite a few enchantments that I'm sure they'll be looking to get set up to be able to get that Earth Slide off as a potential finisher down the line.
So might be a situation here where you're going ahead and just starting to prune away with that Rune of Denial the more threatening enchantments. And we saw this earlier. Rune of Denial is not exactly a popular card in this tournament, but it has its use as Junkyard Valhalla gets rid of that enchantment and all of the units that would all the units that would have otherwise spawned off of that enchantment. And Yara here, sure, she's gonna die. She's sort of pinned to that lane. But at the same time, she will trade with a minion, which is nice, and no lurker ability for her to protect her. But now I think the time is for Unscathed to just go ahead, start, dropping more enchantments on the board, set up that Earth Slide when it's most convenient. You still have Kara Morning Wives, yeah, which has done nothing but just sort of watch from the hand. But again, with a 42 points of health, you're really sitting pretty here. Where even if things kind of turn ugly, you have some time to go ahead and fix this mess.
Absolutely. And again, like I mentioned previously, just Unscathed has a variety of tools at their disposal to be able to, answer or work down what's going on the board. So this Yara again probably be made a short work of. Have the Gamma Senin making the trade with the Senin. So giving Fragile again the Senin on the Shatterstone Palace. That gives +2/+2 and immunity to damage from minions that have Fragile. So giving Fragile with the Erode power prevents it from taking damage, makes for a nice clean removal, and keeps the board full. And I think that's a key tool because Skint is a little bit lacking on in their hand. They don't have the resources to continuously fill the board with units, especially with Junkyard Valhalla coming off. Going to want to preserve what they have and continue to reinforce their position.
A second Earth Slide just makes that first Earth Slide feel a lot more, a lot better when you're going to play it. I mean, I would suspect that this could be a situation where perhaps you drop, you sidestep some of these units, in order to make room for a future Earth Slide. Dropping a stairway and putting a snake on it is also a nice little play there, whereas it forces your skin sprout to sort of start making trades to clear up the board, and then you just respond with a big Earth Slide with a full board once again. So pretty, there's a lot of flexibility here for Sunscathed and how he wants to approach this. Taking the time necessary, you still have some big threats. He's been hanging on to Kara Morning Wives. He's got that Enforcer if it's going to be necessary in order to, bounce something that's really terrible for him to deal with, or maybe just make room for a sneaky lethal. But also the second iteration of Rune of Denial also exists. There's the Kara Morning Wives. Sitting pretty in the corner there. Again, that is a threat that needs to be answered because that just gets nastier and nastier as the game progresses.
And you mentioned it before, and I want to bring it up again. By playing Gullvig's Grace as early as Unscathed did, it gives really a nice ability, a nice amount of flexibility, because not only can they establish the board, establish their enchantments, get that Earthslide rolling, they also have the health total to be able to do it. If you don't feel the need to answer everything your opponent drops, it's not a big deal. You can kind of just sit back and wait, take a little bit of damage, continue to establish your board, and pretty much be ready to go regardless of the situation. And there we see just further reinforcing the giant stairway, or the Kara with the giant stairway.
And hanging on to those Earth Slides again, it's a nice insurance policy should the board get dealt with, right? There is a Thunderclap. The Thunderclap's not really going to do a whole lot of work. You're really just getting rid of the Gatekeeper. And I mean, Braggy is warded. You're getting rid of a snake. Kara doesn't really give a crap about it because she's going to be taking not enough damage to actually get dealt with. But I mean, here's the Thunderclap as we mentioned. So you're getting rid of a few of those units. Kara still survives though, and Braggy just sort of shakes it off. Now here's what we're talking about. Here's the removal of a lot of the threats, and that the benefit of having 42 points of health to sort of fall back on, because that was a lot of damage that was pushed through. And if you're like 20 or under in terms of health, that is a dangerous situation. But when you're that high up in health, you can just let that happen and not worry too much about it, because you can even let these units swing again, and it's not, you're still alive. And all they did was make more room. Another unit appears on the Junkyard Valhalla, another snake emerges, and Kara can swing through for another 8 points of damage, putting you real close to lethal.
And let's not forget the fact that we've mentioned it before, the Junkyard Valhalla on Unscathed side has continuously brought out threat after threat. So Sven hitting the board went ahead and reduced the mana cost of the next enchantment by 2, which made that Cradle of Life very inexpensive to drop. 2 cradles come down here. We're going to see the Earth Slide, which is going to be a major threat against Skin Sprout, and the Thunderclap having gone out the turn before is really going to make it borderline impossible to answer this, except for the top deck. That's going to do some work.
Magnus is going to actually do some work here, and it's not just in the damage that Magnus is going to actually produce, but the body that is going to represent to block perhaps some of the other damage that's there. Magnus isn't it's not the cleanest in terms of killing, but that is the right move. You want to give that some fragile. Magnus is going to come through on that enchantment. It's going to go do a whole lot of damage, but the thing is that Unscathed is just going to respond with another Earth Slide. Because Skin Sprout might make some trades here that make sense. For instance, the Gatekeeper into the Elemental, and like everything is just fire sale, baby. Everything must go, but here we go. We're just going to restock the shelves with more Earth Elementals.
And that's it. At the end of the day, it comes down to that life total. Unscathed can sit there, can take a hit. Okay, no problem. Let me drop this Earth Slide. Oh, you spend resources dealing with it. You lost a couple bodies on the board. No problem. Let me do it again. And I know your Thunderclap is gone, and I know your Magnus is gone, and I don't think you have a way to answer this. And if I take a look back through the deck, I believe we said that Skint is only running one Thunderclap in this list, and therefore, doesn't necessarily have an answer. I'm actually incorrect. There is a second Thunderclap in Skint's deck, so there's a possibility for that to do some work should that be top deck, but I think it's going to be a challenge here with the potential of a second Earth Slide.
But doesn't matter. I mean, at this point, like if top decking a Thunderclap is not really going to do anything, because you have literally stared down a devastating move like Earth Slide on a full enchanted board. You actually got through it. You got your Magnus. You got the fragility on one of the elementals. You got the work done, and you're met with the exact same situation. It's like getting T-boned by a tractor trailer. You walk out of it, you feel good, and another one hits you right after that. It's the situations like this that are so hard to just digest from a mental perspective, because you feel great about getting out of an otherwise dangerous and very like lethal situation like that. You feel good about it. Like, hey, I got out of it. We're back to zero, and then you just get hit with another right hook that is so devastating.
And even if you are able to go out and block the Earth Elemental on the left side, you're able to block the 3. That Harvester is going to get overrun thanks to the Cradle of Life. It's also going to get a 3-point buff at the beginning of the turn, putting it up at 9,
man.
which means the Valkyrie Enforcer can make quick use of the Drang, pop it back into hand, and smack in the face for Unscathed to take this best of 3 and move on to the finals.
Yeah, it's always painful when farm equipment is what kicks you out of a tournament, friends. That's how it goes. Winner Unscathed has won this one 2-1. Great game in that case. And again, we talked about Earth Slide and Rune of Denial as cards that are not necessarily as prevalent representing blue in this tournament, yet here they are actually winning the game. And Earth Slide ×2 just representing so much value. 3 mana that just puts so much beef on the board. And if you are Skin Sprout in that case, you sort of dodged one bullet, but you can't dodge 2. And that was it. Unscathed moves on to the final, facing Garen. Friends, this is the end of season qualifier for Mythgard. My name is Flake. This is Christo. I am just, I don't want to say flabbergasted, but it is so great to cast these matches because there are so many great players that play this game. But seeing the best of the best here at this tournament, it is always entertaining. And you can't be perfect all the time. You can't spot all the lethals. The fact that you can sit back and just call this action with me, Chris, it's a great afternoon here.
Absolutely. And I think you said it perfectly. At the end of the day, these guys are at such a high level. These individuals play this game and see things that, you and I don't even see when we're sitting here casting it. So being able to flabbergasted is still a good word, being blown away by some of the interactions that go down, the plays that are made. We talked about, the Earth Slide, for example, something that we didn't see a lot of, despite the fact that everybody brought Rainbow's End, and in this case it pretty much won the game going back to back with them. So some really fun plays, some interesting pieces that we've seen come together. You brought up Rune of Denial not being played a lot. I actually took a look at the stats thanks to mythgardhub.com. They brought, I believe there's 4 copies of Rune in the top 8 as a whole. So we're talking about everybody bringing 3 decks and only 4 copies of Rune showed up. which means that despite the fact that there is a little bit of enchantment hate being teched into almost every deck we saw, you didn't see Rune show up that often. And answering that Junkyard Valhalla early in the game really prevented his opponent from being able to put together a lot of units. You know, Skinspout didn't get that regular reoccurrence of units from the Boneyard that we saw Unscathed get, dropping threat after threat from the Junkyard.
You're not wrong there, and it's just a small little play like that that has so much significance down the road, because removing the Junkyard Valhalla is not just the recurring value, like you said, of those units coming back from the Boneyard to reappear, but it's also the fact that you do have, if anything, another body to block some of those Earth Slides, that those elementals that has appeared from Earth Slide. So should possibly that Rune of Denial not be played on that Junkyard Valhalla, you have another unit there that you can go ahead and do some work with, which means that you can deploy other units to block other threats, such as a gigantic harvester that all it wants is corn, and it managed to seek lethal in that case. Friends, this is the EOSQ, the end of season qualifier. We've got some qualifier points on the line, as well as $1,000 USD. The final between Garen and Unscathed is around the corner. We're going to take a short break. I am Flake. This is Christo. Hang tight, friends. We have the finals right around the corner. end of season qualifier here for Mythgard. The players have gone through a grueling set of 7 rounds of Swiss, and the top 8 is going to culminate right now to this final between Garen and Unscathed, the 2 titans of the game. Garen with plenty of tournament wins under his belt, as well as Unscathed, who is going to be facing him for that crown for the first EOSQ on the way to the World Championships at the end of the year. Let's take a look at this bracket, Chris. Look at this. Look at these beauties who made it all the way down to the finals.
Absolutely. And you can tell, we saw it coming in. We looked at the top 8. Everybody was either 6-1, 5-2. Nobody went perfect. This top 8 was extremely competitive. Only 1-2-0 occurred in the quarters. Everything else has gone down to the third game. You've got Garen versus Unscathed coming in. They've got 1,000 qualification points on the line and $400 for the first place winner. So that is going to be a huge head-to-head that we're going to see momentarily. The third place game, unfortunately, is going on off air. So we're going to hopefully have the result for you to see who locks up a couple more dollars, as well as some additional qualification points when Logic faces off against Skin Sprout.
That's right. So that is also happening in the sort of in the background, friends. Behind the curtains, we have Logic and Skin Sprout fighting for also a lot of money and also a lot of qualifier points. But the lion's share is going to go to the winner of this next matchup between Unscathed and Garen. We've seen the deck lists already this afternoon, but why don't we go take a look at them once again, as they are kind of finishing up their stretches and getting all their mental acumens about themselves. As Garen, we mean, what more can we say about Garen the person or Garen the deck builder? These are the lists that he's taking to the party, Chris. Garen representing the gigantic mountain person avatar, which is actually the one that I have been using for 2 years now. So that is my favorite one, because a big dumb mountain can also get the job done. But Chris, briefly, because I know we want to get to the action, but yellow, green, and Garen, is there anything that's basically, chocolate chips and vanilla ice cream?
Right on. You talked about how Garen is a Titan, a stalwart of this game. His avatar representing a Titan, a mountain that is alive. Yellow and green, just bread and butter for him. You're going to have that kind of control aspect. And Garen has no problem playing from behind. We've seen him do it quite a bit, just continuing to manipulate the board, control it in his favor, and go out for the win. Something we haven't seen, and albeit his yellow-green was banned once, those Plague Maidens came in real handy for Garen and for a few other players in the Swiss qualifier. We haven't really seen it hit the board yet, mainly because of the amount of times that the yellow-green has in fact been banned. So I'm curious to see if that yellow-green is going to get banned again. It's just such a challenging control deck to get around. We also saw his red purple get banned once as well, so I'm very curious to see what the ban is going to look like here, how it's going to play out, and which deck we're going to see. Most players seem to have an issue with Rainbow's End. We've seen a lot of it not get banned very often, so I wonder if Garen is going to continue that style, come through with his Rainbow's End list, and have one of the other 2 banned as well in these finals.
Rainbow's End is with Infused there. We see it again. We'll see how this one sort of shakes out. And again, purple and red. Now, Garen's had his yellow-green band, and it didn't phase him. He's had his red and purple band, and it didn't phase him. So perhaps maybe we go down the center here and maybe ban the blue-orange. We don't know. Unscathed is contemplating that as we speak. Moving on to Unscathed in his deck list. 6-1 in Swiss, representing that looks like, I don't know who that is. That looks like our friend Gary after a night of vodka. So that is Unscathed with his 3 deck lists here. Rainbow's End representing the path and the power of Mend for a blue and yellow Fiesta here. And we saw this just a second ago. 2 Earth Slides were actually the deciding factor of that game that went back and forth pretty nice. So Rainbow's End versus Rainbow's End, which we ended on earlier. This is a nice little added spice. You'd think that Earth Slide would be included in pretty much every Rainbow's End list that represents blue, but in this case, this is where it came through for him in the previous matchup that brought him to the finals. And finally, second rather, Fires of Creation, again, moving forward, and green and blue with Fires of Creation, and we saw this earlier as well, getting a lot of value out of those forgelings and just controlling the board where necessary and getting the threats, to connect for damage whenever you can. And Chris, finally, I mean, purple and red is your jam here. So lead us through this last little bit before we get to the finals.
Oh, we see it on both players' side, right? You've got with purple and red the just the ability to drop so many threats at the end of the game. You've got Grand Finale, you've got Seven Ring Ritual. I won't repeat it any more times than I already have, but things like Perfect Grade just have incredible stopping power. Removing your opponent's board and generating your own with things like Grand Finale to drop a forged Risen, a forged Ellie, things like that can make it real challenging for your opponent to constantly answer your threats because you can go both wide as well as tall and just, manipulating that kind of interaction to make sure that you set yourself up the way you want to be set up. I think it's really great to see Unscathed come into Conquest style in Mythgard and still play one color across two decks. Not a lot of players decided to do it. A few of them did, but just by adding a splash of that third color that they used somewhere else. But in this case, Unscathed goes very heavy in blue in his Rainbow's End list, fires a creation, still is able to sprinkle in a little bit by using Thunderclap and Magnus to get that wide removal, getting things like Ballad and Brainstorm to draw him cards, and Allfather's Horn for the potential finisher. Taking that out of the Rainbow's End deck makes me wonder if Earthslide wasn't included as another way to just kind of finish off the games since he didn't have access to Allfather's Horn in both decks.
And in that Fires of Creation list, Chris, it's worth noting that blue in this case is representing just some board control with Thunderclap, Magnus, etc., but also, just accessibility to your deck by running the Brainstorms and, the Braggy's Ballad, etc., as well as Allfather's Horn to sort of just sneak in and find that lethal when necessary. So blue here representing more of a support role versus the Rainbow's End list, where blue is really the center stage main actor and main driver of that deck, in my opinion. So let's go check out what the opponents or what the players have banned, rather. And now we saw Garen have 2 of his 3 decks already banned in this tournament. Let's see if the trifecta is complete as we move to the ban screen. And oh boy, okay, well, Garen, again, no access to that purple and red, and still a little disrespect to Garen playing green-yellow.
So that's going to be interesting because green and yellow can absolutely become a problem. Like you said, it does require you to draw nicely. It doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to get you, a big unit to drop into your graveyard on the flip of your disc, and then be able to go ahead and have, something come out that you're able to get those necromantics going. On Unscathed side, that Fires of Creation list is getting banned. That's interesting. We saw him win a game with Earthslide multiple times, so it's surprising that maybe that wasn't taken care of when we look at the Fires of Creation deck being the ban.
Well, I mean, when you've got a Serpent Den and a Sapo in your hand, I think that things are going well. Just for the record, Serpent Den has made it to the final. OP card. Please nerf. No, actually, don't nerf it. Great card, but it's good to see Serpent Den actually sort of sneak its way in here. A lot of these old school cards like Sapo the Devourer that maybe are not as prevalent and auto-include as it maybe once was, but seeing it here in the tournament scene is really, really nice to just see it in action again as 2 Earthslides in hand. Unfortunately, that's not a card you want to see now. That's a card you want to pick up late in the game. I'd burn one of those bad boys and maybe hold on to one. But Earthslide to me is, obviously something that you want to maximize value for because it could either bail you out of a sticky situation or it could seal the deal later down the game.
Absolutely. And I just want to go back a second because you did mention Sapo potentially not being included that much. I went back and take a look at the stats. Thank you, mythguardhub.com. And Sapo is included. All 8 players brought a Sapo. Just to give you the quick rundown, because I think it's really interesting. All 8 players brought Sapo. 8 players brought Giganto, Oak of Dodana, Braggy, Magnus, Harpy 1, and Scylla of Dire Straits. So all of those were included in every single list brought by each of the top 8.
Yeah, Racer and Shadow is the most played card alongside Arctic Pyre, both of which are 28 copies in all these decks. So again, big thanks to mythguardhub.com. Mythguardhub.com. It's .com. Go to check them out for all your deck building and Mythgard related deck information needs. Great people, great website, awesome stuff. They do not deliver food, so they're not perfect yet, but who knows what the future will bring.
And I think the Arctic Pyre is just a perfect example of, the fact that just about every player here brought a Rainbow's End, Arctic Pyre being an inexpensive enchantment that hits the board, generates a body as well. So something that obviously players are going to want to bring in and get out of their decks early. You mentioned previously the Earthslide being in hand for Unscathed. It's unfortunate because while burning one probably makes some sense, you do typically, as you mentioned previously, want to be burning those enchantments, putting them back in your deck so you can draw them with Rainbow's End. So shuffling back an Earthslide doesn't really guarantee you to draw it again, and can make things a little bit awkward if you don't end up finding them again before the end of the game.
Model of Duality, a nice card to pick up, especially when you have something like Serpent Den on the board, giving you the ability. It's just an enchantment that sits by, and whenever you create your second minion in a turn, you draw a card. So Serpent Den producing snakes means that you just drop a minion and you're drawing a card. So a good way to have access to your deck and your resources. Burning those enchantments, like you said, Christo, is what you want to be doing. Preferably in a list that allows you or that runs the Rainbow's End, which means that at the end of your turn, should the top card of your deck be an enchantment, you just drop it into hand. So putting those enchantments back in the deck and shuffling them back in there gives you a little bit better odds to actually have an enchantment off the top. So but in this case, I think it's just more of a matter of maybe just establishing some of these threats. That Serpent Den, a Serpent Den on turn 8 is it's fine and dandy, but having that thing chugging along early on will really help you out in terms of just not just generating a board state, but having something that your opponent will have to sort of keep in mind ongoing.
And the thing about a Serpent Den as well, right? When you get it out on 8, if your game plan is to finish this game with Earthslide, you don't really want a Serpent Den on your board, because a lot of times what ends up happening is that ends up, negating what you would generate from Earthslide. So dropping it early is great, prevents a little bit of damage, slows the pace of the game down, and then down the line you go and replace it with something else. You get that mana back, generate that mana that will allow you to make bigger plays down the line as you go. I did mention Plague Maidens before, not having seen a lot of action here, but this Plague Maiden's gonna do some work for sure. Just kind of sitting out in that corner can pretty much remove whatever hits the board and keep things under control on Garen's side.
Yeah, it's a nice little control card for a green-yellow list early on to just get rid of a lot of these weenies that are just standing pat and not necessarily threatening you. But the more that they appear, the more threatening that they become. It's Plague Maiden is kind of like it's like a diet control card. It's not pure control, but it does get the job done. And hey, why not an 8/8? Let's just toss out an 8/8 on in front of that snake.
Turn 5, 8/8, nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. And forget about the snake. That Plague Maiden, of course, can remove that snake very easily, do very minimal damage to the shell, and then just, go punch 8 straight to the face. We talked about chip damage. I don't think an 8/8 counts as chip damage. I think that is just a big old kick right to the face.
Yeah, that's a roundhouse to the boot from the boot of a 1990s Chuck Norris in that case. But the good part about the fact that there's an 8/8 on board is that it's ephemeral, and a Valkyrie Enforcer is a nice answer to that. And holding on to these Valkyrie Enforcers, I like seeing this card in these tournament lists because it's such a versatile card to either make space, remove buffs off of units, but also to just delete a ephemeral unit. And an 8/8 is pretty much as juicy as you're going to get on terms of return off that card.
Absolutely. And, we mentioned there's a lot of Rainbow's End going on. There's also been a lot of Fires of Creation lists because you do need to bring 3 separate paths to this tournament. So knowing that you're going to see quite a few of those, the Valkyries just bring so much value. As the game goes on, we already see 5/5 Forgelings in hand. Dropping that for 5 mana and then having that answered by an Enforcer for 4 that leaves a body on the board is quite nice. So that is absolutely a threat you're going to want to see. Unfortunately, that Valkyrie is kind of taking the place of that little sneaky snake that would typically pop out. So that's going to be problematic in the way that it's not going to answer the Plague Maiden in any way, shape, or form.
And this is where you're cursing that keyword called Lurker. That Plague Maiden in row 1 is sandwiched and just protected by a Tempered Forgeling in row 2. And Lurker is the ability that states that basically, before you can attack a Lurker, you must address whatever is next to it first. So you have to address whatever is in the way. You cannot attack a Lurker before the adjacent units are essentially dealt with. And in this case, that is a problem because that Plague Maiden is still going to run the show for now. But by Gulliver's Grace. Gulliver's Grace. My bad. Let's get some life and draw some cards. And 43 health, a comfortable little cloud for Unscathed to sort of sit on right now.
And we saw that card be the backbone of his of Unscathed win to get into the finals. By allowing yourself that much health, you can very easily kind of protect that lead, just play a little bit more slowly, not worry so much about taking, in this case, 4 damage to the face, not the end of the world. So you can kind of slow things down knowing you have the health advantage. Now, the thing is, Garen is also very nicely set up. You're seeing all the artifacts, you're seeing the auto chem continue to draw cards. You see things like Feathered One be able to block a lane. Dropping the Feathered One out for no reason other than to free up some space so that the Fabricator can come back. The Fabricator coming back, allowing the Shell to come out at a 6/6. So that's going to be another threat now that Unscathed is going to have to deal with on the complete opposite side of the board as to where they were spending their time.
No clean way to deal it necessarily. I mean, besides
Sapo's an option.
Sapo is an option. You're giving up your Sapo early, but perhaps that's the threat you need to represent in order for your opponent to maybe respect you on that side of the board a bit. And it might be the swing play you need to do. You need to make. You might just go ahead, burn your Quetzal, and there he goes, and Sapo. So maybe not. Okay, so the 6/6 apparently is not that big of a threat right now. It's still a threat. Don't get me wrong, but there's there's no more options of burning another gem here. So you got to make some. You gotta make use of those two extra mana gems there, or the 2 extra mana floating. So you just hit the mend button and sort of pass the turn over and hope that perhaps you're not going to get just overloaded. But I think maybe you're looking to hit a bigger home run with that Sapo than you're looking at right now. But it's a curious case of Benjamin Button, your friend, because you have options, but at the same time, you don't necessarily want to give up all your major threats early when it's not crucial.
And that's entirely the point. If you look back at it and you see this Hulkan Shell, the 6/6 coming down, it only costs 2, plus it costs whatever play that has been, whatever artifacts have been played, right? So do you really want to trade your Sapo, your 7 cost 6/6 answer to just about anything? Do you really want to drop it in a trade for something that wasn't even a card to begin with? So those resource decisions are the things that are really important in this game that, allow you to continue to keep those answers and make sure you do not get overrun.
Both players are basically floating above the Mendoza line of your health total here, both at 30 and 32 respectively of Unscathed and Garen. And I think the difference here is going to just be the fact that Fires of Creation path is just going to continuously pump out dudes. And that is an issue when your removal is relatively limited to, you have the 2 Misanthropias that Unscathed is hanging onto somewhere floating in his deck. You've got Sapo, but that is only going to really take care of one major threat. I'm trying to look out what else he got here in terms of answering a board-wide problem. Other than Earthslide is just a defensive stance. It's not necessarily an answer.
But Earthslide in hand, again, can provide some of that value. But at the end of the day, those Plague Maidens are just doing some work over in the corner. Now, we mentioned Arctic Pyre being brought by just about every player, if not every player. The beauty of it is when the Occupy minion dies, you grant another minion Fragile 1. So that Drang, that Fragile 2/1 token, typically dies. But giving Fragility to the Maidens makes a huge, huge difference, because that can really only be used once unless you can protect it before it bites the dust. So Unscathed, having enough of that, is going to drop Zolea, give it Blight to slowly work down the Plague Maidens over in the corner that have just really been a pain, that have allowed Garen to control the board thus far.
What's scary here is if that Plague Maiden does pop off again, it's going to get rid of that snake, and it's going to allow that Forgeling to have just a nice clean hit to clean up that Zolea. So Zolea coming through, literally, you're spending five mana and a mythic card to deal with a 3-drop. It's sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes you just got to take the play as it's presented to you. Not every play is going to be optimal or comfortable in certain cases, but you got to do what you got to do in certain cases. And in this case, as we see, There it is. So that's the cleanup with the Plague Maiden. Zolea bites the dust, and I guess at the end of the day, she might have done her job by getting rid of a Plague Maiden. And it seems it's just a feel bad move when you're a big card like Zolea that, when left to her own devices, can really win you the game. Has to be just dropped, used, sacrificed to get rid of a card like the Plague Maidens.
But think of it this way, that Plague Maiden has regen. So the Blight one is really not even going to end up finishing them off. It's going to sit there. It's going to get regen too. It's got armor on it as well. In part thanks to the power of Garen. So continuing to protect that with armor, with regen, with the fragile, with blight, it has just about every keyword in the game. That's keeping it alive and keeping that board controlled. So, committing something like Zolea feels bad, but I think is an absolute necessary evil, because while the health totals are very close, Unscathed is definitely a little bit on the back foot here, looking for ways to be creative to answer whatever's going on.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, the fact that card, like you said, it has like a phone book worth of words and names in it. Lurker, armor, fragile, regen, blight. It's got everything. It's got stuffed crust, for Christ's sake. Like, it's got everything. The problem here is that you need to address it, and you can't address it with damage. So maybe you're right. I mean, it was probably just going to sit there and be a pain in the ass for the whole game. So sacrificing Zolea is a necessary evil that you have to make, and just hope that Garen doesn't draw into another one, right? If you're unscathed, you got to hope that you didn't pay too much of a price to get rid of just a gold card like that.
But if you think about it again, the problem is now the Plague Maiden finally down to 1 health, gonna regen 2 though at the end of the turn. So really all Zolea did is made the Plague Maidens an every other turn type of play. It's not something you can use every turn, or you can make that decision and sacrifice it, as Garen just did, to go ahead and make that move. But really, it's quite crazy that the trade that Unscathed had to make was spend Zolea to just limit the flexibility of the Plague Maiden, not even really finish it off.
Well, the thing about it is that the blight will take down the cap, like, right, that the total health of
Yes,
possible. So the regen will eventually cap out at the 1 health. So it was on a timer, but
yes.
you're right. It was a necessary move to make to address just a nasty little annoying threat. It wasn't gonna, like, that card probably wasn't gonna sort of win you the game, but it was enabling board states that will allow the actual threats to go through,
Correct.
and like you see right now, that Plague Maiden is responsible for keeping the board clean and tidy for that, that those lanes 4 through 7 to go ahead and start depositing some of that damage.
Absolutely. Dropping things like the Arctic Pyre feels good when you've got a frozen Drang on it. Unfortunately, the Plague Maiden just said, no, 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 get out of here, and just cleans it up and removes it. So putting the timer on is great, except for, like I said, that regen that kept it alive a little bit longer than you'd like, that armor that kept it alive a little bit longer than you'd like to see, really just being a pain. So, Unscathed finally removed that Plague Maiden, that Lurker keyword just given it so much life. Comes back and now has to deal with a fully established board. Is this, Flake, the time you go for your first Earth Slide, playing it in a more defensive manner than you did last game? Were you playing it more offensively?
I don't think you have that many other options. I think you just load up the board with as many enchantments as you can. You go ahead, you Earth Slide, and hope that there's nothing on the other end that's going to really punish you for this. Your elementals are nothing to write home about. They're not. They're
Did
not
Garen
made for
just top
threats.
deck Misanthropia? I'm sorry to interrupt. Did Garen just top deck Misanthro?
Yeah, it looks like it. That is definitely a worthwhile move. But here's the thing: you don't Misanthropia here because you're probably making some. I mean, you could, but I'm just curious. I mean, the fragility on that White Tower Warden is a problem. But I think before you sort of knee-jerk reaction at Misanthropia, trust me, it's like a message from God. Like, it shows up off the top of your deck, and you're like, oh, it's a sign. I should play this. But in reality, you probably want to sort of, use the clock and find out if there's a cleaner way without using a big option like that.
Look who's back.
Yeah, the Plague Maiden is back, and like we said, if you can deal with this without using a Misanthropia, that's a Misanthropia that will answer the second Earth Slide
Correct.
potentially, or a board that is more worrisome for you from a losing perspective. I mean, if an Earth Slide, if the board state should shift where Earth Slide is representing lethal, that's where Misanthropia should be played. But you're right. Top decking it felt great because it's if you could not figure out how to make the trades necessary and to play this in a more calculated way, then yeah, you just say, you know what, math is for blockers. You hit Misanthropia and you go that way.
Absolutely, and I think this was obviously played just perfectly by Garen. That Misanthro is just that last ditch effort. You know, you feel good drawing it because you know you have an answer. You know, worst case scenario, I'm not going to end up dying to this. I have a backup plan. But having the War Documentarian on board, I mean, you know, getting that +1 when a friendly minion dies in combat, and having the minion you are able to go ahead and sacrifice, bringing the Plague Maiden back, and this is just going to be another huge problem for Unscathed. You know, you look at the hand, and obviously Sapo can come down, but really how good is that? You can drop another Earth Slide, but something very similar happens again in all likelihood. So dropping the giant stairway over in lane 7, probably just to put a little bit of a stronger enchantment out there for the second Earth Slide, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
So now we see. I mean, again, 32 points of health is it's nice to fall back on if you don't have to use that Misanthropia. But I feel like the Misanthropia, if you haven't used the second one already, you still have the first one to go ahead. It might just be a situation where, you know what, let's just clear the board. Let's just
But
get rid of this.
I mean, look at this. Look at it this way as well. I didn't even notice the terminal calculus that you have in hand for Garen as well, which is an even cleaner way if you wanted to go the full delete button. The beauty of it is you don't even need to because you have so many options on the board. You also have detained deported in hand, which will allow a favorable trade and to bounce another one out. So
Now,
so many answers.
I'm curious as to why they didn't trade into the Earth Elemental on row 3 before popping the Plague Maiden. That might have been an oversight by Garen because that unit that he had in row 4 was going to die anyways. So from the Plague Maiden triggers, so he could have just traded it into the 4/2 that's left there and have a full clear board. But he's left some remnants here, some crumbs on the board, unfortunately. So, but it did save him the Misanthropia, Chris. So this is, you know, you want to talk about being creative and really holding on to these very impactful cards. That is one because you know what? Frankly, if it comes down to it, that Misanthropia might just be used to address Sapo. Like it's completely possible that you might just 1-for-1 those two cards.
Absolutely. Like, you have so many options in hand. And Garen, you know what? Having that White Tower warded last as long as it has, every time that Garen burns a card, he gets a new one. So and is full of absolute phenomenal resources and answers. That short stag, you know, can come down and block something. He Garen went ahead and used the icon to potentially block something. You know, across the board. There's just so many resources on Garen's side right now that it's going to be very, very difficult, I think, for Unscathed to mount a very strong comeback here. But don't get me wrong, there's a reason I'm not playing in the finals of this tournament. These players see lines that we definitely do not. So I would not put it past Unscathed to pull this first game out.
Sapo has been in the hand, I believe, since like turn 1, if I'm not mistaken, and it's not been burned. It's been cherished, frankly, and nurtured in that hand. I mean, Sapo is a nasty, nasty card, and I think that Unscathed sees the writing on the wall that there are going to be some big threats that Sapo is going to have to address. So burning it and hoping to pick it up again is you know, it's something that you have to foresee. I mean, you're not playing for turns 1 through 3. You're playing for turns 1 through God knows how many against blue green. That could be 20 freaking turns. Who knows?
I mean,
Um,
we're on turn 13, so we're more than halfway there.
and that's the other thing I wanted to address. Garen still has 2 gems worth to burn, but is already at 13 mana. Like that is the benefit of having Fires of Creation because you can burn those forgelings to just sort of punch above your weight in terms of mana capabilities here because you're at 13 and unfortunately for Unscathed, he is basically capped at 10. So now every turn that Garen plays has bigger reach and bigger impact than Unscathed potentially can actually address. So, you know, and there he burnt the Misanthropia not too long ago, and he's got the second one in hand. So this is where it gets nasty. And like we said, you know, when you're playing against blue green, Fires of Creation, that kind of control list, um, appearing or progressing past turn 5 and 6 is when you start to thrive. And you survived the Earth Slides. You didn't even have to use Misanthropia to do it. Um, if you're Unscathed, you're basically just kind of looking through your deck list, looking for threats, looking for how I can get through this. You're looking at what your opponent has left, and you're like, okay, I haven't seen Short Stag, I haven't seen any of the Misanthropias. I'm in a world of hurt here. I don't even think that Garen's played. Has Garen even played Traitorous Murmur? I don't. That's still in the
That's
arsenal
still
as well.
in deck.
So,
Correct.
I mean, if you can draw that Traitorous Murmur, Sapo is not even a problem for you.
And that's the thing, we mentioned it. Garen has got Terminal Calculus. He's got Misanthro. Finally, having to see Sapo come down to answer again a Forgeling, something that you essentially get for free by playing an artifact. They're up to 9, so that is a 9/9 coming down. If Garen decides they want to go and play, the Arbor, which will gain more life. So the life totals may continue to deviate from one another sooner rather than later. This will have to come to a head. I'm just again not sure exactly what direction that goes. Garen pulling a Harvester out, because the thing as well is as Garen continues to play. There's Calculus, just like you said, that one-on-one trade. You mentioned Bizanthor earlier. Calculus just answering Sapo, straight out banishing him is probably a smart move, because that's the biggest threat. And especially since we see Unscathed Hand, we don't see any other threats. That is an absolute huge play right now.
Garen sitting on 5 blinking artifacts, getting use of pretty much most of them at this point, or at least this, the satellite going ahead, and the orbital satellite is to make that Quetzal pretty tame in this case, because it was really going to be ramping up in the next turn, getting the +3/+0 and overrun should that turn come through. But now with the suppression of the Quetzal, it's no longer that much of a threat, and Unscathed is holding on to a bunch of enchantments and not a whole lot of actual gas.
Correct. Those enchantments can come down. The pyres will generate you bodies. They're going to pop those enchantments off the board and give you more mana. You just have nothing at all to spend it on. And that's the challenge. We're going to see Garen come down and drop using both assembly lines to drop a 6/6 and a 2/2. He's smelling blood. Normally, you wouldn't put a 2/2 shell on the board, except that you think right here, hey, I maybe have the opportunity to really start pushing damage. And I don't know if Unscathed can answer, but that Junkyard Valhalla is going to continue to do work. It's going to pull out an Enforcer next, so you want to make sure you keep the roll across from that clean. You've got the Stairway to block some damage. It's not over, but it's looking a little bit scary.
This White Tower Warden has seen some S, so to speak.
I wish I could cycle back far enough to see. I'm going to try and find what turn the Warden was played on, because it just has done work.
Yeah, it has been there through thick and thin. And I mean, that Harvester is going to sort of give you a little bit, a little bastion of hope to keep you in the game. But I mean, let's be honest here. There it is. The orbital satellite makes short work of pretty much anything that has any kind of special abilities or secret talents. That that would otherwise bother you. And there goes the second Misanthropia. No fear from Garen here. I don't need to clear the board. I have the board, essentially. So tossing out the second Misanthropia is that is a confident move. It is. I wouldn't do it because I am a wuss. So I would be so worried that my luck would turn in a negative fashion that I would actually need that eject button to help me out. But everything is all systems go now for Garen, as he's got bodies on the board. And I mean, look at these. Only one of these units on the board actually appears in a deck list. The rest are all like created.
But that's the beauty of the Fires of Creation deck. And we saw the Fabricator before Garen just used it. The Fabricator was at 11 energy. That could create 2 copies of other artifacts. Garen just didn't want any, didn't need them. Now with the one orbital satellite, a little light on energy, going to go back and put out a second one, because who cares? You're talking about Misanthropia. I don't need to clear the board. I don't care about your threats. Anything you drop, I'm simply going to silence and remove, all while dealing damage to your face. And I mean, right here, Garen is representing a whole lot of damage. Braggy comes down, pulls a Harvester. So finally, Unscathed is starting to see the cards that they needed to be able to kind of defend this. But it's still going to be a challenge. I don't know what direction he's going to be able to go to really put out this fire.
there's still a short stag in hand, and if you're looking at what's in the graveyard that you want to be pulling back out in terms of a unit, there's really nothing in the graveyard for Garen. So that short stag, uh, it's a fantastic card to have. It gets you extra value, but nothing has died. Nothing has died that makes sense for you to bring back with short stag. This might change as the harvester might eventually bite it. I suspect that might be an option here. And honestly, yeah. But why sacrifice a unit when you don't have to? As we can see there again, just cleaning up the Odin throne. I mean, it's like an episode of Game of Thrones, season of Game of Thrones. You become king and you're just immediately murdered and replaced.
That is a spoiler, thank you, Flake. But absolutely, that harvester is just going to sit there, do the work. Another orbital satellite coming out, so that way there is the ability to use and continue to use them turn after turn to clear the board. Unscathed sitting on 10, and Garen represents a lot more damage on the other side of the board.
Hate to break it to you, the season 8 spoiler in this case would be that season 8 was a steaming bowl of elephant piss. It was terrible, nonetheless.
Perfect. You have saved me the trouble of going through 8 seasons. I appreciate that, Flake. My time commitments are limited, so I will absolutely take it. But we've finally seen the short stag come down, popping that warden back into hand, that warden that we have seen for almost the entire game. I wish I could count how many cards Garen has drawn because of it. We mentioned before, Garen's up to now 15 mana because you can continue to burn those forgelings. You probably never want to play a 10-10 forgeling. You may have to, but who cares? Shuffle them back, draw a new card, draw something out of your actual deck that you might want more so than another body to fill an already almost plentiful board.
Valkyrie Enforcer can go ahead and take out something really nasty. Unfortunately, probably the optimal place to put this thing is in row 5 on the stairway to bounce the Hulkan Shell, the 6/6 Hulkan Shell. But then you have a 5/5 Enforcer that doesn't really, it's not really scaring off the short stag, and you're still eating a lot of damage in other places. This might be a situation where obviously the Quetzal with the overrun likely wants to go ahead and yeah, there we go, clean the harvester up. But you know what? Bouncing a short stag and putting a harvester in their boneyard you're just, I mean, you bought yourself a turn here.
And the Harpy one drawn into hand by Garen as well, so doesn't really need it because the satellite does all the work you'd ever want, but the Harpy one essentially does the same thing. That Quetzal was not making it through this turn.
Well, in this case, I mean, by bouncing that short stag and killing the harvester, it's like choosing the steeper cliff, the deeper cliff to drive your car off of, because you know what the outcome's likely going to be, but you just bought yourself a little bit more time to just have your life flash before your eyes. A 10/10 rotary forging, a card you get for free just for showing up to the party, just for dropping an artifact into the Fires of Creation. How about a 10/10? I mean, Unscathed has no cards, threats limited. He hasn't seen a Misanthropia. He has got. He knows there's another short stag in the hand, which will probably bring back the harvester
because he put it there.
Yeah, and whatever big time threat, if you put a 50/50 with overrun and warded on the board, you still have a traitorous murmur to worry about. So what happens now? This is a spooky situation. Big props to Unscathed for really allowing this to sort of go through. But a Rune of Denial, I mean...
yeah, how about that? Garen representing...
Well, hold on.
Okay.
You can survive. You have to use Zolaya's ability on the 6/1, which will kill it. You slide her over onto the stairway, blocking the 10/10, and you're alive. That's a good thing.
So Flake, I'll stand by that, and we see the win by Garen. Unscathed can absolutely do that to survive, and then you have to pray for top deck after top deck after top deck to be able to pull that one out. And we talked about it before, and we'll talk about it again. Garen just lives in that world of slow pace control. I don't need to win the game right now because I know I'm going to win in 10 turns, so I'm just going to continue to manipulate the board in my favor.
Well, hey man, if you make the mistake of not banning Garen's yellow green, if you lose to it, it's like banning it anyways, I guess, and just
It's gone
starting.
now. It's gone now.
It's at a disadvantage. Hey, you got to win two to win the finals here, and
That's
Garen's
correct.
got one in the pocket. So Unscathed has one of those issues sort of solved. The yellow green, though he did lose to it, is no longer something for him to actually have to worry about. But we're off to game two here at the end of season qualifier. Mythgard and $1,000 prize pool, $400 USD to the winner of this one, but 1,000 qualifier points to get to that world championship, friends. That is a big help to your cause to show up to that final tournament at the end of the year.
That's correct. Garen one win away from cementing his place as the champion of the first end of season qualifier. That $400 prize, those 1,000 qualifier points. It is a big deal, especially to be the first. Always feels good. So Unscathed going to have to come back and 2-0 Garen, and playing against this blue orange deck twice in a row is going to be no easy feat. That is for sure.
No, sir. No, sir, indeed. As we look at Unscathed Hand here, that's a lot of racers in shadow. You got the whole biker squad ready to go. But I mean, there's Garen now is going to be playing more of the aggressor role for a lot of this. A lot more of the board development, the card draw. Excuse me, looking to set up more of those plays that will penetrate for not for lethal rather, but for damage in general with those Frecky sidecars. You probably want to hang on to a Frecky sidecar for a lot of this, to go ahead and maybe pop off for a Frecky sidecar all Father's Horn combo with the rush that's granted to those 5 cost or less units. So, but the problem now, unfortunately, is the fact that you have to get there, and Unscathed does have some good tools in his hand to address early game threats, to sort of set up his own threats later on, because next turn he could go ahead and burn a Racer in Shadow, let's say, and play the Kozinga, if necessary, working your way towards a perfect grade and such. This is no longer the yellow-green control fiesta that we saw earlier, so Unscathed can kind of rely a little bit more on just developing a board without the worry of a Misanthropia reset button.
Absolutely. And you know what? On Unscathed side, that red purple combination that I mentioned, very much enjoying, it's because it allows you that flexibility. You have some early game plays that can handle whatever your opponent throws at you, or if your opponent is playing a little bit more laid back, it allows you to take that aggressor role. And I think both of these decks kind of fall into that mid-range sort of aspect where wow, Unscathed drawing a 4th Racer in Shadow. Putting that one back with the bull. But, Unscathed is looking down the line, seeing, hey, I want to start burning some of my forged bodies to get Grand Finale online. So we see Risen from the Deep has already been burnt, for example. So Unscathed going to try and weather the storm here and then build out some potential lethal threats. But you also have, Unscathed with 7-Ring Ritual that you want to potentially use to win a game. Except Garen on blue, you're always worried about things like Magnus and Thunderclap, both of which are run in this deck. So, a lot of game planning, having to tweak and be flexible based on what your opponent brings. And that's the beauty of a mid-range deck.
Blue's AoE removal are very much tied to damage, be it Magnus or Thunderclap dealing those 2 points of damage where required. So you can protect those units against that inevitability of having them be problematic, or be rather susceptible to those types of damage. However, there is always the threat of Armageddon Angel. But the good news is that if you do things right, you might only see it once. So that's a far cry from the amount of removal that was played earlier. Armageddon Angel being a mythic, you only have one option or one turn to play it, or one copy rather. I mean, you can play it multiple times potentially, but in this case, the threat of that big wipe is really only tied to, frankly, Armageddon Angel. There's no there's no red where Gigantomachia might be a problem. You don't have the Misanthropia lurking and haunting you from developing a big board. So the problem is right now is that cards like your Axeman are susceptible to Magnus or Thunderclap, but cards like Perfect Grade, Kozinga, all these other cards are really just not an issue at all.
Absolutely. And Unscathed right now doing a very nice job of clearing out Garen's um, units. The clean trade of the Racer in Shadow to take out the arquebus, who then dropped the cannon, who then was eliminated by the bull. It was just a really nice trade, nice and clean. Same thing with what Unscathed just did to the parry. The problem is, in between that, Garen dropped Junkyard Valhalla, which means that Unscathed is going to have to do it all over again. And it might not necessarily be as clean this time around, with no obvious removal for that double threat of the arquebus after the demise goes off.
Six mana unscathed sitting on here. Only two purple gems in the bank, so one of those cards is going to have to go. The problem is what do you give up? Do you give up Risen from the Deep? Do you give up Kozinga to get to keep Perfect Grade as an opportunity? There's your grand finale, Chris, that you were mentioning. The question is how many Forged Minions are in that deck right now?
I'm taking a look through it. I think I only see Risen that has been shuffled back. Oh no, Ellie's been shuffled back as well. So would be two bodies to come out with grand finale, but probably not in a rush to get that out either per se, especially with having to work on what's currently on the other side of the board with a couple threats from Garen.
Shopborn Bull, a beautiful card all the way back from Alpha, a card that
Oh, we might see the grand finale actually come down based on the movement. Yes, we do. So there is the Risen. Immortal makes it pretty flexible in the fact that it's going to actually stay on the board here. Though I imagine the Scion's just going to clean up the Spirit line pretty nicely.
Yeah, that's what it's there for. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of animal cruelty over there. I'm going to turn you into a lion, and then I'm going to just take none of your S. You gotta make sure I don't say certain words, but it's all good. And that Junkyard Valhalla is such an issue right now, and it's such a bastion of value because it's bringing back cards that are bringing back cards. Like you just killed something that brought out that Parsa Divinity Cannon. So that lane, that sixth lane, is going to be a problem for Unscathed at all times. But at this case, maybe you just sort of operate in those first four lanes and just leave that kind of to its own devices.
That cannon, yeah, is not a threat right now. Okay, it's going to do 2 damage when it pings you in the face. It's going to do 2 damage to threatening units, but it doesn't really worry you that much. So you can kind of leave it alone. And also the fact that that demise ability blocks the Valhalla, so you'd probably want to move that off at some point to get that parry back, which draws you an additional card.
Again, any card that gets re-brought onto the board does have the benefit of its awaken effect to take effect there. So the drawing of the cards, the awaken effects that come through from the Junkyard Valhalla are definitely helpful. Magmator is an answer to the Frecky sidecar, but you know what? So is the Perfect Grade if necessary. So I suspect that we're going to see the Perfect Grade come through and then go ahead and challenge those 3 rows that are really being problematic for Unscathed right now. That Frecky sidecar is just giving immediate value, immediate returns from the units that Garen is playing.
And that's the thing. You can't let that side card survive because it does so much work. We just saw it here, right? The Arctic Pyre come down to replace the Arctic Pyre to spit out a unit that can then attack. Not to mention the fact that the Arctic Pyre replacement also generates additional mana. So you've got a renewable resource there, especially because you can use them turn after turn. And I'm not surprised at all of this placement by Unscathed. You want to make sure that it stays out of the way of the cannon. I know it's got the 2 armor. You just don't want to put it in front of another body. And you also don't want to kill that cannon. Let it sit there. Let it cover the parry. Let it cover the sidecar. None of those come back as long as the cannon sits on top of Valhalla.
So there's 2 spots of lethal that are staring Garen in the face here. 6 damage from the Perfect Grade, 6 damage from Risen from the Deep, and you have an Extract Life in your hand as Unscathed. So if you can't answer the Perfect Grade and you can't answer the Risen from the Deep, one of these 2 is going to kill you. The difference here is that Perfect Grade on its own will remove, can get the job done to remove do some damage to remove or to get something out of the way in order to get through. It's not just a matter of blocking both units, it's also blocking them enough that you'll still be able to withstand or have something standing in the way of these 2 units in the face of a removal card. Now, Garen doesn't know that Unscathed obviously is holding an Extract Life, but that Extract Life is essentially it's the Swiss Army knife to remove a problematic card in front of it, and you'll have up to 9 points of removal to just get something out of the way of one of these cards that can represent lethal. Now, moving the Parson Infinity Cannon over is a good first step, because knowing that the Perfect Raid doesn't have enough damage to enough energy to go remove it, and then another the Jazzari, that drops another minion in front. So putting the proper units in front to block this is key. The problem is you still need to put something in front of that Perfect Raid.
Exactly. And the thing is, putting something in front of the perfect grade doesn't help you if it only has 2 health, because you do get 1 energy.
Oh,
And the decision to go and put Kara out there is kind of one of these, if he's going to beat me with the perfect grade this turn, he's going to beat me with the perfect grade every turn. So it doesn't actually make a difference. Let me try and build out some sort of offensive at the same time. And that will end this game. Game 2, we're going to game 3, 1-1, Unscathed and Garen.
putting the Kara Morningwise in lane 7 over there, you're kind of just taking a gamble that your opponent does not have just a spot check removal. And if we're looking at Unscathed deck list here in terms of what he was running to get rid of a card, there's really, Spirit Away perhaps will help you out. Button Morphosis is not good enough. Actually, Button Morphosis is good enough, because you can then go ahead and use Perfect Grade's energy ability to kill it and make space. So Garen, he took a gamble there by thinking, all right, you got 2 cards in hand. What are the chances that one of them is going to remove this Parson Divinity Cannon? And frankly, Extract Life was already in the hand, so there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I'm honestly not surprised that we're going to a 3rd game here. Unscathed is getting revenge on the yellow and green control fiesta that Garen put up in game 1. We're all even Steven here, 1-1. It is the end of season qualifier. Mythgard with 1,000 USD prize pool on the line and 1,000 qualifier points for the winner of this game. Not even this tournament, this solitary game, Christo.
It's a lot of points. That is a lot of points. Finishing first obviously gives you a whole lot of points, but finishing second, still 750. So nothing to shake a stick at, guaranteed at least 750 points. And I believe second place is $300 or $350. So, a good chunk of change, even if you don't pull this out, but nobody wants to finish second. They want to be number 1. And that's what Garen and Unscathed are fighting for right now as we face this Rainbow's End mirror matchup. It feels to me like these Rainbow's End matches always kind of end up being that third piece. It's always the deck that's strong enough to bring, but not your go-to. It doesn't get banned. It's kind of always that fallback list that we end up seeing in that best of 3 tiebreaker a lot of the time.
And in this case, Garen is not running Earthslide, so that's not in his arsenal, but he is running Armageddon Angel. So really, in this case, it's just, the supporting color. Is yellow going to sort of outlast the orange in this case? And typically yellow can do it, but the question is what are they really bringing to the table in those colors? So Garen and his Rainbow's End using orange as the support color to blue, Armageddon Angel, Sign of Pride, Parry at the Gates, there are some options there. But if we're looking at it, Unscathed and his Rainbow's End here, Sapo, Harvester, Misanthropia, Serpent's Dens. There's a lot more safety and value in those cards than what Garen is bringing. So I would suspect Unscathed, unless he absolutely gets, gooned by his draws, could probably outlast this one.
And I think that's you hit on the nail on the head right here. Yellow typically with the cards like Cradle of Life, giving you additional healing and making those minions just a little bit bigger, you're gonna be able to go out and get a little bit more long-term viability. Your Harvesters, your Sapo being an answer. We did mention that Unscathed is running Earthslide, but Unscathed moved the Allfather's Horn to his other blue deck, which means he doesn't have access to it in the way that Garen does. So Garen, with the list that they have, is gonna be pushing a lot more aggressively. You've got the Frecky sidecar that's gonna give rush, that's gonna do damage. You've got You've got Junkyard Valhalla that's going to be continuously pumping out units, the Allfather's Horn, the Danger Zone. You've got a lot more tools there to be a little bit more on the aggressive side, whereas Unscathed can sit back a touch, hold their own, and then try and make that comeback happen at the end.
Looks very similar to the previous matchup where Braggy had to be answered by Azalea over time. Braggy now getting a lot more help by that staircase and taking the trade where necessary. Again, in terms of longevity of these two matches and who is better suited for the long round, Unscathed does have Mend, does have the Misanthropias, does have more life gain capability, but Garen has the Allfather's Horn and burst potential with the Frecky sidecar. So if you're Garen, I think you're really lethal hunting as soon as possible. You're making plays and you're taking avenues that will punch through for damage in the short term in order to perhaps open up these lanes that will allow you to make those big plays and sneak in that lethal or get you close. Because Unscathed eventually, I feel, is just, you're going to see him probably at 35, 40 health again, despite the fact that he's technically playing from behind at this moment.
Well, exactly, and I mean, we talked about a card like by Gulvig's Grace, right? And that draws you up to 7, gains you 14 life. Things like that can potentially put this, because Garen won't necessarily, while Garen will have burst damage, they won't necessarily have enough to work somebody down from 40. They need to be continuously doing chip damage, but if they can't move fast enough, that Mend is going to start taking effect. Those Cradle of Lives are going to start taking effect. You're going to really have to claw back in a little bit of a hole. So while things are pretty even Steven right now, I think the next couple of turns are going to be really, really big in deciding what kind of battle we're going to be fighting here.
All right. Well, the Trickster's got 2 turns to live, unless there's any kind of sneaky help that can help him out there. But Giant Stairway off the top for Unscathed at the end of the turn is a big card to have. A nice little piece to push some damage if necessary. But again, Unscathed isn't necessarily looking for damage right now. If it's available, he'll take it. But there's no rush if you're Unscathed. And again, all the marbles are on the line in this one, Christo. This is for the finals. This is for the championship of this particular tournament. I don't know how to properly sort of address this. What will you call this? The end of season qualifier winner. But there's a lot of implications to this, and it's not just the cash, it's not just the pride, it's not just the street cred, if you will. It's the fact that you're getting 1,000 qualifier points, which at the end of the year will all boil down to if you do or do not make it, or if you're not invited to the World Championship, where there is a significant prize pool for our beloved game of Mythgard here. And as we see the board state over here again, Braggy is on a pedestal there on the Great Stairway, on the Giant Stairway, and a 6/4 with warded is an ugly thing to deal with, as the Zalea again is just getting peppered and hammered by threats over time here.
And that's exactly, we're talking about how Unscathed game plan is probably more so, hey, I'm going to hold out, I'm going to control the board, I'm going to take a little bit of damage, but I can come back from it. And we see that where Unscathed used Zolea to wipe out the Trickster is going to go ahead and let Braggy do some damage and kind of set up shop elsewhere, figuring, hey, I'll come back, I'll gain that life, it'll be okay. But that Trickster actually ended up picking off the Carl, so ended up getting fragile and losing the 2 attacks. So less damage dealt there. Garen's going to be holding his own, even if that Trickster is going to be offed later this turn. We also had Braggy go and spend those charges on giving the parry Frenzy, which then immediately got answered by a Stairway underneath Zolea. So a little bit of a wasted charge there. Braggy currently is also blighted. So gonna have to worry about losing some board presence here, though there's no shortage of resources in Garen's hand and ability to acquire more with that parry of the gates and the insurrectionist as well.
Zalea standing pretty comfortably on that stairway. Unfortunately, I feel like she's going to need some support at some point, because that's where you're putting your threats. You're putting your threats right in front of her face in order to deal with her. And though she is capable on her own to, give blight and actually get some value, there are issues with, eventually you're going to have to insulate her with other units, other minions, other sort of bodyguards, if you will, sort of taking advantage of her lurker tag. But it's this is a situation where if you're Garen, you understand the implications of Zolea getting to 6 energy. She's only at 3, and it's you have to address this like ASAP. And this is nice, and this will get the job done. Again, Frecky sidecar getting incredible value, in terms of actually getting the use of those units that are out there to just trade right out of the gate. You're getting the potential out of these cards right away. You don't have to wait. You don't have to let Zolea get another chance to give Blight. You don't have to give your opponent an opportunity to draw another answer. And in this case, the board state as it is, Unscathed is just wishing he had a few more pieces, let's say. But Cradle of Life, burning Cradle of Life, and playing Grace might be the line of play here.
It may also be worth dumping the Earth Slide, to be honest, maybe finding it later. Cradle of Life potentially giving you a little bit more value sooner rather than later. So not an easy decision on Unscathed size. Both of those cards provide a good bit of value, but one provides you bodies and the other provides you life. And I think both of those are going to be very key in this matchup. But I don't think there's any other play here but going with Grace, filling your hand back up, because burning one, playing the other will allow you to draw 6 and gain 14 life, whereas Garen will only be drawing 2. So I don't think there's a better time for this than right now. That's why I don't play this game, apparently. That's why I'm not playing in the top 8. That's why I'm not playing in the finals. Gonna put the pressure on instead with the Earth Slide. This, to me, feels a little bit like it's a kind of all or nothing sort of play. If this gets answered by, to your point, Armageddon Angel or something, I feel like Unscathed is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, good thing there's no Armageddon Angel there. And, I think the fact was, in this case, it's with that Frecky sidecar on the board and a potential of 8 mana, there is a situation where when you're sitting at 21 health, it could get ugly. And you could eat a lot of damage that you might not have a chance to recover from later on. I think what happens here is that you're presenting a board state that can answer that Frecky sidecar and hope that he doesn't have another one, and it'll buy you some time in order to actually go ahead and progress. A 7-8 is significant, and everything that is now challenging that Frecky sidecar will trade with it favorably. Now, there is that 2/2 Earth Elemental, in lane 6 that's, pretty forgettable. But the fact remains now is you took a risk. And the risk is I'm going to throw away a card that is going to refill my life and, give me life and cards in order to present a bigger threat to my opponent. And as you can see right here, it's costing Garen resources, time, and units in order to get this going.
Absolutely. And you know what? It's really interesting because, like we said, it's a little bit of a gamble. You go and you put bodies on the board thinking they can't answer, but also looking at Garen's hand, you see Allfather's Horn, and with 7 mana, you play Allfather's Horn with the Frecky on the board. You can potentially drop a few bodies that can do a lot of damage. It may not have been lethal, but you don't know exactly what's in hand. You don't want to take that risk. You're not at a super fragile life state that you need necessarily to play Grace. So you take a step back, you go and create bodies, you threaten the sidecar, which you will be able to finish off, and you can come back with Knoll of Conquest. So thankfully for Unscathed was able to pull something that'll create a body and put it on board. But we do have to look at lanes 5 and 6 with those Rough Riders that have overrun. Those are going to push some damage as well. So Unscathed is going to have to look to mitigate some of that, but is going to be able to push quite a bit of damage on their side as well. That 7/8 elemental that's sitting on the staircase is not going to be blocked or answered.
The trade
sidecar bites it.
Yeah, the sidecar is going to eat that damage. Nothing like a gigantic rock monster just bee slapping you around, and the Mend is going to help you out over here, give you a little bit more love on that Earth Slide Elemental, and yeah, I mean, you're looking at 2 Rough Riders here, one from Saskatchewan, one from Ottawa, and they are a threat. But at 25 health, you're feeling good. And I think that in retrospect, Unscathed move of not playing Grace and establishing a board, it's a very defensive play. It protects you against a sneaky lethal potential that you might be.
Wait, speaking of sneaky lethals, hold on. Hold the phone, Flake.
Oh,
the
no.
ability of that Rough Rider to go and generate with gems and no mana cost to be able to go and get +2. My gosh, the math checks out. Garen, the sneaky lethal. That's exactly what we just talked about. That's exactly what we just talked about, how
Now-
things can come unanswered and unglued at a moment's notice. And playing defensively or dropping that pressure to try and turn the game around is a little bit of a dangerous play.
I am without speech. I am speechless. I have no speech. I mean, this is the thing about it, right? Is that you can only prepare for so many situations. As unscathed in this situation, you're looking at you're looking at the board state where you're staring down a Frankie sidecar, which in itself, with an Allfather's Horn, blaring, can be immensely problematic. So you have to play for a board state that will then challenge that one card that could be that can really run the table down the line. Now, he did that. He burnt the cards necessary to play the 2 to make the Earth slide. Everything was looking honky-dory. Yes, you have like 24 or 25 health on one side, but you've got 2 little, seemingly unimpressive units in lanes 5 and 6. And then what happens? Well, all hell breaks loose, and suddenly you have a bunch of idiot Earth slide elementals that are just staring from the sidelines as you get wailed on by a brilliant play by Garen to take it. Chris, are you at all surprised that Garen wins this?
I am not at all surprised that Garen won it. I'm surprised at how he won it because of, the ability to see those plays that, some of our viewers maybe miss or that we miss. You've got the ability of the Rough Riders to go and generate additional attack with those gems. And the gems being able to be renewed by when you go and play Allfather's Horn. You've got to do the math. You've got to see the lines, and just the creativity and how that worked was huge. Garen taking it home, winning 1,000 QPs, winning $400 for being number 1 and winning the first end of season qualifier. Huge impact there. So Garen is going to be taking the, not the lead, because Garen is going to be, I believe, tied for first now with unscathed. Oh, sorry. Looking at the points, because I just pulled that up quickly. Garen is now first in qualifying points, unscathed second, just 30 points apart, basically a couple points based on the wins today. So huge for Garen to get out to such a lead in the first end of season qualifier.
That's right, and big shout out to Logic 2-0ing Skin Spout rather, in the third place game. So everybody in the top 4 is coming away with some money and some qualifier points as well. But Garen sits atop alone on the mountain, king of the hill, as it were. If you're Garen and you're seeing that your yellow green has not been banned, you must feel great about life, especially when you get to play it, you get to win, and take it to 3 games. And big ups, of course, to Unscathed, who made it real close. And I mean, sometimes these lethals are really hard to spot. They come, hot and heavy, and that's why these are the pros, and we are just merely just the big mouths who tell you what's going on. But that's all she wrote for the first end of season qualifier here at Mythgard. Big ups to Rhino for putting on this production. Chris, last thoughts in terms of this the gameplay was phenomenal, and it's really great when you get to see the best of the best do what they do best, which is compete at high stakes.
And exactly that. I'm going to wrap it back up from what I said to open the show. The level that these players are at is just, it's just something else. And being able to watch and enjoy, the hard-fought series. We said it. There's only 1-2-0. There was only one sweep in the top 8. Everything else went down to a third game. So props to the players for putting on a tremendous show. Props to Mark Theus for the production value and putting on a lovely show in front of us as well. Stellar job end to end. And I'm really excited. Each and every one of you out there who is watching this, you still have a chance to compete. You still get qualifying points being on ladder, finishing in champion rank. We're going to have an end of season qualifier at the end of every single season, every 8 weeks. So keep your eyes out, sign up, give it a go. You absolutely have a chance to be here as well.
Alrighty, well, that's all she wrote for this show again. If you like the game, go check it out. Rhino, thank you for everybody, the developers at Rhino. Thank you to Rini, who has been in the chat moderating. My name is Flake. This is Christo. Thank you so much for watching. We will catch you so much soon. Congratulations to Garen, the winner of the first end of season qualifier. For myself, Flake and Chris, adios, be kind. See you soon.